Yeah. Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Holto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Holto, your key to eternity.
June, I feel the need for us booze.
Well, here they are, bringing you our top 3 plays.
Warhead busts open the top 3 by securing a steal, but they're on their own.
That's right, Scotty, and they're low on health too. This is going to be a tough cash-out defense.
The rubber is about to meet the road. They're cautious. Holy holograms! I don't believe what I'm seeing.
What a mighty solo effort from Warhead.
Fizz dives right into the cash-out action for our second place play. And that's an early elimination under their belt. They're looking hungry with that M11 in their hands.
And clearly not afraid to hunt for their next opportunity.
Let's watch the action unfold. Happy to avoid that heavy. And that one got away, but they're not deterred.
That's elimination number 2.
And 3, and 4, and looking for more. They can't run and they can't hide from Ziz.
They're certainly doing their best to hide.
Number 6 and 7 are sent off. 8 out the gate.
And 9 will be fine.
For the first time ever, folks, we're seeing a contestant appear twice in the same episode of Top 10 Highlights, with YN Onzo taking both the 6th and top spots.
That's 2 eliminations, but now they're a teammate down. Make that 2 teammates down, Scotty.
That grenade did the damage. As did the M26 matter in YN Onzo's hands.
Absolutely. And that goo grenade provides a little respite from the action, but this solo cash-out defense isn't done and dusted yet.
More goo stops the steal. And it's a quick health recharge before charging back to the action. Another steal stopped.
That secures the cash-out.
What a way to wrap up the top spot. Congratulations.
Keep sending in those exquisite plays, people, and we'll be back here with another episode very soon.
The life giver. The sun. Always on. The source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto. Brighter than ever.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chomp, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zap!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
1 truck, 1 jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
In the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Now Isolde brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place, we join Fudge, who's just lost both of their teammates, and they have a cash out to defend all on their own.
The cash out's being stolen.
That explosive canister stalled the steal.
They're immediately re-stealing.
An RPG stops it again, and it's desperate stuff from Fudge.
Oh my word.
What commitment to secure the cash out. Amaze, amaze, amaze.
Dave.exe takes this episode's number 2 spot.
And they're bouncing like a pinball in a parking lot.
That That dome shield offers a moment of protection.
Did you see that, folks? Staggeringly swift shots from Dave.exe.
With MyGo.exe taking our top spot, this is the second episode in a row where the top contestant appears twice. In 6th place as a medium build and now taking the top spot as a light with throwing knives, entertaining us with exquisite positioning and aim. You know, Scotty, we should invite Odelia on as a guest commentator sometime. She would love to see this.
We'd all love that, June, but she's still mad at me. Meanwhile, MyGo.exe is tearing the place apart here. A well-deserved first place. Congratulations.
Let's continue to see your best plays rolling in, people, and we'll be right back here with another episode of Community Highlights very soon. And now for our top 3 plays. Brought to you by Make a Steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Ramalama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my God.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions.
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of night lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that #1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back-to-back.
Scotty.
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks.
We know you feel alone, but trust us, you're really not alone. Let Ngimo bring the world a little closer, one element at a time. Breeze through and sign our completely straightforward user agreement about data sharing and join our global community of friends. Ngimo, beyond boundaries, within reach.
Now for our top 3 plays brought to you by Trentila. Oh, it's a highlight from the Heaven or Else limited time event. How divine.
Holy sweet mercy! That's 5 eliminations.
A glorious play from Bushworty Reed.
Direct Turret holds our number 2 spot. They'll need to sharpen their aim if they want to prove they deserve that spot.
That's more like it, Scotty.
It's a start, but I think we all expect more. And there it is. That's a stack of 3 more eliminations.
Another makes 5 in total.
I need more, June.
Your wish is granted.
And the top honors go to Ryan, who's our #1 play in this episode.
The cash out's underway.
What's going on here?
Oh my! Isn't that the sneakiest of positions to guard their cash out?
I don't know about you, June, but I'd never look out there.
I think you're right, Scotty.
There goes a sonar grenade. And here comes the defense. That steel is stomped on like an empty Ozfuse can.
And it's back to their nest.
That opponent had no clue. And the second steal is shut down within seconds with a team wipe.
Ryan earns that #1 spot by thinking outside the box. Literally. Congratulations.
See you back here for more moments of magic soon, folks.
The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Halto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Halto, we got your back.
And now Ozfuse brings you our top 3 plays.
Here's Gramadin rejoining us from Season 5.
What's going on here, June?
Wait for it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just witness?
Patience is a virtue, Scotty, but the rewards of victory are better.
TFC Sam takes out the #2 spot. I don't know what to expect here. Let's watch what unfolds. Holy Apollo!
Well, that's one small bounce for a cash-out station, one giant leap for the finals top 10 community highlights. And Zaekwando takes out the top spot with our #1 play in this episode.
They immediately have an elimination under their belt. A quick healing barrel to provide a boost. And that tricky contestant is taken care of.
That makes 3 so far.
A rapid reload and Zaekwando moves to the higher ground. That opponent's making it hard. But another 2 are added to the tally.
That's 5, now 6.
They're looking for more.
Another flighty one is eliminated, and we're up to 7.
Zaekwando still on a roll, folks. Time to hit the high ground. Wait, there's another.
That's an assist, just to give their teammates a share.
8 out the gate. What a tremendous play from Zaekwando. Congratulations on being this episode's #1.
Keep those amazing highlights rolling in, people. See you back here very soon.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action. Wow, that is clever.
Yeah. Modular head with interchangeable spikes.
Of the top 8 APAC TGM26 online series, my name is Proto, and joining me as per usual is the man, the myth, the legend, the hyperactive. We are back. Once again, it's been a month. We had top 16 very recently, and now we get to delve into the depths of top 8. Some amazing gameplay, the best and maybe even greatest game show on the world, where the action never stops and cringy never sleeps. Hyper, how excited are we for tonight?
I'm very excited. The usual suspects up at the top, but we've got a few fresh faces. Ones that are returning from Cycle 1, ones that are coming from absolutely nowhere. It really is going to be a shake-up, especially when one of them has a shot at taking this title away from the top 5.
Yes, it's going to be interesting. Our top 8 qualifying from the top 16. If you didn't get to see it over on the OFL, shout out to those guys for putting it on. Fortunately, I missed it. I am sick. I was sick. I was a lot worse, but I am still sick. So we'll see how we go. But for our top 8 qualifiers, 4AM, first seed from 8th seed in Cycle 2 in their top 16 run to top seed in Cycle 3 of the top 16 qualifiers. That is good for them. 777RS, we expected. DRG, KZ, as per usual. 4th seed this time, though. A little bit rough for them qualifying in the top 16 side of things. Haibu, PSAT, our brand new team that we just spoke about moments ago. Very good for them. Finished 6th overall seed. And then Hanabi and Ace Skirmisher joining us in that top 8. If you don't know exactly how everything goes over here on the TGM26 online series, this is how it breaks down. We have our Swiss stage with a maximum of 256 teams. We then go into our top 16, which is what the OFL put on for us, and then you get top 8, which is today. For the tournaments, best of ones, 8 teams, 2 groups of 4, cash out. Very straightforward. The finale, best of ones, best of 3s, and those 4 teams will go through 1 game of cash out, and then we'll have BO3 head-to-heads. Based on the cumulative points that are always up for grab every single cycle that we see here. KZ currently in the lead, but first place today is going to walk home with 2,000 cold ones and 100 of those aforementioned points. We really want, well, everybody really wants a slice of these points. Those are what are going to qualify you to the major. This is what you need.
Yeah, again, that 100 points will massively change up the board in its entirety. So take for 777RS, if they get the win and 100 points, they jump right to the top. So it can shake things up. The only team that would be struggling here is 4 Angry Men, who are, well, on the back foot with only 25 after 2 relatively poor performances on Cycle 1 and Cycle 2. So top 4 is the true contenders for that golden ticket. Yes, if you're at number 1, it's the golden ticket to the Grand Major.
It's what everyone's here to fight for. Obviously, the cash as well is always good in the hood, but points are what our teams are ultimately competing for at the end of the day. The cash is just a bonus. IRL cash out. We love to see it. But aside from that, we have our map pool now with Season 11 coming in. Hyper, lots for us to talk about. No introduction of the brand new map. We're not seeing that in competitive just at the moment. We do still have our traditional 8, so no changes there. The rest of the meta shifts are happening in game, so guns, utility, gadgets, etc., which we will touch on more in a moment. But in terms of the maps, no new map.
No, there is plans. Don't worry. We will be seeing Galaxy Estate coming at some point. It's just a little too soon to get it in. But our top 16 presented on your screen. 4 Angry Men qualified first. 777RS, DRG, King Zero, Haibu, Pisad, Hanabi, and Ace Skirmisher are top 8. But unfortunate for the other 8 who didn't make it through.
Yes. Only one APAC, well, big APAC hit us. 777RS, obviously. We were close to seeing the Capybara Armada resurgence. Altac, unfortunately, not getting through. And Weekend at Bernie's still not yet to pick the pieces up and get a team involved, or at least that I have seen or heard of recent time. But for today, we're going to kick things off, as per the usual. 2 games of cash out. Number 1, 4AM KZ, Haibu, and Ace Skirmisher. We'll then move on to the lower side, 777 DRG, PSAD, and Hanabi. The top two teams from both of those will go forward into another cash out, then on to our next game of, well, our first game of head-to-head for the day. A lower bracket cash out, as well as the qualifiers from there will move forward in the standings into the next side of the bracket when we go forward into the losers bracket for the first section. But Hyper, first game of cash out in that top side there. What are your predictions? It's a pretty big game for number 1. You've got pretty much 3 of our top 4 teams right there registered. Yeah,
it could go either way, because you got 4, as you said, 3 of the top 4 already in one place. It becomes who's gonna go out kicking and screaming. 4 Angry Men, they started cycle 2 on the biggest back foot, seeded 8th, not doing well, but this time round they've come in and essentially taken everybody's heads off and gone, you know what, we're going to get it done in one. And that is a major, major step up. So if they can keep that going, yeah, I'd put my money on it. King Zero, a safe bet as well. But Haibu, Ace Skirmishers coming from that Korea region, Ace Skirmishers, they like upsets. They can play in situations which are dire. They capitalize on it. You could say they play some cheese strats to get themselves in, but hey, cheese is cheese. It's still delicious. It still gets you through. But Haibu's the biggest question mark. I don't think from their Cycle 3 top 16 that they're looking strong.
I mean, hey, we did see them finish first at the end of the last top 8 in Cycle 2. KZ coming in second, with DRG in third. Ultimately, 4AM in 7th, which is an interesting spectacle. But as you said, for the top 16 for Cycle 3, they flipped that script. They finished top seed for the top 16 qualifiers, which is very big. And mind you, we look at that top 16 bracket for Cycle 3. They had some pretty big games, and they turned their head-to-head game around, which is what they have traditionally been struggling with in these matchups. They beat KZ 2-0 in boxes for the first matchup of the day to qualify Seed 1 in the head-to-head. So that's a pretty big turnaround for them, considering they have been struggling in those head-to-heads. Aside from that, it's going to be Sizz, and it's a map that all of these teams love. We've seen it a lot across the 2 cycles now as we move into the latter side of these qualifying tournaments. We've got one more cycle after this, ladies and gentlemen. Cycle 3. This is really where teams have to knuckle down. If you didn't qualify into this, you're going to struggle going into number 4 because the max points you can get is 100. You've already got teams like KZ, like 4AM, who like 777RS, who have locked in on just dialing their spot. Now it's just a competition. If you didn't get in that top side, you're going to struggle. However, we could see upsets. We've got new teams on the block. We've got PSAD. We've got the return of Mame under that new name as Hanabi. Things are open. The doors are unlocked, Hyper.
It really is unlocked, and roster changes and changing up formats is also another thing to talk about. Take 4 Angry Men. They were running, and they haven't really changed much of it, but they're running Ghost, Sick, Care, and as their top 3. But have you noticed, we've got Brave. Brave, yeah. Well, let's just highlight. That ain't just Brave. Ladies and gents, that's DRG TGM26 player Hathaway. Now on that roster. Came in as a sub and took over Care's position, and it works. It works so well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get into it. Game 1 of Cycle 3, TGM26 APAC Online Qualifiers. We're kicking things off very swiftly with KZ being shown the door by 4AM early. Yuki, Huli Rice taken out of the equation. 4AM walking down the competition right now. But Hyper, something to note while things have slowed down a little bit off screen. A skirmisher left not much of them to be desired. Full wipe there for Haibu in the opening moments of this matchup. The recent changes, Season 11, we're going to speak about it now before things kick off too much. We've seen a lot of nerfs and buffs. Interesting to see that Brave is still running the 93R. It's still a very relevant pick, but it was nerfed. It received an ammo buff and a damage nerf because it was being picked so much. But the KS, which you will see pretty much in the hands of every single heavy in the lobby, it is insane now. It was already good, 100 damage, up to 110. Everyone's running it. HHL, HHM is like the new meta. It was HLL or HML as the preference, but it is now double, heavy, and whatever you choose to fill for healing. That seems to be the new norm.
It is the new law. Everybody's loving it. This heavy is such a damaging class that you have to run it nowadays. I want to highlight that this fight between 4 Angry Men and King Zero has been going on throughout. And a full wipe hasn't been successful from either side. Right now, Brave down and dropped, so a disadvantage from 4 Angry Men from the upper hand they originally had, and it's left to Ghost. And we've gone from 4 Angry Men being as dominant as they were going into the top 16 to on the back foot, almost like King Zero just had deja vu, remembered what happened.
Yeah, we have had some changes as well to utility, so maybe not going to see as many winch claws present. As you can see, no winch claws in this matchup. It was nerfed very heavily. A quick wipe there onto 4am. KZ answering back with their own. Busel finding some for himself as well, with Lot attempting to make something happen. I love you, cleaning up what was left of 000. It's now just Busel for Haibu. Latte does coin back in. It's an attempted steal now, but the KS, this is why everyone's using it. So close. Latte now the last available person to try and stop this. Indeed he will, just in the right amount of time. And a skirmisher, they're going to lose out on their chance at B. Off for a soft reset. Haibu, they've cut me off, but they've given us a good reason to do so.
Yeah, timing was perfect. Latte, the savior, their guardian angel that looked upon them, coming in last second, stops the steal from coming through. But even if that steal did go through, I would not be surprised if Latte had that covered. We switch to the other side. Our top two heavy hitters going at each other with brute force. Steal tries to go through from 4 Angry Men. A brilliant pick from Brave, able to get rid of one. Still the mesh shield's out, and the steal's going through. Nothing to slow these guys down, and 4 Angry Men, they stepped off. They stepped off briefly, and that's going to allow King Zero to hop in down to Yuchi, left alive. Brave versus Yuchi, battle of the lights. Who could get the top of dog? No, Ace Skirmishers come into play. They just can't get the steal to come through. Wow, we're getting things kicked off early.
That was insane. That was a free-for-all. That was pretty much all 4 teams getting involved there on that box. And it was a pretty good stagger. You've got to give them that. They had the ability to go for it. Why not? Everyone's going to get involved. This is, as we said, Cycle 3 is where things really start to dial in the difference of who's going and who isn't. And teams really have to lock in on that. A small fight here. 4am losing a couple early. Ace Skirmisher, they'll get a full reset. Nothing much to comment on there. But before I abruptly cut off before by Haibu. Yeah, the changes. Winch completely nerfed, not being bought at all. Teams opting for Mesh Shield over the COS, which makes a lot of sense. Some teams will still run that Winch Claw purely for the box maneuverability, manipulation. But we're not seeing it here. Might be an EU NA thing. The teams still prefer to bring it, but we are definitely seeing a lot of that KS gameplay. Pretty much most heavies present are running it. I did see one BFR Titan, I think in the hands of a Skirmisher. I love you, possibly the one running that one. But teams then mostly picking the light for the glitch grenades. If you're using those double mesh shields, you can have 2 domes, 2 mesh shields. You need those glitch grenades.
Of course, you've got to note as well, removal of one of the dashes is very quickly. Ace Skirmishers get wiped off the rip. King Zero, well, they've actually got 2 teams who are eyeing them up. Haibu coming into this battle as well, as they so desperately want to ensure that nobody of China goes through early doors. So Steel starts to come through, and it's only Yuchi left alive. No surprise, not wanting to fight this. Allow the Steel to go through, reset, and replan how you attack this, because yeah, okay, Ace Skirmishers did the early damage, but Haibu really solidified that Steel to say, hey, this is ours, bug off, we want control.
It's interesting days, Hyper, but mostly King Zero now have to play catch-up. That glitch grenade, perfect. Mesh shield's down, but that KS, so much damage onto Yuki. He's punished. He has to give up for the time being, but will finally be taken out. It now just leaves Whaley Rice and Aegon on their own, chasing down what's left of Busel. He will finally be punished as well. 000 there. Will they have time? They do have one that can deny. Glitch comes out, dive on in with the invisibility. Everyone's there trying to keep him alive, but no, just the right amount of damage is done with the help from Latte on that mesh shield. They'll be able to defend for now. Haibu find their second. KZ still in good contention, finding that top second spot. They might even get the wipe here. Again, taking out a little bit extra cash on the board, but with that wipe, if a Skirmisher can find their vault, they will take second. It will be a kill race. It'll be pretty close. But, Hyper, that is a pretty decent start. Invisibility, another thing I want to highlight. Lot losing his life there, unfortunately. Out of position away from his team, a little bit too far away. Skirmisher might actually be in a little bit of trouble here after losing him. But invisibility, huge. A small nerf, but still very, very much in the meta.
It is the strongest for the lights, absolute strongest, and I find it funny how Lot B just went for the tap on the vault and then realized this wasn't a good idea, but a steal going through from 4 Angry Men will get stalled. Only a few seconds left, and this is exactly what Ace Skirmishers want to see. It's kill race territory for King Zero, so the fights still have to go through, and guess what? King Zero are amongst this, are on the other side, not fighting this at the moment.
They need to do something. They can't sit. They're $1,000 in the lead, which isn't a great deal. That does help, considering that Ace Skirmish just had a full wipe. So they lost a little bit of cash there. 15% of their total volume, unfortunately, means that they are going to be underneath. I don't imagine that'll be too much of an effect at this current moment, considering that we do still have a minute of gameplay, 2 boxes yet to be run. They are in play. 5 is on the way towards B. 6 has just been opened, and that's going to be pretty much instantaneously plugged here by Haibu. But we look towards the scoreboard. 4am with the plug now are looking to take top spot. A full wipe's going to hurt. That still leaves them there. They will lose it to a steal from a skirmisher who are going to be gunning for that spot now. Haibu stays in second. This is going to be a close one for our first game, Hyper.
Smart from Haibu. They're wanting a forced double. That's their goal, or at least throw it away into the abyss. 22 seconds left. That's all they need to do of hogging this final vault. They're going to do that with ease, and all focus will look at Ace Skirmishers for that final spot. And it said Haibu qualifying into the next round, so they're happy. They're wiping their brow. 000 also getting the information. Question is, who do you choose to go through? Because that's Haibu's responsibility. They can now decide who do they want to go against. Do they want to face against Ace Skirmishers, or do they want to go against one of these Chinese teams?
It's very dependent on if they get involved at the right or wrong time. If they go too far too fast, they're going to give away that ability that they have to dictate the pace. Losing 2 players as well. 000 is holding on to that vault, which means he can be relatively safe for a fair while, but it's going to be an attempted steal here. They have to try and defend. It's not enough damage. The KS has a very slow TTK, especially if you're going up against a heavy, which means they're going to lose their opportunity to do so. But here comes KZ. They want a piece of the pie. They're trying their luck as well, but Haibu, they're coming into grief. Busel's back now as well. Ace Skirmishers still hold on to this vault, even though they are not present in this fight. It's just 4am, but I think they've clocked that. They're going to go for the steal, completely uncontested unless Busel can do something about it. No, 4am have got it. They're going to lock in first. Haibu walk away with second. Ace Skirmisher push down to fourth, and KZ, the Chinese Kings, they're going to walk away with third.
Whoa. Ace Skirmishers, if they hadn't have been wiped, they would have been able to hold that off. It was clear as daylight. Haibu wanted Ace Skirmishers with them going into the next cash out. But, well, when you lose your lives a little too early, that assist, that control does not help. And constantly, Haibu was running with 1 man at that final cash out. Ace Skirmishers dropped like a feather, well, dropped like a pound of bricks more than a feather. They went down quickly, and in doing so, well, King Zero had an opportunity. Wasn't enough, but 4 Angry Men saw the opening, slid into their DMs, and said, you know what, boys? We want next round.
Yeah, and look, we can't really blame them. Busel, an amazing game from him. 11 kills for himself, 5 deaths. Running the heavy, we didn't expect much else. Latte, 3 to support. Everybody else is sort of in the middle. 4 to 6 across the board for the remaining players. Brave being the only outstanding one with 7, as well as Yuchi. But aside from that, Hyper, a relatively straightforward game. I think we expected that one to be relatively close. Top 3, there's only 3,000 between them. And that is purely based on the fact that they just didn't wipe as much. You had Haibu, 000 off in Narnia, just protecting that box for the longest time. Didn't get involved until he really had to at the end to deny the steal attempts there. But ultimately, a very close one. But that, as we said, was expected. These are some of our biggest hitting teams. You look at the seeding, you look at where everybody's sitting. I mean, KZ, they're the kings right now, currently sitting on top with 175 SP for themselves. Everyone's trying to catch up. Today is going to be the day. 4M, though, they're in great form. Some small roster changes. I'm liking the new look. Things are going a lot smoother for them, just based off that first gameplay. I guess we'll see how that continues throughout the day, but aside from that, pretty straightforward.
Very straightforward, and talking of straightforward, how about this next matchup? Is far from straightforward. 777RS, DRG, PSAD, and our good renamed Team Mame to Hanabi. That is going to be yet another close game. Of course, the top two, 777RS, DRG, are the expected rosters to go through, but I think the talk of the tale is PSAD. This Thai team has come out of nowhere. Okay, yes, into that top 16, hasn't beaten the top 4, or the top 5 to be precise, but they've shown strength that can fight with these guys, has made each one of the top 5 sweat, that I would really say here that they're in contention of that top 3, which is what's needed to get to the Grand Major come closed qualifiers.
Realistically, anything can happen. If KZ have 2 absolute flop cycles, this one and the next, and one team comes out of nowhere and wins 2 straight firsts in a row, that's 200 SP right there on the board. Mind you, it's very doable. Whether or not they actually do it, I'm not too sure. However, aside from that, we're going to move forwards. 777RS, DRG, PSAD, and Hanabi. Previously a Mame. Some big names. We know them. We love them. Fortune Stadium is where we are going to go for this one. No more Sizz for now, but I'm sure it will come round again in the very near future. It usually does. It comes back. But aside from that, Hyper, great game 1. I will highlight, though, APAC seems to finally be following meta. Every other cycle prior to this, we have had a mixture of bits and bobs, odds and sods, everything under the sun. We've had weird picks, we've had great picks, we've had people using BFRs, we've had KSs before it got buffed, we've had all sorts of things. We had M11s, we had the MP5, but now it is LH1, 93R, KSs, and the odd BFR. Mind you, 1 BFR. But aside from that, APAC, for the first time in the world, I swear to God, is actually on meta.
They're finally conforming to what everyone else is doing. But at the same time, like, it comes back to that age-old question. Is meta the thing you need to do? Because you look over to the Americas, look at Auntie Goo Boys. They 100% don't follow meta, yet they're still a strong team that you fear. So that's why we've always liked... Is that an M60 that was pulled out?
M60? I did see that, whether or not that's the case.
You were saying?
Yeah,
you were saying we're following
back,
meta.
APAC. I've missed you. It's been about 3 seconds. I missed you, but welcome back. Possibly an M60 pick here for 777. Mograsom, though, I'd imagine is definitely going to be sticking to that KS. Loves his up close and personal, an average SA enjoyer. However, they're going to lose Sirius early here in this altercation. DRG not wanting to be too friendly right off the rip, doing some great damage. Charger Slam also coming out of a pocket pick here for... Well, 4, funnily enough. Trying to find 1. Eshe does manage to get away. Mograsom now choosing to go for the contestation. That's going to be a wipe for them. A close one, though. Eshe quite low. Mograsom low. Ultimately, Eshe swapping off the light, I want to highlight, going onto that heavy side for the double heavy.
On the other side, PSAD winning their opening battle against Mame, and that will be a good confidence boost for this Thai roster to kick things off. From what we saw, well, pretty standard for 777RS. Nice, quick, clean, get it all done and dusted. However, Sirius probably not very happy the fact that the RPG was the thing that got him off the rip. That's probably not the way you want to go. For Fortune, close quarters, quick, fast, rotation galore. If there is a slight element of offset here, you can guarantee all 4 teams will line up at 1 cash out. Thankfully, none of that here, as the opening frag into the second attack will be on the side of PSAD. as DRG are looking to attack them this time.
I will highlight, I've heard some things as well about this robot skin in the Battle Pass having a smaller hitbox, hence the heavies running it across the board so far today, minus Mogusom. So maybe we'll see if that makes much of a difference. I don't really know if it does or not. I did hear that in the DGen forums in regards to people saying funny things. But aside from that, it's going to be a quick kill here for P-Sud. They can find one. The opener on to Hanabi. They lose two quickly. They find another, though. Riku goes down. Mid-start, now the last alive, as both teams opting to go for a reset, as a third has joined the fray. DRG are here. They're going to go for a very quick steal while both teams are off licking their wounds. And now it's a game of defense for them. They also have the high ground, a gateway there that they will deal with very swiftly. Quick little glitch grenade out. Problem has been solved. Mesh shields up in hands, mixed with that charge and slam. It's going to be a difficult one for the retake here for both sides. Hanabi and P-Sad both now in a pretty tough position, considering that they don't have height and they don't really have enough utility to deal with that height. They have no goo grenades on the board, and they've lost a player each respectively. Marmay and Midstar both going down. Revive's coming out, but is there going to be enough time?
Will be enough time to if they can stick that steal, but again, it's the charge and slam that gets the stall. It's been a powerful tool, and it will be DRG's first, and they will say thank you very much. Wipe from P-Sud. Hanabi able to get the cleanup crew to come in, but it's a tad too late. DRG just demonstrating why they are number 2 right now. They're demonstrating that they are capable to hold the fort even when 2 other teams are looking at the barrel of them and want to do damage at them.
It's a difficult position to be in an instance like that. P-Sad and Hanabi both having such a great fight on screen. A crazy shot there from Mogusom, mind you. Niku just absolutely deleted from out of nowhere. Support coming in for Mogusom. He is unfortunately taken out. Sirius isn't quite close enough to Eshe to keep him alive. He might find one for his troubles, but I imagine he's not very long for this world. Midstar hunting him down, but hang on a minute. KS, he's got to keep single feeding these shells in. Goes invisible. They can't see him anymore. Is he going to get the wipe? Midstar's 1 HP. He's managed to walk away with it, but it's Mogusom coined in just before Sirius goes down. They're going to get the full reset. Eshe's back as well. And off screen, we've got P-Sad and Hanabi going at it again with DRG keeping themselves in this fight as well as a constant third party. Things are interesting on this side of the map.
It really keeps getting chaotic upon chaotic. P-Sud having to hard reset themselves as most of their totems over at 777 RS. You ask yourself the question, do you do what happened to you the last round? Do you go and double up? And DRG, once again, looking to get that steal to come in, but Hanabi, the glitches landing, forcing DRG to step away. DRG's really desperate for that steal. Sorry, DRG got the steal. I didn't even see that flip come through. So they can step away and take control of the whole situation. And Hanabi, well, this is difficult for them. They don't have height.
I was about to highlight, this is pretty much the exact same. This is a great shot. Thank you, Mr. Observer. Someone give this guy a raise. Perfectly outlining what is going on right now. Each team spread across these floors. You've got Hanabi in the middle of everybody, sandwiched with the Vault now going down to the bottom floor. DRG are in the perfect position. They forfeited height, and they're just letting everybody fight. P-Sad and Hanabi are just really going at it outside with a sprinkle of DRG in the mix as you see everyone start to converge towards this site, because P-Sad don't want to let Hanabi have it. DRG don't want anybody to have it. So everyone's just going to keep fighting. DRG only have to deny for a small time. Schwei's back in on a coin. 4 is down and in amongst it. All he has to do is deny. He does have the KS. Goo Grenade's going to do it. That's enough. Everyone's cleared it. Now everyone's coming for a piece. They're all going to go at it once again. And Hyper, it doesn't matter. Time is in their favor. DRG walk away with it. They ultimately clean up the kills as well. P-Sat and Hanabi both wipe with minimal coins remaining. Highlight, mind you, on that right side of the screen, I'm seeing 1s. It's not looking good for the late game.
Double up, double up, double up. It's the only way these bottom 2 can really have a strong chance of guaranteed success. I think commentators and maths don't go in the same sentence, but I don't think it's enough especially when it's me doing it. I don't think it's enough to get a split and both teams to upset 777RS and DRG. I think them two are safe. And guess what? DRG's just added an extra 1,000 to their name because of the plug. And 777RS would love to add 1,000 of their own as Eshe and Mugwasan will open things up. And YTR is going to drop to the floor. Hanabi won't have control. All they need to do is split and they are safe. Well, they're safe nonetheless, no matter what happens in this situation. PSAD, it's a bit too far for a kill race. You'd be looking at 3 wipes.
Yeah, 2.
And they have to do it.
Yeah, they'd have to knock DRG down as well. That's also saying that they successfully win this vault, which, statistically speaking, so far in this matchup, they've struggled to do. But it has pretty much been a constant 1v2. They have had a lot of outside contention from multiple teams at multiple times, which it's hurting. It really is hurting. They had a very good run in the top 16. As we said, they finished 6th. It's not like they got bottom side. They did, well, I mean, they did technically, talking about it like that. But it's not the worst outcome. Absolutely melting one, diving in, great RPG, some good damage. KS and Melee to follow, trying to find these kills as quick as they can, but the H-Infuser keeping them alive. PSAD are just dropping like nothing. Mesh does go up, but is it enough? Riku does try to recoup the losses, spots the last member of Hanabi, will manage to find it as well as a reset, but this is going to be difficult as everybody again once more starts to converge off screen. DRG uncontested. They've got one member just hanging out by the vault, and you look at the map, everybody else is over on B. Hanabi's been wiped, but everyone else that's alive is getting active right now for this final vault. Is it going to be enough? But it's actually going to be an attempted steal. Not going to go through. PSAT have denied it. They want to hold on to it for a little while, but it was 777RS trying their luck. They just want to lock in second a little bit more.
They want to make sure that nobody else can even hinder a chance at first, because they sit preliminarily in first. Well, actually, I say that. No, we did see DRG was able to quickly overtake, but now you can see there is an opportunity for PSAT. They're able to get one more chance, but it would be a 37-second steal, and it is all Hail Mary.
This is going to be good. Well, that's why 7RS wanted it.
About to say, DRG might allow it. If they can keep the kill race above, they might allow this to go through, and they are allowing it to go through. They're happy for it to go through as the steal does get denied, as it is just 1, 2, 3, 4 under the name of DRG. They continue to add to the feed. 10 seconds left. The steal has to come on now. No one is hopping on. It's a tad too late. 777RS. DRG will make it through into the next cash out.
I do want to highlight there Mogwasom and Co. 777RS absolutely playing that to a T in terms of strategy. They didn't dive it. They didn't need to in that team fight. Everyone else just let them clear the room out and then let's pick up what's left. As long as no one's stealing it, they're not too bothered. DRG were the same. They at least had one person left on the board to lock in that cash out. But aside from that, 777, they just didn't get involved. They'll take the kills. It's extra cash. Thanks very much. But it's why they attempted to go for that box on the other side of the map. If they could get it, it's an easy lock in for either first or second. You don't have to worry. But then they have to go to that next vault. They really have to play defense for DRG because they want to protect that second place. They did it perfectly. They had 2 alive at the end. They realistically could have jumped on it. There wasn't enough time, but they could have if they really wanted to, insult to injury. Who knows? But aside from that, a great game across the board. No outshining players anywhere else. Highest kills going in favors of Sarangi. But aside from that, business as usual. We keep saying it. That's what we expected. Our top 2 teams, or at least 2 of our top 4 teams, doing really, really well, locking in their spots, 55 and 35,000 respectively. Hyper, an amazing game. We go forward into our first upper bracket cash out match. Find out who goes forward from there. 4 AM DRG 777RS. And I can't exactly remember who else qualified from that first one.
Haibu.
KZ, I think. Haibu qualified.
I got you.
Thank you so much. But yeah, going to be a good upper bracket match for the first set of our upper bracket matches today. That one pretty good. I think the first one was probably a little bit more hectic, though.
Yeah, I think it is a lot more hectic, a lot more uncertainty within the first match. The second one, a lot of it was 777 RS getting, and I will use and say, lucky. Because DRG, Pisad, Hanabi weren't bothered at fighting 777 RS. Instead, just by the pure slightest offset, it made more sense to attack DRG's site and converge and third party on those. That allowed 777 RS basically to put their feet up. Yeah, okay, they had to fight for the initial vault, they had to fight for control of the first part of the cash out, but 9 times out of 10, they're sitting very, very relaxed with their feet up and enjoying a good old pina colada or whatever you Aussies drink. Foster's?
It's definitely not that. It's going to be a VB or a Carlton Dry at the beach. I'm just putting that. I'm putting you on there. We don't drink pina coladas, mate. If it isn't yellow, we're probably not drinking it. But aside from that, an amazing matchup to kick us off. 2 great games for Cycle 3, but you can tell the difference between previous weeks. We are a region that definitely enjoys getting active, hopping out, airing out the room, as many kills as you can. But this week, it's looking completely different on Playday number 3 here. We have teams going for the safe bet. Everybody is on meta. We've got no weird picks. Excuse me. Everyone's here. But this is where it matters now. From this point forward, these next 2 cycles are it. You don't get any other chances. And for any new teams, especially for PSAD, you want to be pushing towards that top end of the spectrum. Top 3 is where you need to be. If you can knock those teams down, KZ, Haibu, DRG, if you can get those guys out of the equation somehow, some miraculous way, if you can dethrone China, you've got a chance. And we have seen airs of that today already. KZ not making our first upper bracket round of cash out. Same as a Skirmisher. Yes, they're on the lower end of the spectrum. Still a very respectable team. Hanabi, a rough start. I will say, Mame has seemed to have fallen a little bit out of their grace from the last time we saw them, but you'd expect that with pretty much a full roster change. It's two brand new teammates with the original left at the helm. But aside from that, 2 amazing games of cash out so far, Hyper. Plenty more to come, but we're going to go to our first break of the day, and then we'll be back with match number 3. So grab yourself some refreshments. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more finals in just a moment.
Is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
In the transatlantic landfill, where yesterday's products drift into tomorrow's oceans, Mother Nature tapped out. So we stepped in and did it better. Introducing Tiger Fruit, a delicious treat grown in post-consumer sediment rinsed to perfection. Picked at peak ripeness by the gloves that made it possible, we give you a taste of the past, simulated for the present. Trentilla, real fruit, but better.
Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In third place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chomp, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zap!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our number 1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Holto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Holto, we got your back. Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Holto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Holto, your key to eternity.
Now for our top 3 plays brought to you by Trentilla. Oh, it's a highlight from the Heaven or Else limited time event. How divine.
Holy sweet mercy. That's 5 eliminations.
A glorious play from Bushworty Reed.
Direct turret holds our number 2 spot. They'll need to sharpen their aim if they want to prove they deserve that spot.
That's more like it, Scotty.
It's a start, but I think we all expect more. And there it is. That's a stack of 3 more eliminations.
Another makes 5 in total.
I need more, June.
Your wish is granted.
And the top honors go to Ryan, who's our number 1 play in this episode.
The cash out's underway.
What's going on here?
Oh my! Isn't that the sneakiest of positions to guard their cash out?
I don't know about you, June, but I'd never look out there.
I think you're right, Scotty.
There goes a sonar grenade. And here comes the defense. That steel is stomped on like an empty Ozfuse can.
And it's back to their nest.
That opponent had no clue. And the second steal is shut down within seconds with a team wipe.
Ryan earns that number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. A short break and giving us, as well as the players, a small rest that may or may not be deserved, depending on how you look at the performances from game number 1 and 2. But Hyper, we're looking towards the future for game number 3. DRG, 4AM, 777RS, and Haibu. This is looking very similar to the top side of our leaderboard right now. And this is probably, I'd argue, going to be one of the biggest games today. This isn't David versus Goliath. This is Goliath versus Goliath. This is every big hitter that we have in one place.
I think you're missing 2 Goliaths there. It's Goliath versus Goliath versus Goliath versus Goliath. All of them have a true shot at that golden ticket to the Grand Major. They all can be ranked number 1. But the current ranked number 1 is not in this lobby. And that is the biggest statement to say off the rip. Nozomi Cynadel Great map to choose. Good with range, but a lot of CQB areas that you can get up close and personal. I think this is a true tail map. Like, this is really, really the best map to have this fight on.
Considering the state of everything as well at the moment, no Winchclaw or KS, as well as BFR, obviously. It is probably no better map, I would argue. For the current state of things, maybe Banal would have a very similar play style at the moment with how things are. But a lot of mesh shields and a lot of charge and slams are definitely going to be very good on the zone. You said a lot of verticality to play with, but as you said, a lot of CQB, a lot of those range fights as well. LH1 still very, very strong in the right hands, as well as that 93R. Yes, it did have that small damage nerf, but with that ammo buff, you can shoot for longer. And as a light, I'd argue that's probably a little bit more important as opposed to the TTK, if you can actually just land the shots over that extended period of time. We have seen a lot of XP54s today, though. I will also put that out there, Hyper. We are seeing a lot of mixed matches on the lights, but it is predominantly light. We have had one HML team so far. People are leaning very heavily into the current side of the new meta, which is that double KS, or at least one KS. You have to have one. Highlight 777RS, bring that M60 in that last game. It just sort of depends on what everyone's comfortable with. But once again, Winchclaw failing to make the cut. Charge and slam, mesh shields galore across the board, but it is HHL abundance.
I'm not disappointed the fact we have charge and slam. I think that's such a beautiful ability to bring into play, especially when somebody decides to jump in, dive, and slam everything and get the job done. Initial kerfuffle between 4 Angry Men and Haibu going off between each other, while on the other side, DRG and 777RS is the M11. Hello, that's been a season 10 phenomenon. Well, normally it's KS is the strong weapon here.
Yeah, well, 93R I think is more light side of things, or LH1. You sort of have to pick between the two depending on the map. Great kill, but that Pyro Mine, Busel, it's going to go down to his own Pyro Mine. He does get one with it before it takes him out, but unfortunately punished by his own mistakes. He will be revived very quickly. His team does manage to get the white. 4am are gone, but only for a small amount of time. Haibu will get the tap and ultimately get to run this vault as well, with the first one being plugged by 777RS. We see DRG setting up. They want to try for something here. They're not going to take verticality straight away. They've lost a lot of health. Schwei and Dim both very hurt from the initial altercations. As Sirius looks to come in and collect. Great damage with the M11, but that's the gargoyling in effect. First hand, that invisibility still so unbelievably strong in the state that it is at this current point in time, with Dash being nerfed. Not that anybody was really using Dash a great deal, because invisibility is just so good. The cloak is amazing. We're seeing that mirrored here as well. They go for the drop down. Goo to deny. DRG trying to make a play.
The initial still unsuccessful, but the second time is a charm. DRG has to step away. Too much noise from above, and 777RS are just applying pressure. They're not eating through their utility. They're being conscious of what they're throwing, what they can use to stall. They're using the barrels around you as well to create that similar effect. And it's now forced DRG to reset their attack, to rethink how they approach it. All while this happens, 777RS is maintaining height. They don't have to drop. They don't have to do anything. Glitch goes out. A full commit, a full send is going to go through this time. DRG has to step off for the third time, as Eshe gets a little low. But don't worry, it's all 777RS, and DRG are ranked number 2, both in qualification and in the standings. Wiped for the second time.
It was a decent fight. You got to give them that. Now it's just clean up what's left. Haibu, they do have a vault that they still need to hold on to for roughly 25-30 seconds in the last moments here. A stagger on the other side of the map means that someone may make their way on over. They've only got one person left, and that's 000. Busel does coin back in, but you've got 4 Angry Men and the likes of DRG on the way. It's going to be a difficult one to hold on to, one strong. Busel has made it back, but he's been spotted. 000's taken out quickly. Latte's coined in as well, and this is going to be a pretty free steal here. 4am walk away absolutely unscathed with that vault. Thank you very much. And Highboot, you'll be kicking yourself a little bit there.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving away free steals, particularly for 4 Angry Men. They've been phenomenally strong. And DRG's days are getting worse. I don't know if you just saw in that feed. 777RS is yet for the 4th time taken out DRG. You don't want to be ringing up numbers past 4 of being wiped out by the same team.
It's tough. It is tough. But look, hey, slow starts. It is slow starts. Unfortunately, some teams have been struggling, and I think the thing that we need to keep in mind as well is KS is so quick at wiping. 2 shots onto a light, gone. 3, 4 shots onto a heavy, depending on whether or not you get a headshot, gone. Like, it is a very quick TTK, especially if you're running 2 of them. If both of you hit that shot at the same time, that's a light. Insta-killed. On the spot. And I think that is the thing that's hurting a lot of teams. They're not quite realizing how squishy they are at the moment with that damage buff, but that's why everyone's running that double mesh shield, or at least one, because you have to have that extra cover now moving forward. I mean, you see it there. Shuai got hit once. Dim's been hit by an RPG. Shuai's just been hit 3 times and he's 1 HP. Dim's gone. Shuai's on 1. 4's being hurt. He's going to get 1 for his trouble, but that's a wipe. That's DRG out of the equation. 777RS.
3 teams at the same site. DRG, gets wiped. Now it's down to 2. Haibu decided that they wanted to have a fight at 777RS. I don't know if it was a realization that their third parties hadn't been going well, but definitely worth it. Nearly the steal goes through as Busel gets a good amount of steal time going through, but guess what? Sirius is there. That M11 is flying. It's a flying M11 for sure. 1 left alive as 000 is left alive. Busel just coined in from afar. And this has been defense heaven for 777RS. You can't even fault how good their defense has been.
They're also 3 strong here. You've got to keep that in mind. It's about 20 seconds of play, and Haibu are trying. They're trying their best, but they've got Sirius in a great position. He's found the light. 000's down. That's the healing gone for Haibu. They do have the orb, but is it enough? Not really to keep them on the board for long. Eshe chooses to disengage. Mogwasom's off in Narnia, but he's just making sure that everything goes well with the transaction. Cash goes through. 777RS pocket their second for this matchup. 4am are looking to try and find their own as well. Brave, a little bit of damage. Hathaway finding some, but he's going to be taken out. And again, Shuai, this is what we're saying. KS is just insane. 2 shots onto a light. They're going to get the steal as well. Unfortunately, Sick not quite fast enough. Heavy is good at the moment, but he's not that quick. And they're going to lose it. He's opting to go for the kills. He gets 1. Dim goes down. Goo and a dome shield to keep him in it. Is it enough? But no. Shuai does get him, but they don't get that white bonus. Coins have come out. 4am are back, but they're not going to be at full capacity.
Great stall time from Sick. Needed to, knowing that both DRG and 4 Angry Men are in a kill race. This will decide who's going to go to the final round and fight for your qualification towards the finale. Meanwhile, Haibu running their own game. They've been able to put in the cash vault on their side, and it brings security for 777RS. They're going to see this board. They know now if they don't wipe, they're guaranteed into the finale no matter what.
It's tough. It's hard to tell, honestly. It is pretty close in that mid-ladder board. You've got you've got $48 separating 4th and 3rd right now. It is anybody's game. Mogwason finds Swan. They're just locking in first right now, but they get traded out. 1 gets lost. Eshe finds another. Mogwasom's now left on the screen. Considering he has no more coins, that does make things difficult. It has to be a full wipe. They will find another kill in the meantime, and it is Haibu holding on for the moment, but 4am, they're going to try their luck. They're trying to get it. They're being forced off in every angle. Mesh shield's not enough to cover them. They've got height to worry about as well as people running around on the same level. So they've pushed back for now. But Haibu are in a great spot to just continuously deny. And with no winch being bought, they can't reposition this vault. That's the problem when you don't have a winch. DRG coin back in. 4th is where they reside right now, but it's not a great spot to find yourself in, Hyper. There's not much time left. You're staring down the barrel of a double, possibly, with Vault 6 just sitting close by.
No team wants to take the double, though. The risk of losing half is absolutely horrendous, but the RPG is going to land. Larte's going to find one, but here comes 777RS as they join the fun, as Eshe and Sirius gets involved. 4 Angry Men drop to the floor. Haibu drop to the floor. DRG's the only one left alive, and I don't think 777RS really want DRG into this next round. Dim left alive, and it is a true masterclass from 777RS.
Why not?
Oh,
We'll have it
to
too.
injury.
Why not? Give it to us. Thank you.
Bringing 4 Angry Men through.
Get a double. Why not? Just
Put the
pop
double
it
in. Put the
yeah,
double
go
in.
on. You can have it, mate. That's yours. Thank you very much. That's all she wrote. 78,000 in the bank. 777RS. APAC's one and only hope in Cycle 3. Mind you, one and only hope at all at the top of the leaderboard currently, considering that Altac didn't qualify, Capybara Armadas didn't make it, we didn't see Weekend at Bernie's come back. Guys, this is our last hurrah. They're doing their best, and you've got to give them that. They've done it. They have locked in first. They're going to find themselves a spot in our first match of head-to-head.
Wow, it has been dominant for 777RS, but I guess it comes back to this question, Pro. So, was it right to make that steal? And it comes with a question. Haibu was in this position where they would have qualified into that head-to-head. But do you want Haibu or do you want 4 Angry Men? And I'm going to play big brains here. I'm going to go a bit back towards Cycle 1, towards Cycle 2, and let's go through history. Haibu, when it comes to head-to-heads, have been strong. Korea, their natural process of what they do with the Korean National League and everything they play there. Yeah, they do picks and bans, things like that. But a lot of it is head-to-head. 4 Angry Men, okay, the Chinese final league, very hidden. I'm still trying to find if I can get any footage of them. If anyone is from China, please do tell me the links and I will go and watch it. I'll either get a VPN to change my location to China to watch it, but a lot of what we see is great in this cash out. They're great at these third-party steals. They're great when it comes to the chaos. But as soon as you get to head-to-head, and this is a problem with all 3 teams, DRG, 4 Angry Men, and King Zero, their head-to-heads are not, I don't want to say sloppy, but they're not as coordinated as your other regions. As we know, when you look at EMEA, look at how Americas play. A lot more coordinated, a lot more 3-2-1 push style of gameplay. The Chinese teams is very much, we're here, let's go. Rather than let's set things up, let's open things up, let's find that height 3-2-1 attack. You understand my drift?
I am understanding your drift. Very small highlight there. Sirius 13-1. Just putting that out there. 13-1 with 78k in the bank. That's a pretty big game. But 777RS, 4 AM as used. I was going to mirror exactly what you said. I was waiting for something completely left wing from you. You like to do it sometimes, but you were bang on the money. 4 AM are a team that statistically, on paper, across multiple previous cycles, has been worse at the head-to-head. Yes, they absolutely cooked in the Cycle 3 top 16. They qualified first. They beat KZ. Out left wing, completely left wing. Was not expecting it. But realistically, on paper, they have struggled, really struggled with that head-to-head game mode. And now we're seeing them, they brought them in. They realistically didn't need that steal. But as you said, would you rather take Haibu, who have been a stronger team on paper in that head-to-head game mode, or would you bring 4AM, who have struggled, especially against a different region? China v China, they're pretty good. But China v anything else, they struggle. They do really struggle.
You want me to back that up?
It's APAC. Ping and swing. Get involved. We're seeing charge and slam from these guys. Double KS COS. I mean, there is nothing better than taking it to their doorstep and just hammering them with what you've got. And the KS meta is very much that, especially if you're running that COS instead of the double mesh. They've got the light. They've got Sirius on that light. He just went 13-1. He's hot.
He's strong.
This is going to be interesting.
It will be interesting. I want to, as I kind of rudely interrupted, I do apologize. I'm going to back up the problem with the head-to-head when it comes to 4 Angry Men. Okay, yes, 100% agree. China v China. It is fair game. Anyone can play. They played against King Zero. They beat King Zero in their Cycle 3. But let's quickly remind ourselves of the top 16 Cycle 2. When 4angrymen got their... Yeah, it was. When we look back, the first opportunity 4angrymen had was against Altec, our OCE representatives. They lost 2-1. When they had the second chance, it was against Mir of all teams, a Korean roster. Again, 2-1 lost. And if I remember rightly, 4angrymen took both first cash outs in those games and then got reverse swept as well.
They did.
Only once they faced against Worst Gen, which we love our Indian roster. They are such a great team to watch. Unfortunately, just can't seem to find their way out of that second cash out. They're great at first cash outs. Second cash outs doesn't seem to work. But when they eventually found an opportunity that got themselves into a final cash out against 4angrymen, they did lose 2-0. And that, for me, is a worry statement that I bring forward if I am 4angrymen. Okay, redemption numbers does come back when they went to top 8. They went against Haibu. 4angrymen beat them 2-1, was able to save themselves and qualify back into the upper bracket onto the early stages of Cycle 2. And then, again, back to the streak of losing against DRG, lost, and then didn't see anything else from there. So
yeah, they've statistically struggled, but they have had their moments of glory where they do shine through the clouds. Whether or not that's today, and we're going to see a continuation of that, we'll find out. We will definitely find out. This is going to be a big one, as we've said. 777RS, on paper, a great team. They love this game mode as well, purely based on the fact that they love playing aggressive. We are seeing another swap. It's not quite an M60, but it is a Lewis gun. So we do not have that double KS, but I don't really think it matters. But they have the ability to do range and close up. M11 is being brought back once more in the hands of Sirius, and I think that's a good choice. Last game, that invisibility, just melting it, and his ability to pick off the lights. That's the one downside to this meta that we have to remember as well, Hyper. If you can kill the light, you pretty much have an open door to do what you like, because aside from the healing orb, which a lot of teams are bringing, don't get me wrong, it isn't enough healing per second to keep heavies on the board for an extended period, especially going up against a gun that's doing 110 damage per second. That's why it's difficult. If you can kill that light, you're pretty much in good contention, but the loadouts are looking very similar right now. Double mesh shield on the heavies, lights both running that invisibility cloak. I guess it's just the guns. I'd imagine 4AM are running that double KS. They have been enjoying it so far today. 777, obviously, they got that Lewis gun. They're switching things up a little bit. But meta loadout for Eshe so far. Mogusom, the one who was bringing the different side of it. But at the moment, it's looking like pretty similar loadouts across these two teams. Bar that one choice from Sirius, obviously. From Eshe, sorry.
Rotation looking to push towards A, but Sirius has created a rotation path. I think there's a gateway in place that should help them get across, but they've been stalled. Brave put his own gateway to quickly move 4angrymen, but this is going to be a massive split if you're 777RS. Can Sirius get back into this fight and do damage from an off angle? I tell you what, the off angle probably is working. A little bit of tickle damage, not overly too much because he's from afar. Oh, I say that. Here he is. He's quickly rotated back in, and now you've got all four gone. 777RS. Why are we sweating? Why are we sweating, buddy? They got it covered.
Not the usual APAC slam dunk that we usually see, which is just sort of slamming your head against the wall until something sticks. That was very methodical. And I give it to 777RS. They do have that slight Asian side in the team as well. They got one Korean player, Mogusom, who I guess gives them that insight into this side of the playbook. They do have both, which I guess is good. They have the ability to be aggressive, which we see pretty constantly, to be completely honest with you. They are a team that does still like to play very aggressively. But 4AM don't know really what to do with it. Again, every team that goes up against an APAC team, we have had some really big plays so far in all cycles up until this point by APAC rosters, and it is mirroring of the way that we like to play the game, which is very in your face. Mogwasom's setting up for that backstab with the KS. He's going to come off Mega, wants to try and pick off one in the back, but again, gargoyling from Sirius. He's using his invisibility to try and find the light. He spotted the two heavies. He knows where they both are. They've spotted him, though. A shot's going to hurt. It's going to push him off for now, but look at the damage. Ghost's already half, 6 lower than that. It's just the light. You can't have enough H infuser for both.
Yeah, 4 Angry Men, again, has to slow down. And all that big push, all that rotation, all that information that they've now found completely wiped away because 4 Angry Men has to reset. But however, Sirius drops to the floor.
Oh, free pickup.
Free pickup indeed. It landed right in front of him. Esche left alone, but he... Esche able to stand tall, stand proud, and able to hold the fort. Ooh. The gas working perfectly as Mogwasom will find one. Sirius finds the last 2, and that is first cash out in 777 RS. 1 to go for a top 4 finish and a little bit of dosh guaranteed for the OCE region.
Well, it's a great start. You gotta love it if you're an OCE fan. Not that we are biased on the desk here at all in any way, shape or form, but I'm definitely loving it. We are happy to see it. 25,000. Thanks very much. 4am are straight back into it. They've got 2 more chances, possibly, depending on whether or not they win this next vault, to go forward to a possible 3. But this is going to be an early altercation off a bit of a dodgy spawn. Sirius has been hurt, but it doesn't matter. 6 almost taken out completely. He's going to have to back off pretty fast to try and get some of that H infuser. But it's Esche, the Lewis gun, one of the best damaging weapons on heavy, mind you, in terms of DPS. Aside from the KS, oh my god, Mogwasom, 180 quick fake. Off the backside of the building. Brave is gone. Ghost is now the last alive, and they can hunt him down to their heart's content. They're looking, but it doesn't really seem like they're going to find him in time to deny the coin. They've got him some good damage, but it's not enough to deny that respawn. 10 seconds to kill 2 heavies isn't a lot of time. Glitch comes out, but they've managed to back off. They've got the tap here. They will find Ghost eventually. Brave's going to be back into it at the moment. He's going to coin in. Possibly. No, they're going to opt for the white. And it's smart, honestly, to do it now. Let them run the box. They're not close at all. They have got the tap, though, which makes things a little bit difficult, unfortunately.
Yeah. 777 RS will have time to set up as well. Not a lot of it, but they will have a little bit of time to make themselves happy, make themselves feel comfortable. We stand on the roof of the residential buildings on the CNS side. This, if you're 4 Angry Men, you've got to, these fights have got to be won. You've got to hunt out Sirius, because he has been the thorn that keeps breaking their back. And it's not even just the prick that he is, it is a complete breaking their back. No, I meant the thorn is
that was a bit forward.
Hey. Let's be real. He's being annoying nonetheless as that glitch lands perfectly. KS doing all the damage it can. Raven goes down to 1 bars. Sick also taking a lot of damage himself, and this could be another wipe for 4 Angry Men. I don't think we've seen a single fall from 777 RS. This has been dominant from them.
I was about to highlight that this is some form of masterclass from 777 RS. One of the best head-to-heads we've seen in a long time, purely based on the fact that there is just no competition right now. 4 Angry Men, yes, you had a great head-to-head from yourselves in top 16, but right now, that's not coming out. They wiped KZ 2-0. Thanks very much. But they are struggling to do so much as put a scratch on 777 RS right now. And I think it's just the way that they're playing it. Lots of movement, very fluid, and they're able to play together really well. Not to mention, Sirius has pretty much got this meta down to a T. He's doing exactly what he needs to. A little bit of damage, disappear, but his glitch grenades are on point, and that's the difference maker right now, I think, Hyper. The fact that he is able to deny all utility pretty much consistently. I mean, look at it. Automatically forced off. Yes, they lose one finally. Sirius goes down. Esche as well, mind you. This is looking good. There's an ability, but a KS. He takes the light first. He doesn't need to do much else. Loads the shell. Mogwasom's going to play a little tune, and he's going to walk away with 2 for himself. Not only in kills, but ultimately cash outs as well. Both secured in a 2-0 fashion. That is all she wrote. 777 RS, that was just a stomping. There's no other way to explain that. That was APAC have just come to collect, and collect they did. Not a single cent lost, almost not a single life lost. We didn't get the scoreboard there, unfortunately, at the end. We missed it. It may pop up in just a moment, but I'm going to hesitate to say I don't think 777 RS had more than 3 deaths between them. I really don't remember seeing them on that death screen at all. I think maybe Sirius died twice in that matchup, if I'm wrong. But aside from that, that was just 4AM could not get a single foot underneath them at all in that matchup. Here's that leaderboard coming on, and yeah, 3 deaths, literally 3 deaths. I'm right. 3 deaths between them. That's it. Mogwasom's deathless with 7. Come on, guys.
Wow.
3 kills, mind you, between 4AM. 1 apiece. What do you do?
Nobody goo-barreled on 4 Angry Men. At least we could give some positives there. But it comes back to that age-old saying, when it comes to head-to-head, China struggles. And it just proved here. But gotta give credit where credit is due. 777 RS, it was phenomenal. Look at the dominance they had at the during the cash out with DRG and Haibu in that lobby. Absolute control. They won their vault fights. They then secured their cash outs. Brilliant setup. The defense is phenomenal. I think that's the thing that we really need to highlight here. 777 RS's defense is amazing. They're they're moving around. They've got themselves when they need to rat and hide in small corners. They've got great hiding spots, but then you're really relying on Sirius to be that information gatherer. He has been in positions, particularly look at what we just saw. He was able to get the information on the stairs. What happened to the rest of the team? Slight movements, slight rotations to make the attack easier. And that is how powerful a light can be when that communication is on point. And I think it all stems to communication, the rotation that came from it. 777 RS, have a drink, have a relaxation, because you can watch everything until the finale.
Yeah, you're all the way through, all the way to the end of the day. Like they realistically have to play 2 more games. They play 1 game of cash out and a best of 3. It's not going to be difficult for them for the rest of today. But aside from that, I do want to highlight, I think we have seen every single cycle that we've watched so far. 777 RS have pretty much consistently improved every single cycle. They constantly are getting better to the point where they are now just knocking these top teams out without any real struggle. I mean, 4AM, they're nothing to scoff at. Yes, head to head, But aside from that, great team. They smashing cash outs. They are here for a reason. They qualified seed 1. That's nothing to scoff at. They beat KZ in a head-to-head. But as we highlighted, China v China, the door is open. China v any other region, and that's where you start to see struggles. They've struggled against APAC. They've struggled against India. They've struggled. I say region, I more mean country. But you get what I mean. It's same. And here we are, once again proving the point. But I also like the point that you made previously. Mogwasom in those cash-out scenarios have been dominating. And this is what I'm saying. The constant improvement is very evident in the way that they're playing these matchups. I mean, we have not seen, we may have, but again, in a lower bracket game, possibly even in a loser's bracket game, because Mogwasom, remember, at the start, 777, Team Mogwasom, before they changed to 777 RS in Cycle 1, they were playing in those lower bracket matches. They were going up against our lower seed teams. The game that they got almost $80,000 on a moment before was against 2 of our top 4 teams, as well as a very close contender for that top 4 spot. That wasn't a lower end bracket game. That wasn't a loser's bracket. That was winner's bracket, best of the barrel. And they got 78K. The nearest team behind them was 15,000. And then they've just wiped the floor with 4AM. I mean, Mogwasom, I'm putting it out there, but if they can lock KZ out of the top spot this week and lock in 100 points for themselves, Cycle 4, they do the same. We could be seeing them find a golden ticket from somewhere that realistically they didn't know that they had it in them.
You're going to make me do maths now during this break. I almost guarantee I'm going to be dotting up the
next
the
5
scenarios.
minutes, the calculator's coming out.
I got the pink calculator out and ready. We are prepped. So that's my girlfriend's calculator. It's the only thing closest to me. But no, there is mathematically a possibility, but you are looking, like, I'm just doing like the rough numbers in my head. You are looking at the top 3 to do poorly, though, to get a golden ticket entry. A guaranteed top 5 that will get them advanced into that close qualifiers.
100%.
Very, very,
Easy.
very likely. You would have to see 777 RS absolutely bottle the next cycle, and to see the top 3 not do anything and some lower teams get through and they get to like 100 points or whatever. There are some wild scenarios that would see 777 RS not get into this closed qualifier stages. But for Angry Men, that is the biggest problem, of course. 25 points currently after 2 very questionable attempts in Cycle 1 and Cycle 2. I will say, though, and I want to give some positive light. So I know we have given a lot of negative to what's just happened. For Angry Men are looking far better as a team.
100%.
That roster
that
switch
was amazing.
Bringing Brave, aka Hathaway, in has massively and dramatically changed how that team works.
And they've been really, really good so far. Very quickly, before we head to a break, I want to highlight, we saw the exact same performance from 777 RS in Cycle 2. They qualified straight through to the final round in the first set of matches. They did the same thing, but they beat KZ. It was 2-0. They went through, but they ultimately finished 4th. Hyper. Not a great finish, considering you qualify to the finals straight away, but I guess we'll see if they can pick themselves up where they left off last time. Will they be able to do it? We'll find out momentarily, but we've been told we're going to head to a short break. So hopefully we're back in not too long, and we'll get right back into the thick of it. But until then, catch you in a minute.
Brought to you by Trentila. Oh, it's a highlight from the Heaven or Else limited time event. How divine!
Holy sweet mercy! That's 5 eliminations.
A glorious play from Bushworty Reed.
Direct Turret holds our number 2 spot. They'll need to sharpen their aim if they want to prove they deserve that spot.
That's more like it, Scotty.
It's a start, but I think we all expect more. And there it is. That's a stack of 3 more eliminations.
Another makes 5 in total.
I need more, June.
Your wish is granted.
And the top honors go to Ryan, who's our number 1 play in this episode.
Cash out's underway.
What's going on here?
Oh my! Isn't that the sneakiest of positions to guard their cash out?
I don't know about you, June, but I'd never look out there.
I think you're right, Scotty.
There goes a sonar grenade. And here comes the defense. That steel is stomped on like an empty Ozfuse can.
And it's back to their nest.
That opponent had no clue. And the second steel is shut down within seconds with a team wipe.
Ryan earns that number 1 spot by thinking outside the box. Literally. Congratulations.
See you back here for more Moments of Magic soon, folks.
We know you feel alone, but trust us, you're really not alone. Let Ngimo bring the world a little closer, one element at a time. Breeze through and sign our completely straightforward user agreement about data sharing.
Ladies and gentlemen, once more we delve onto the breach. Myself and the main man, Hyperactive. We got another game for you lined up, and I'm very, 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 very excited. We are going to dive on down into our first losers bracket of the day. I say dive down. We're not really going too far down. There's only 8 teams. But aside from that, we are staring at a pretty decent matchup. I'm looking very forward to it because I want to see these new teams play. We haven't seen much from PSAD. Obviously, we saw them in top 16. Okay, I did unfortunately miss that. However, I watched and they really cooked. We didn't get to see much from them today. Obviously, they played their first one. Didn't go great. They didn't finish at the bottom, though. They did finish third. A very strong third, mind you, considering that Hanabi was lower than they were. Well, a significant bit lower than they were. But we've talked about that. Hanabi, Team Mame, full rework, da-da-da-da. They're missing a lot of the team. Mame is the only one that's really left over. But aside from that, PSAD, KZ, Ace Skirmisher, going to be a good game. But this is very similar in terms of level to what we just saw. Scissorizing, no surprises. They don't want to do anything out of the ordinary because now it is just claw back to where you need to be, especially for KZ. They've got to pick up the pieces. These are our top dogs right now, and they're not in great form being sent down to lower bracket in the first round.
Proto, there's a little bit of ice that we forgot to add. 4th place gets eliminated and will be seeded 8th in this tournament.
That is true.
So there could be, if all the teams think correctly, let's read out the script, okay? King Zero gets bullied by every other team.
Ooh, okay.
And they get knocked out in 8th. We talked about the possibilities of other teams jumping up, taking that 1st place position, going 8th. You're not bagging a lot of points there. Could be a possibility. But we know how powerful King Zero are. The likelihood they're going to be bullied by these 3 teams, a little bit less. I'm not going to say it's going to be perfect, but it definitely will be less than what they expect, because this is King Zero, our #1 in the championship. Yeah, I'd be worried if I was good against them.
Look, they've been in worse situations before and they've clawed their way out. 2nd or 3rd is doable for them at the moment, but 1st is ideal. We're going to jump right on in to our losers bracket. First match of the day. Will KZ make it out of the trenches, or will they continue digging all the way down to 8th? We'll find out momentarily as we dive on in. APAC Cycle 3 TGM Online Series. Our first elimination is now.
Off to the races, the fine gentlemen go. Already vaults have been tapped. No one getting all up close and personal just yet. It's kind of disappointing. I wanted the action immediately. Well, talking of action, there's Yuchi getting a little bit of damage down, and off angles galore. Immediately lowering Ace Skirmishers down to half health, having to dip away from that fight and reposition on a lower ground.
A great position there.
Is that flamethrower?
Flamethrower.
That's a flamethrower
from YTR.
Yeah,
he's found 2 with it as well, mind you. He's taken out 2 quickly as well. Casey lose 1. Ace Skirmisher lose 1. There is a small trade there from Lot, but is it enough? KZ are wiped, and you were saying it. We've read the script. We also have our first winch claw of the day for Mame. He's bringing it out of the box. KZ are wiped. That's our first team gone for this matchup, and I don't think I was expecting it, but realistically, I don't think your script is too out of the ordinary. If these teams choose to bully KZ out of whatever it is that's happening right now, that is going to be a huge storyline make or break for this team, because if they get 5 points in this cycle, mind you, spawn camped right off the rip here by PSAD, if they go 0 for nothing and get 5 points this week, realistically, any team in that top 3 spot, if they get first back-to-back for the next 2 cycles, could knock KZ down out of that golden spot. Well, definitely will knock KZ down out of that golden spot. They'll definitely lose it today. Lockbolt as well. Diving on in, Hanabi getting involved. Ace Skirmisher need to be scared because that flamethrower has already claimed the lives of multiple.
Oh, the fact that there's a flamethrower in general is beautiful to see. I don't remember Hanabi bringing out a flamethrower during the top 16. I'm trying to really dial my brain.
I don't think I saw it.
Yeah, so this is new. This is definitely a strategy that could come out of nowhere. This isn't a new strat, though, hiding up onto the crease of the office buildings. You can jump down from height and immediately ace skirmishers. Oh, they don't fall for it. They're all fully aware of what came from it, but that lock bolt is just beautiful. Not going to do enough, and Steel comes through. Ace skirmishers will jump up to the top. Meanwhile, King Zero able to do their work against Pisard. But again, back and forth in terms of who's dropping, who's coming, who's falling, who's getting the kills on Pisard versus King Zero.
Good bit of back and forth, makes for some great entertainment, but ultimately King Zero are going to continue that. It's in the name. They want to be the kings. They're going to walk away with vault number 1. It was a little rough off the rip, and you got to give it to them. They clawed their way back, but it's only the first vault. It's not worth a great deal, 8,000. And they scale as we go down the path of next vault after next, all the way through to vault 6. At the end, well, if you get that far, you might not see vault 6. You don't know, but it depends. I'd imagine KZ are going to play this one a lot different to what we usually see. They're going to maybe lock in the first 2, possibly a third, and then just play for either kills or a mixture of a third vault. It depends how they feel in this lobby, but so far they have been struggling a little bit in terms of the PvP with PSAD. Is that a big thing we need to worry about at the moment? Not necessarily. They did win Vault 1. That's good for them. But right now, it's just slow. It's business as usual. They're finding kills left, right, and center, though. Agan's got 2 for himself. He's going to get another. Riku. Sorry, Hewley Rice finds that one as Mame are ultimately wiped, a.k.a. Hanabi. A skirmisher as well taken out. KZ and PSAD have flipped a little bit. They're not fighting each other anymore. They've swapped sides. They're going for different teams, respectively.
Good choice for PSAD. Their fight against King Zero is too even. Yeah, you could re-aggress it. You could play the game of insanity, see what you can do from it, and hope that you get the wins. Or you change things up. Get a fresh fight, get a fresh face in front of you, and just feel how that game goes. Of course, PSAD probably, I would, and this is going to be my opinion, I feel the best team to try and dethrone King Zero and force them into that 4th spot position. But at the same time, you've got to think for yourself. If you go for that same fight once again and you don't win it, you're now leaving yourself in the risk of 4th. And on top of that, waiting to the very last winner's bracket before a shot at the finale. So, smart move. Good idea of switching up the tactics.
Well, you might as well. You win the first team fight, you sort of get that ego boost, and then you think, well, maybe why not? Let's give it a go. We've got a medium as well in the mix here as well for Ace Skirmisher, running that HML, and they were the team running it traditionally in our first couple of matches. They lose too quickly. Lot now the last alive. PSAD going for the hunt down, but it looks like they're a lot more comfortable going up against Ace Skirmisher than they were against KZ. Hanabi probably not too happy with the switch, considering that they have definitely struggled with every team, but going up against KZ is going to be even more difficult than what we've seen already in these matchups between the two. Aside from that, they're making a good effort. YTR taking some early damage, but having that flamethrower really does cut their options in half. They can't get close without taking a lot of damage, and then ultimately, if they can't get close, they can't do any damage. They will attempt to go for a steal here, but the dive on down, one trying to get involved. Great glitch barrel there, does a lot of denying, and they lose 2 in the process. YTR the last alive. A skirmisher have come over for a piece of the pie.
Why not go for a last second steal, see what damage you can do. Again, a glitch grenade being perfect as Yuchi finds a double. I was going to make comment about how Yuchi's been finding these hot angles today, and wow, he just continues to get almost, as I said last time we were here together, almost feels like he's playing Siege with those pinpoint accuracy angles that he finds.
He's just so out at left pocket that people don't expect it, especially with that invisibility. I mean, that LH1 as well, just headshot damage galore, even normal damage. I mean, you hit people with enough of those, and there's not really much they can do about it. KZ standing strong on that roof. Some great information being fed by Yuchi. Will get that glitch grenade off, but spotted by Midstar. RPG and one shot from that KS is enough to remove him from the equation. And KZ now left in a pretty rough position. They've done some good damage, but they don't have that fast healing that they need to keep him in the fight. The Dome is doing great work at keeping them up. Mesh shield, sorry. And as well as paired with that healing orb, but it's not enough. They are going to wait for the teammate to come back. Going to get a little bit of time in their pockets to back off and go for that soft reset off the back of a coin. But PSAD have shown that they are able to push KZ off this box when required. And they're going to take first spot now, pushing them down to second. We'll see if they can go 1-for-1 in the team fights.
Wrong
yeah,
move.
I think it is, but we'll see. They might be able to do it. They seem to have the ego. They're definitely locking into the fact that they want to take this fight. And they're confident in doing so. So you've got to give them that. Maybe the confidence is the difference maker.
Sorry, my wrong move wasn't from what you were saying.
Okay.
I confused you a little bit. No, well, I agree with what you're saying. What you're saying is correct. I think this is a good opportunity to fight them. I think it's definitely worth it. Wrong move was Hanabi. Why did you split? You needed to double. There was absolutely no way of winning this. Well, I guess we'll see what they could do. If they can get some wipes on PSAD and King Zero, hey, maybe something comes from it. I love you getting a little punch in the mouth of YTR and no more flamethrower for this round. Still can start to go through, but you have to surf this thing as it goes down. Not one, not two, but how about all three floors? As Mame snipes from a distance. And this cash out has just got 10 times harder from where it was before.
You got to remember, this is still important. This isn't like that, oh, okay, we get fourth, we go again in losers. This is, you get fourth, you are gone. This is why both teams are fighting so hard right now. KZ finding one. They take down a member of Hanabi, Mame, removed from the equation. But KZ are here just to deny. They're happy letting PSAD take first because all they need to do is lock in their own position. If they get second or third, they're happy. They don't want anything weird to happen. But as you said, considering that they've staggered, they don't really need to get involved because they've made it difficult for themselves. No one's going to leave this vault to go over towards PSADs. It's just gone through the cash out. Now, it's all going to come down to that final 15-second rush at the end here where everyone's going to try for B. It doesn't need to be KZ or PSAD. They just need to deny. Hanabi can take it as much as they want. A Skirmisher can have it even if they need to, but you'll notice no one from PSAD or KZ is really getting involved at all. It's just a battle of the best right now. Hanabi, one left strong. They'll get the cash out. They'll keep themselves in it, but unfortunately for Ace Skirmisher, that's going to be the end of your Cycle 3, and that was a quick one.
Ace Skirmishers, again, going out early in this tournament. I have to quickly remind myself who was the first team go. Yeah, Cycle 1, where the Ace Skirmishers was here before. Yeah, they went out 8th.
Yep.
So, deja vu. But it's still top 8 in APAC region. You can't say no to that situation. So keep your heads held high, boys. You fought well, unfortunately.
And you qualified.
You qualified, but you just got burnt to the ground by a flamethrower.
Yeah. There was a little bit of that. It was an interesting pick. And to be honest, I think it somewhat worked. It wasn't amazing. I mean, 5 kills is nothing to shy at, considering nobody else in the lobby really got much higher than that. 2 6s on the side of KZ, but that's it. Yuchi and Huli Rice getting their respective kills. But aside from that, 5 with the flamethrower is really not that bad when you consider that it's a flamethrower. In a world of heavy KS that is absolutely running dominant through all scenes of competitive right now, whether it's local, whether it's international, you're just seeing KS across the board, KS light. And the fact that, ironically, our HML roster were the ones that were sent home, I don't know if that is something to speak about the current meta or not, Hyper, but it seems to be telling of the tale to some degree. That is a bit rough. HML representation gone for Cycle 3, at least for now, unless some team chooses to pivot onto it, possibly in a head-to-head. We don't know, but right now, it's gone. Maybe not for good, but at the moment, it is. The flamethrower prevails as much as we didn't expect it to. And Mame hold on. It was close, though. They've struggled. They're continuing to struggle. They couldn't win their fights at all in that match, but it just came down to that last 10, 15 seconds. As I said, they just had to hold on to that vault, and they had help from everybody. And I can't really blame KZ or PSAD for just letting them keep it. They didn't need to get involved at all. But we go forward into our next head-to-head, and it is going to be PSAD taking on KZ. Do we see a China upset here? Head-to-head, KZ have usually been pretty good, but they've been losing recently in their head-to-heads.
Yeah, an upset is not off the table. Of course, you have to remember, winning this grants you straight back into that winner's bracket position, immediately gives yourself a chance during winner bracket round match 2 to go straight for it, to get yourself into the finale. So King Zero so desperately wants to make it through, but I'm with you in the sense of the question mark under King Zero. King Zero, in terms of their final round attempts, are stronger. They're probably the strongest out of the 3 Chinese regions, and clearly shown, hence why they have won. Cycle 1, they did a phenomenal job of coming 3rd in Cycle 3, but coming into this, there's something telling me that the upset's here in today. There's too much. There's too much lore. There's too much lore on the outside of esports that says upsets are waiting to happen.
It definitely could happen. I see no reason why it wouldn't, considering that PSAD have had a really good swing at an attempt for this top side of it. I mean, they qualified. You got to give them that. They qualified. And yes, you know, it wasn't in top form. It wasn't first. It wasn't second. It was 6th, you know, realistically. But on paper, they had a pretty decent top 16 cycle. It's not like it was the end of the world. They went up against KZ a couple of times. We do have history between the two in terms of head-to-head. The last time we saw these guys go head-to-head was in that top 16 for Cycle 3. It was in match 4, or round 4, should we say. And it was a 2-1. So it went the distance. We had all 3 vaults. KZ ultimately came out on top, though, and then henceforth qualified in Seed 4. But when we move forward down the line, we saw them take on Hanabi 2-0. Then they qualified for Seed 6. So they had a bit of a rough cash out in between those 2 games, possibly a mental thing after losing that cash out head-to-head. But aside from that, I'm honestly expecting a decent matchup. If we've seen these guys go 1-2 with a full 3-vault split, I don't see why PSAD wouldn't possibly walk away with the victory here, let alone a very close match. I mean, given that history has already shown us that they can do it, do we see them do it here again?
I feel this could be very map dependent as well. I feel PSAD, give them a bit of range, give them a bit of movement, they're going to be fantastic. Give them a Banal, give them a Las Vegas, they thrive. You give Fortune to King Zero, then we start to see them step up and become more a dominant force. And it does beg the question, I'm trying so desperately to rattle my brain. I think I might have enough time to quickly work out what map they played against in that match 4. Give me 5 minutes, I will find out.
But while he does that, so anybody want to put some bets on who's going to win this? I personally think that PSAD does have a very good... I'd say it's honestly 50-50. It's doable, considering that they have that history of a 2-1. They seem to be very good, relatively, in that head-to-head gameplay. It's doable. It's very, very doable. And considering that they are playing the same kind of meta that KZ are, the only difference that I will highlight is that KZ have been that top runner team for so much longer that PSAD have a lot to step up to on the plate. It's not going to be free. It's not going to be easy pickings. However, we saw them taking these fights in that last game of Cash Out, and ultimately, yes, KZ disengaged. They opted to go and gatekeep the final vault. I don't blame them, to be completely honest, but there were times where PSAD were winning those fights. They were taking those initial engagements. They were spawn camping them, for Christ's sake. There was so much in terms of effort being made by PSAD that they were chipping away at Goliath very, very slowly. We're going to return straight back into it, though. Another match here on SIS for what could be Peacead's uproar here against KZ. They have tap in their favor. Vault 1's going to be theirs to kick things off, and Yuchi and Co going to be making their way in slowly behind to contest Vault number 1.
So just a reminder, because I forgot the rules briefly, whatever map you play on the previous cash out, you play next in the head-to-head. And talking of play next in a head-to-head, Proto, it is a full rematch. The last time they faced against each other, it was a 2-1 on Sis Horizon. So we are going back to the business, going head-to-head, seeing if there can be a turn of events. Yuchi gets the first, Midstar finds a trade to go back at them. And now comes that stalemate. Heavy versus a heavy light. We know Yuchi's quite dangerous if you leave him out in the open for a bit too long. A little bit of tap damage, but has to run away. Thankfully, all 3 are back on their feet. Well, all 6 if you want to be precise. It's just seeing who is going to drop and where can you push to make this damage work.
Peacead were in a really good spot considering they found the opener there, especially on one of the heavies, but unfortunately they couldn't find Yuchi, and they're now struggling to land some shots. Peacead have also lost someone in the moment. Make it 2. Raikou, now the last alive. He's going to maybe get away with a totem, but realistically, wiping here is probably the smart idea. He's going to go for 1. You can't really blame him. He's going to not ultimately get it in the end at all anyway. Agan does survive. They will be able to go for that full reset here, as Peacead are ultimately now waiting on the respawn. It's not the worst start, and to be honest, I thought they were going to win that initial altercation. They had 1 down, they had really low HP on Yuchi, they were really in that driving seat, they had the seatbelts on and everything, but just couldn't quite capitalize enough on the low HP. They couldn't find the kills they needed to, but they're going to actually intercept here before 1 even gets plugged. Riku has given them the ability to get there quick. It is going to go in, unfortunately, before they can get too active on the point. But, saying so, they're here. They're ready to play.
Not a strong RPG. Bit of a waste. Trying to use it at range. You want to be going at a downwards angle to get the most efficiency out of the RPG, but now you're all close personal. Again, trades back and forth. We're seeing this time and time again. King Zero getting those opening picks, but as it continues to go through, Holy Rice will say thank you, sir, as it got all too close and personal. And this really is turning into a bit of a grudge match. I don't know if they heard us say about the revenge story.
Oh, I'm going to float it out here. It was close, but it wasn't quite Busel. Julie Rice.
No. You don't even get airtime anymore. I'm kicking you off the desk for that.
Hey,
that is
as
terrible.
I said, it was close, but it was no Busel.
Don't repeat it.
It was a clutch. It was a clutch. You got to give him that. Head to heads. It's everything's at stake here. Peacead especially. I mean, come on. KZ, our top dogs, they're in our lower bracket head-to-head match right now. Who would have thought that this is what we were going to be seeing in Cycle 3? But it is, mind you, Peacead kicking things off. They want to try and get Yuchi. They've spotted him. They know where he is. Midstar keeps going down really early in these fights, and it's hurting them. It's hurting them a lot. Losing that heavy quick isn't great. They've managed to lock in a kill for their own. They're pretty good on these trades as well, but Saranke actually going for a steal, leaving his light to do the kiting. He's going to find 1 with a visual aggro. Manages to get away. Doesn't quite grab the totem in time, though. He's spotted now by Yuchi as well. Will he get another? No, not quite. The gun drops on down, says hello, and ultimately KZ are going to lock in the first. It's definitely pretty close. It's neck and neck, I'd argue, at the moment.
Okay,
a little bit more towards KZ.
Yeah, a little bit more towards KZ. First 2 fights, 100% I agree. King Zero, Peacead, you literally are looking at a hair to see what is the difference between the 2. But that last push just felt so uncoordinated. It felt very Hail Mary when they had time. Individual pushes, individual steals, no. It just did not make sense when they should have gone for more damage, try and at least get 1 more of King Zero to be dropped before that push goes through. Raikou is the first to get dropped down, and once again, King Zero finding these opening fights, Peacead left low. And all the hype we're giving them almost being sucked away from them. Because we've said how good that P-Sard is against these top 5. It's just not showing right now.
No, and I don't think that's telling of the entire narrative, considering that, you know, we've just started. And you do have to remember that as well. You have the ability for a full play day to still happen. We haven't seen everything yet. This is only the beginning. No one goes home from this. It is not the end of PSAD's story. They will progress. It's not going to end. And ultimately, I think there is still room for them to make something happen. Whether or not it is anything relevant, we'll find out. But I think, yeah, they just got a little overzealous in those first couple, last fight especially. Yuchi very low. And again, they're great at getting this early damage. They're finding good positioning in terms of finding the players that they need to hit, which is that light. They have to get him off the board, especially with that LH1. But they make mistakes like this, leaving Riku behind, and he gets picked off. Ultimately, straight 2v3. Heavies with not much healing. It's not looking good as KZ go for the 8.
Got to finish it off now. Smart move from P-Sard to stay close together, try and double up with their power and health. And now they're going to stall for time. Yep. Make that clock run down a bit further. This will allow one push for P-Sard. But again, little mistakes. Riku left behind. You need to be looking up because that's such a common position that Yuchi was sitting in. Everyone knows that you look up at heaven, you see the glass ceiling, and someone is probably going to be up there. That's been there since the map was introduced, which was, correct me if I'm wrong, it was the fourth map to get introduced. Yes. So season 4, no, season 2. Someone's going to correct me now and be like, no, it was much later.
All this theory crafting for what? We're staring down the barrel of a KZ-20. We've got one attempt here from PSAD. Dropped on down, not surfing it. He's been taken out, though. Riku finds one. Will they be able to make it happen? Yuli Rice low, but no. There's not enough time in the world, even if everyone magically fell over and died. KZ are going to walk away with 2-0. Tragically, in the rematch, PSAD were not quite with it. They found their footing, but only in the cash-out, not in the 3v3. KZ are back to form and find themselves in the winner's bracket game of cash-out that we have coming in a moment. But Hyper, let's break it down very quickly. PSAD, rough, to say the least. They didn't really get much on the board at all in terms of anything. Not really many kills and definitely no cash to take home.
No, it's disappointing. I know they are capable of more. I know they can fight better, but King Zero just had their number, and all of it, I'd probably say, led to Yuchi. And again, that brilliant positioning that he finds. He has a very unique ability to play an off angle. Playing the LH1, of course, gives him an advantage to be able to shoot as well, put some damage down, and 9 times out of 10, he's tapping heads. So immediately, we're seeing these players down half. Then the two heavies, staying close with each other, playing that buddy system, able to apply. You said 110 on the KS. How about 220 when two of them stands next to each other? And that is just the final blow that comes with it. When things get all close and personal, immediately Yuchi's there, gets up and into the fight as well, doesn't play out and left behind in the mix of it, having fun.
And you have to have fun with it. But like when you have such a good player, Yuchi's just able to put himself in those spots, go unchecked. I mean, again, invisibility. We talked about it. It's all over Twitter. Everyone's talking about it. Nerf KS, nerf invisibility. And I can see why. You know, KS, yes, but invisibility especially has been very prevalent and continues to be very prevalent. It had its own coin termed, for crying out loud. Gargoyling only exists because of how strong it is, and it is a strategy that people genuinely employ, and that's all Yuchi does. But it works. Yes, he rotates with it, you know, yes, he does other things, but still, the fact that he is able to find as many kills as he does just highlights the fact that it is very strong when you give it to someone, especially then when you pair it with a gun like, as you said, the LH1 or the pre-nerf 93R. You just really open the door for pretty much anything. And aside from that, Hyper, it is really open to interpretation. Yuchi's going to keep doing it, but do PSAD learn their lesson? Do we see them go forward? Whether or not they continue making those mistakes, they had a great cash out. They really did. They were taking it to King Zero's front door and knocking on it. Will they continue to do so? We'll find out. We've got more games, but before that, I believe we are heading to a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the greatest game show on earth in just a moment.
For our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with one chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama Lama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my God.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of night lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that #1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back-to-back.
Scotty?
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks.
Hey, what's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. no reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action. Wow, that is clever.
Yeah. Modular head with interchangeable spikes, from expanding splitters to poison-tipped injectors, so they, won't feel encouraged to return later that evening. And it also disassembles easily to fit in your dishwasher.
This, folks, is a golden opportunity to safeguard your home against low-standard individuals with our zero downtime close-quarter solutions. Buy now and receive an incredible 85% discount on our exclusive Family Fortress Upgrade Kit, including our hello and goodbye mats, the 360 inflatable moat, and preheated barrels of oil.
One truck, one jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
And gentlemen, we are back. Once again, a short break concludes. We return to your screens on this lovely, mind you, sunny day outside. It is amazing here, and we are just getting into it for more Cycle 3 TGM APAC qualifiers in our online series. Hyper, we are looking at another big matchup. We have a loser's bracket waiting list sitting. PSAT and Hanabi keeping the bench warm for us, moving forward into our next few games later on. But right now, 4 a.m, DRG, Haibu, and KZ going at it in another match of cash out.
Talk about pick out the big top dogs and face them against each other. Of course, it was guaranteed that one of the top 5 would drop down to the lower bracket. It was King Zero to be the one that fell short. Our number 1 in the seeding, well, not in the seedings, in the championship itself, had to fall to lowers. They were able to beat PSAD to bring themselves back into the fight, but I tell you what, this should be fun. DRG, King Zero, 4 Angry Men, and Haibu. 3 Chinese teams with Haibu representing that Korean nation. Proto, I couldn't even put my money down. It is that close between these 4.
And it has been, even statistically, not just today, but it has been across the board on multiple occasions. We've seen these teams go at it on multiple different shows, mind you, not just these current qualifiers. We have seen these names go at it in their own leagues respectively. We've seen some of the numbers. We haven't seen all of them, but we've seen some of them. And we know that it can get pretty hectic in the booth. We've got big names coming out of China here. Realistically, top 2 teams from this will go forward into a cash out, into a head-to-head, pardon me. I'm expecting 4am and KZ. If I'm being completely honest, 4am's rework, we spoke about it a couple of games ago. They've been looking really, really, really good in cash out. Yes, their head-to-head didn't go great against 777 RS. However, we'll forget that for now. They looked really great in cash out, and they have looked really good through the rest of today's play day. So I'd honestly put my money 4am KZ here.
Ooh. You know what? I feel, yes, there's a bit of a bruise that 4 Angry Men have, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop them. So I feel it's going to be them who are going to be taking this top spot. So with that, both of us go in different directions. KZ, 4 Angry Men, that should be a fun final round.
Definitely so. And one more time, just to make sure we know what we're talking about, we're going to go back to Caesar Horizon. No real surprise. Once again, it is the competitive map. You cannot beat it. There's nowhere else really worth going in the pros' eyes. And there's a reason for that. It is probably the best designed map in terms of competitive, but it's one that the teams probably practice extensively outside of obviously playing competitively. They'll do scrimming, they'll play ranked, etc. Not that you get to pick in ranked, but you get the drift. They want Sizz. They're comfortable on it. They've been doing well on it today. Everyone who's played it so far has performed really, really well, minus, obviously, Ace Skirmish, who unfortunately didn't play it that well. But minus the outlier, we are not going to be having any eliminations in this round. One more team will advance to the finals based on who wins the next head-to-head matchup. But aside from that, it's cash out. And then we move forward onto another set of losers brackets. But Hyper, we're staring down the barrel of our next matchup. Cash out. 4 a.m. DRG, Haibu, and KZ going onto the breach once more, running down the tunnel, diving into the action. Here we are to find out who's going into our next set of head-to-heads and who's going to advance to the final.
Big pressure. Get second position into the finale would be beautiful. But hey, if you can get it done in 4, still you get to the finale no matter what. Just a little bit of a break in between. Immediately, we're seeing Haibu and DRG going head-to-head between each other. Dim off angle, but it's not necessarily helping them with being in such a low position. Wants to find a little bit of height, but the push starts to come through for Haibu, and it is that Lewis gun shredding its way through. Not the usual KS talk that we've been having. It's Lewis all the way, and he is having fun with it. Latte getting down low, though. Needs to be careful. Shui is the last one to live. 000 left. A 1v1. It's a light who can really get nimble and close. And Haibu from the grave will say, thank you, sir. We've got this in the bag.
I don't know about in the bag. There was some kicking and screaming and duct tape involved. But DRG, they've somehow done it. We've got a wipe there on KZ as well. 4 a.m. Keeping up appearances. That is the big dogs down. Small fight in the middle of it, and they have managed to get that cash out. They're actually pushed quite a fair way away. We see them returning halfway across the map over towards A here to go back to the cash out. But KZ down. We've got a small little break, but not if DRG want to get involved. They're coming over to see if they can have a go. They found one already. Ghost has gone down early. They're ultimately going to go for the steal here as well, which you can't really blame them for, but the glitch does deny. Brave gets some good damage with that 93R. They are going to opt to go for it once more. Another glitch to come forward, but the shield drop lets the glitch go by, and they ultimately manage to deny it. The C4 plays slightly out of the way, and DRG, they're going to steal, and KZ are back here. 3 teams strong on this A cash out. Shield drops down. Things are getting interesting.
Tiny offset means that more teams will start to come over, so no surprise King Zero wants a piece of the pie. Rotation isn't bad for this map. You can get across quite quickly. Just uses up your utility nonetheless. DRG are fortunate. That initial spawn at the cash out in the open, hard to steal from. But then they were able to pull off the steal, and it drops down to ground floor. Again, still relatively in the open, but no one's carrying winch. So it's still hard to steal. Talking of stealing, how about another attempt? King Zero going in. The glitch is only going to take away the dome shield, but not the mesh. Thankfully, just pressure in itself will force King Zero to step away.
It's rough out here for King Zero fans. They are sort of being bullied a little bit, but in the game mode that we're currently watching, it's almost encouraged, I think, off-screen, just that little bit. Teams can choose who comes with them. We say it all the time. We say, you know, they're picking who's coming with them and they're doing what they can and da-da-da-da. But it is. You can grief teams in and out selectively depending on what you want to verse, who you want to verse. If you want to verse a certain person, team, you've got grudges, etc. They're doing what they can. Haibu, though, speaking of doing what you can, he doesn't really know who to shoot. The fire's sort of griefing him there in that sense. 4 a.m. Going to just sneak away with that one and take first spot away from DRG there. It's only $300 difference, but first is still first. They'll find themselves in good position and a little struggle. KZ and Haibu not doing too well, especially KZ, our current ringleaders, not leading much.
I'm still questioning Haibu's move. 000. What? I understand destroying the pyro. Then you're left alone. You're all by yourself. It's there to put a denial area, but it's as bad as smoke. The flames and it burns. You can't see through it, so it seemed pointless when you can't even see when 4 angry men go and push to steal. A crazy idea, but hey. Is what it is. You have to move on and focus on your next fight, which is exactly what King Zero and Haibu are doing. Looking at the next point, and Haibu will find 2. Finally, the opening as one of them runs away. That'd be Hooli Rice. Low on health, who then gets a regen coming through. Decides, you know what? Take it. Take it away from us. Have the steal. We'll just coin in.
They sort of have to, I think, in that situation. You've got to come back strong. You can't really just show up to the party late and come half prepared, with half the team. But Haibu do have that great position. We saw it in the last game cause a few problems, and ultimately you can imagine why, considering where and when it resides. But aside from that, KZ, unfortunate glitch there, have spotted the light. They've done a good bit of damage, but it's ultimately not enough to find the kill. Hooli Rice, however, takes a quick 2 shots to the backside, and they're now looking a little worse for wear, KZ. As the vault drops on down, they might go for the steal, but Haibu seem to be on it already. Pyrominded and we've got a great fight happening off screen here as well. 4am and DRG going toe-to-toe, but ultimately no one coming out just yet. No kills at the moment. Healing needs to happen for both sides. DRG managing to get the res coming in from their health, in regen, sorry, but they now opt for that soft reset. Both teams looking to do so. Haibu hurting, KZ making some good damage, but possibly not enough for this steal. Look at the time left. It's not going to be enough to play with, considering they can just dive it here too.
They can dive in indeed. Haibu able to get the steal off, thankfully. And Hooli Rice, slither of health, has to dip out of there. While that's going on, Brave also down to low health. He has to create the denial of the life. He does get them off. Whether that's enough to deny the steal, it's getting all too close for comfort. It's stolen. DRG commanding lead this time round. Haibu just ahead of 4 angry men by $2,200. And that only takes... Oh, wait, that's only 4 kills. A wipe and 1 more.
It's rough out here in these streets, especially if you're a KZ fan. $2,000 dues is not a lot at all, mind you, considering that these are our top dogs. Today, they have just struggled. You could almost say it's the Takeo of the OC region. Team, again, statistically, great team. Nothing wrong with Takeo. They just had a really big struggle in Americas, aside from... Europe, sorry. Apologies. A big struggle in Europe. And again, it's just sort of a... Maybe it's the cycle for it. This is the character development cycle, where everyone who is in the top spot just struggles that little bit, and then magically they'll come back stronger next season, next cycle, sorry. Who knows? We'll find out. But right now, KZ need to do something, anything, to find themselves off the bottom of the leaderboard, purely just based on the seeding side of things. They will go down into that lower bracket waiting list here and join Hanabi in later matches if they can't find anything. Because right now, it is DRG. Haibu, great steal, as you said. Haibu just locking in first. It doesn't really matter. First or second's where you want to be right now, but is it enough? Can KZ do something? I don't think they find first or second yet.
It's going to be hard. If this gets split, there might be hope, but you can see it's constantly being thrown back to the same place, hoping somebody doubles up. King Zero could be the team to do that as the steal starts to go through. Guess who it's by? It's none other than King Zero, but immediately they've been spotted out. Sick, able to take away Brave, and that's the entirety of King Zero gone. There will be time for a Hail Mary push, but it will be a Hail Mary push at that. They will need to rush their way in. DRG have control of the other vault there. Again, just keeping that close. They're wanting somebody to take the bait. Not going to be forced. Nobody wants to do it. Haibu. They're not playing at full height. They're playing only one floor above. They're aware they need to be close in case the third-party steal comes through, in case the damage really comes alive, because both sides taking damage. DRG, they don't want to wipe, because then that endangers them for their second place position. Steel starts to go through. This time it's 4 Angry Men. Ghost gets dropped down. He was the one trying to steal. Brave left alive. He's dropped to the floor. Haibu was in control. Now there's one team left. King Zero, free opportunity to go for the steal. No, not enough time. King Zero came too late. Again, King Zero dead last in these cash out rounds against the top 5.
That's a rough one. King Zero not firing on all cylinders today. They maybe got one going in the back of their mind, but ultimately all 4 to 8 are just really not locking in synchronization at all. They look so disjointed. And I'm not too sure what it is. It could be a mixture of things. They have had some weird matchups to start the morning, and they have versed the big 4 consistently. Just back to back to back to back to back. They've had really big games. Ultimately, 7 kills between them? More deaths than usual. And not much objective score. They didn't really get much time on screen because there just wasn't much time for us to show them off. They got walked. Frankly, the leads were on, the dogs were taken out, they were walked. It was a difficult one for them. But aside from that, we do have our 2 victors, DRG and Haibu. It wasn't 4 a.m., so I did get that slightly wrong in terms of the predictions, but they were close. You got to give them that. They were following by, but not enough to find themselves in that top 2 spot. Haibu and DRG, the winner of this one, is going to qualify with 777RS in the top 4, but the way that things have been going, KZ, after this matchup, after this head-to-head, we've only got 2 spots left in the top 4. There's only 2 left for the finale, which is a game of cash-out. Mind you, in that game of cash-out, even if you make it all the way to the finale, you need to still hit that top 2 spot. And right now, KZ's form, I don't know if they're going to do it, Hyper. I really want to see them get there. They might qualify 4th in 4th seed, but I'm really struggling to see the narrative that KZ pulls something off here just based on the way that the mental seems to be after these first few matchups.
I'm trying to quickly skim if these 2 have gone against each other in any of these cycles, and I'm looking through. I'm now onto cycle 1. I've not seen them face against each other, so it's been Haibu, weekend at Bernie's, then it was DRG King Zero. Yeah. So this is the first time in 3 cycles that Haibu finally gets to go against DRG in a head-to-head. In 3 cycles, that's including the top 16, the top 8. They have not faced against each other, which is surprising with how good these 2 teams are. Like, we are talking about the number 2 and number 3. And they've not faced each other.
I mean, it's not the most possible outcome, considering that you've got to remember, usually those seeds are getting split. So it's, 1, 3, 5, 8, or whatever it is, and then it's 2, 4, 6, something. You get what I mean? Like, they split it in such a way that means that in lots of those seeding matches, they don't get to verse each other. But aside from that, it's odds versus evens, I think, is usually the way that they do it. But aside from that, they usually don't end up in the similar matches. And if they do, they have teams like 777RS, like KZ, that on paper have been beating them. And they've been pushing them down into those lower matches, which makes sense. I mean, you look towards Cycle 1, they both qualify for that top side of the spectrum. But again, Tomogwasom pushes them out, aka 777RS, pushes them out. They then go and lose, mind you. DRG lost to 777RS there. But you go forward again. You find them once more. Haibu take on DRG in the next winners bracket. Haibu don't qualify. DRG qualify. They beat Mame. They then qualify. They get advanced to final. Aside from that, they just sort of keep missing each other based on the teams that they're going up against. But you look at the average damage aside from that, Haibu usually pumping out that little bit more. And I think that is consistent with what we've seen, especially from Busel, doing a lot more damage on that heavy, especially last cycle. I mean, the clutches that guy was hitting, absolutely insane. Back to back to back often. Monaco, I mean, that was a movie. That map was a movie from him. And you can see it reflected in these scores here. He's only 400 damage behind Latte, who traditionally is playing that medium, that light, as well as the heavy. Has played multiple roles, but again, plays more of that entry style. Gets in, gets involved. On DRG's side, they do prefer more strategy-based gameplay. They wait for the steals. They wait to, dive in at the last second. They like saving their utility to play more with each other out of the way and go for that last second interruption or, try and make a play off the back of the last 30 seconds. They love that style of gameplay, and maybe that's why we haven't seen them verse each other, because when they're doing those in these cash-out games, they're just cancelling each other out on the other sides of the board. They're versing different teams. They've got KZ in the mix. They've got 777RS. They're just struggling to find their footing. But maybe here, as you said, it's the first time we're going to see them play. Maybe we get to see it today.
Maybe indeed. All that rambling, and we're down to 5 seconds left before we get into this match. The only thing that could be interesting, well, actually gets answered right in front of me, was Latte potentially running Winch. No, he is running Mesh. That's not an uncommon. He was running Winch in that top 16. Now he changes his mind. He wants something different. But off to the races, the fine gentlemen go. And we should be in for a treat. I feel this is going to go distance, Proto. 2-1. Like 2-1
I can see it. I think 2-1 is definitely going to be on the cards for this matchup. And it is, as you've said, this is second and third. This isn't first and fourth. This isn't first and eighth. This isn't anything in between that. This is second and third. 2 of our highest ranked teams. An early little bit of poke damage here from Haibu. Good shots. 000 playing forward, wants more of that information. Dim just waiting to play for the cut on the rotates here. And I think this is good positioning from DRG. They want to manage the map a little bit more. They want to try and see if they can catch them off guard. And I think that is probably a good option. Schwei's forced off. Some good damage is going to open the door a little bit here for Haibu to move if they want. But they don't really seem to want to do that. They are waiting for that opening pick. And I think that's probably the smart play. They want DRG to over-aggress, and they want to try and either do enough considerable damage to give them an opening, or at least find that opening kill.
You can see the presence wanting to run through Museum. They want to make that run. But with no player dropped, no clear opening, it just becomes that little bit harder. So it's going to be a flick over to B. This is going to be a flick over to B. Great rotation. Love that. All the pressure, all the momentum was going towards A. Oh, is this it's a fake run?
This is what I was saying. No, it's not a fake run, but this is what I was saying. DRG, they're playing that strategy more. You saw Dim completely removed from that previous altercation because he didn't need to be involved. He was waiting to play the cut, and he did it perfectly. He got the gateway up for his teammates, opened the door for them to get over and involved quickly, and now you look at it, they're trying to keep each other alive, but he's gone for that flank. 000 has managed to do a dip, reposition himself into a great spot to find some good damage, and ultimately now 2 quick kills for Haibu mean DRG are left staring down the barrel of a full wipe, and there it is. Haibu are going to get the steal. A bit of a rough start, a slow one at that, but this is what I was talking about. Yes, it didn't work out for DRG. They got the plug, ultimately, but it doesn't really matter in this game mode about plugging or opening vaults. It is all about the cash out. Haibu, they got away with it, but they were lucky.
Control in favor of Haibu. Happy with that opening fight. A lot of stalemate, a lot of mind games going into it, but now those mind games start to change. You go from, where can I move you, to what damage can I put onto you? As immediately, DRG quickly get onto point. You can see that movement as well of the cash out allows them a better sightline to play up onto the glass roofs. There's 000 gargoyling, but he's missed the first few shots. Oh, you can't be doing that. You got to be hitting every single one perfectly. Now, if you're Hyper, you have to rotate. You know you've got to play a stall strat. Play something different, which looks like if they're going to stall, they're going to stall it all the way down to ground floor.
They sort of have to. They've got to get through that mesh, though. They're going to burn an RPG to do so. Yeah, they have. It's been stolen, so they have managed to get it back. That was burning through that shield. It took them the amount of time that it did because they had to get through that dome shield. And this is why having that 2 heavies is really good. No glitch on the board as well, mind you, because 000 was removed so quickly in the equation. DRG did find him on the way in. They're going to get 1, though. Hybu's looking good, but it doesn't matter. Time-wise, they've run out of it. Glitches come through. They can't put a shield down. Yes, they're going to get a full wipe, but does it really matter, Hyper? No. Vault 2's the next place to be, 120 meters away, and DRG are going to be able to get back in before or just after that tap, and it doesn't really give them much of an advantage in terms of time gained in this situation, which is what you need, especially after losing Vault 1.
Haibu better at fighting. I think we can hands down say that. They've got more wipes, more kills on the board. But DRG's timing, as you mentioned, was the pinnacle movement here. They were able to tack at that right moment, which allowed them a free steal, an opening pick that forced took away the light, and so happens to be that both the heavies were sitting up onto the roof, up into heavens. Your rotation's going to be slow. It's going to be horrible, so it does make sense. This fight, though, between the two, again, we're back to this map presence, map pressure fighting. Gonna go in favor of Haibu as they will bring away. They will take away the vault, put it towards A, but they have realized and aware that DRG now have the manpower.
000, you got to win those, mate. You've got first shot on, you're point blank with an XP54. You can't be selling those. That was a Sunday market. $3, please and thank you, sir. And you've just handed the win, essentially, there to DRG. They're going to run it all the way in the opposite direction, or at least deep out into A here out the way. And now, for Haibu, it's a game of catch-up. They've got the plug. They now have to play for the steal, but they are good at the team fights. Yes, you do have to give them that, but DRG's defense is really good. Very good, if you will. They have to play aggressively, and we see them going for it. Will it pay off?
Immediate spray down from 000. Can't get it fully done. There it is. Trade from both sides. Buzel and Shui taken down. It's gargoyling again as 000 will get an easy pick. Thank you very much indeed. DRG down to 1. And it reverts back to that same thing we said before. Haibu, just a class of their own when it comes to the actual fights. They've been able to get this now to end up at half-time. A minute left coming onto the re-aggression from DRG. And is a minute long enough? Last time round? Yes. 100%. They did. I think they stole within the first 20 seconds of arriving on site. Okay, 10 seconds to get there. So I think this is plenty of time for them to create an upset in 2-0.
All I'll say is pressure makes diamonds, and realistically, this is the last attempt. Sonar goes out. It's going to be some good information, but they've already made it up onto the verticality side of it. They've got up onto the roof, which is good. Healing is there, but they're pushing forward a little too hard. Four's taken a lot of damage, and he's going to have to push on back or de-aggress. He's got himself a healing barrel. Managed to find some comfort in where he currently resides, but as the C4 pops, the Pyro Mines do their thing, and A is currently denied. Some great damage onto DRG. Shui looks to be the first to go down. Indeed he is. Latte finds it, looking for a second. 4 falls as well. It's now just Dim, the light of DRG, to do it all himself. It doesn't matter though. Even if he managed to right now, the cash out has happened, and it's ultimately been pushed to number 3 all the way forward. He has spotted 000, but ultimately leaves that wipe just a little too long. Probably would have wanted to wipe a bit earlier, because now Haibu are going to have that little bit extra time to tap on 3, start knocking down for that next cash out.
Strong performance from Haibu. Love that. But I tell you what I also love. My semi-prediction was correct. We're going the distance. We're going to the very final cash out, and this looks to be quick. There's no mind games here, no messing around. They just want to put the gateway on, move it to D, because they are close enough. Is the glitch there in time? No. DRG can't stall. So we are going quick and fast. We're here at the college campus. And let's have some fun. It's not out in the open. It is situated in the building, but one drop down. Because this building overhangs, you could theoretically put it in the open.
You could. Definitely could. COS is in play. You obviously have the ability to melee it as well. There is the sliding trick that lots of people like to do. So there are options. There are definitely options. DRG lose one early. Busel getting involved with that KS, and it's now going to be the option of a steal that has been removed from DRG, unless Dim goes for a weird backstab thing here, which he definitely could. But considering the situation they find themselves in, I'd imagine that it's probably just going to be stay apart, wait for a coin, go one more time under the breach, because realistically, tackling it head on the way that they were looking like they maybe wanted to, it wasn't going to work out too well, but going in 3 strong's got to be the play. Shuai takes the opening bit of damage. Mesh shield up to cover the approach, and they need to do something. Haibu has the high ground, and in this game, that is ultimately where you want to be. Another sonar comes forward. Great information here for Haibu. But DRG, they have been doing really well, but it might not be enough hype, but they can't seem to find any kind of opening.
Well, the opening might be going into the opposite direction. Haibu bringing DRG down. Dim down to low. Steel starts to go through. This is aggressive, but the stall is perfect. As I said, it drops down to an open area. Latte will find the first, but Shui able to counter back the KXP. Really powerful at close range as a light, so you just need to get all close and personal. The steel starts to go through one last time. It really is dramatically last-ditched effort.
Jeez.
Haibu go through, and for the first time, we're not seeing a Chinese roster making it through in the early doors.
That is interesting. We do have to take that into consideration as well. That is, as you said, no Chinese representation right now currently in our final side. We do have our next qualification into the finals, so we do have to give Haibu a very quick bow for that one, joining 777 RS on the top end of the spectrum. But at the moment, rough roads for China. I mean, today just must not be the day. Something was in the tea this morning. It just isn't clicking. Yes, it went the distance. We had a 2-1 volt split and ultimately some great fights in amongst that. Shuai, 4, Dim, really good performances. The kills don't really, I think, mirror how close that match felt. It felt a lot closer, considering that it was that 2-1 split. But, I mean, 1, 1, and 3 really does seem to highlight some kind of problem. You've got 8 for Latte, 3 and 5 on Busel and 000 respectively. I don't know what went wrong, but as I said, that one felt a lot closer than it appears to be on this scoreboard.
It definitely, I think fighting wise, Haibu was definitely the stronger team. I said this earlier on, they definitely are. When it came to DRG, it was very much the rotation that caused a problem. Getting to the point, finding new pathways in against a very well-prepped Haibu, just not going to happen. But we look at the bracket, you can see 777 RS opening things up earlier in the day. I say early in the day, earlier in the morning for myself. 777 RS gets it done and dusted. Our only OCE representatives nailed it. Haibu gets the second, but we still got 2 to go. There's still time for anything to happen. And, well, we say about the possible downfall, just a reminder, it is the year of the horse, you know? Optimism and opportunity is what it means. So let's stay positive. Opportunity is around the corner.
Bro definitely Googled that.
I definitely
did. I had to pull up the archive for that one. And I'll give it to you. It was a good segue.
It's a good one. I knew it was Year of the Horse because I was in Taiwan during Lunar. So, yeah, I knew it was Year of the Horse. I just didn't know what it meant.
Look, yeah, at the end of the day, it is what it is. But right now, we get to see China really get much on the board at all. We have seen OCE, as well as other representatives, get themselves a spot in that final, but we still have a few games to dictate who's going to be joining them. We also need to send 3 more teams down to the not qualified side of the bracket. We need 6th, 7th, and 5th as well. Unfortunately, we will fill those spots as well before we get to the final. But before we do, one more break. Under the wind, go grab yourself a snack, a drink. I know I will be. And we will return momentarily with more finals goodness for APAC. We'll see you in just a moment. Enjoy these highlights.
For our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with 1 chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Rama Lama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a 3rd. And a 4th makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my god.
Wow! A double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, June.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of knife lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean back-to-back-to-back to wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that #1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back-to-back-to-back-to-back.
Scotty.
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks. June, I feel the need for us booze.
Well, here they are, bringing you our top 3 plays.
Warhead busts open the top 3 by securing a steal, but they're on their own.
That's right, Scotty, and they're low on health too. This is going to be a tough cash-out defense.
The rubber is about to meet the road. They're cautious. Holy holograms! I don't believe what I'm seeing.
What a mighty solo effort from Warhead.
Fizz dives right into the cash-out action for our second place play. And that's an early elimination under their belt. They're looking hungry with that M11 in their hands.
And clearly not afraid to hunt for their next opportunity.
Let's watch the action unfold. Happy to avoid that heavy. And that one got away, but they're not deterred.
That's elimination number 2.
And 3, and 4, and looking for more. They can't run and they can't hide from Ziz.
They're certainly doing their best to hide.
Number 6 and 7 are sent off. 8 out the gate.
And 9 will be fine.
For the first time ever, folks, we're seeing a contestant appear twice in the same episode of Top 10 Highlights, with YN Onzo taking both the 6th and top spots.
That's 2 eliminations, but now they're a teammate down. Make that 2 teammates down, Scotty.
That grenade did the damage. As did the M26 matter in YN Onzo's hands.
Absolutely. And that goo grenade provides a little respite from the action, but this solo cash-out defense isn't done and dusted yet.
More goo stops the steal. And it's a quick health recharge before charging back to the action. Another...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. More the finals goodness for our TGM26 online series for APAC. We have had an absolute banger of a start. We're looking to continue having a banger of an evening. We look towards our next set of games. Unfortunately, Hanabi are not joining us just quite at the moment. They will be in the next set, but we do have 4 more teams going at it one more time. DRG, 4AM, KZ, and PSAT going at it. It's going to be good. It's going to be
It should be great fun. It's going to be great fun. It's going to be great fun. But nearly as good as your shrimp and yogurt that you've just told me about. By the way, chat, yes, he told me shrimp and yogurt.
Out of context,
oh my god.
It's not what I said.
It is exactly what you said. But nonetheless, DRG, 4 Angry Man, King Zero, and PSAD. This should be a good battle, especially on Banal. Yes!
Get me out of Sizz. Sorry, guys.
Thank you.
We love Sizz. No, Sizz is great.
Sizz is a great map, but it gets a bit stale. Thank you for changing it. But we could have had Fortune, we could have had Nozomi, we could have had Skyway.
Could have had literally anything else. You know,
anything else.
There's anything else.
But no, great map. I think this is definitely going to change up the way we approach things, how the teams will play. LH1 galore. That is going to be a common pick, but we have seen in the top 16 the KS still being really powerful for lights in Banal. So I wouldn't rule out... Sorry, not KS.
The KS?
The XP.
I was about to say the XP.
The XP. The XP being really good in this map. Particularly if it is suspended structures. That way, you are godly. You just hide inside the suspended structure, they jump up, you're gargoyling, they walk past you, bang. Easy as pie. So we're going to see some different strats coming out here.
Unless you 000, in which case when someone walks past you when you're gargoyling, you decide to just not shoot them.
That as well.
I'm kidding. But aside from that, you're right. I mean, with the way that things are in the meta right now, especially with the KS and the way that it is sitting, I imagine that most teams are going to be ringing at least one. We see already there a Lewis gun being teased in the hands of, I think it was DRG. I didn't quite get, yeah, it was DRG. We do see a Lewis gun, so they've got the KS as well. I imagine everyone's going to have one. You have to, with the state that it is in at the moment. Everyone running that double HL at the moment as well. Not really surprised. The mediums today have already been sent home. By that one that we saw just before, but again, didn't really have too much effect. Brave sticking out on the 93R, which I do have to respect, considering, again, the recent nerf. KZ very quickly in a little bit of strife. Taking a bit of damage. Yuchi is back on that LH1. A small skin change intermediarily. Maybe that'll help him get KZ off the bottom of the leaderboard fine.
It's a mindset, of course. Different
Yeah,
skin,
new
different. Yeah, exactly. You know, you spend God knows how much money on a skin. It's pay to win. Exactly. Nonetheless, cash out already started very fast paced from PSAD. They don't want to slow down even on one of the largest maps in the cycle. A drop in from 4 Angry Men will be met with aggression as Riku will get one of the trades, but it was Ghost that opens things up down to a bar left for Sick, somehow Brave is able to come to his aid. Sting there, trying to get the reses backing. Mid-stars in. It's a full rebuild here. Riku has to coin in from afar.
Yeah, rough start. I mean, I say rough start. It was actually not horrible there for PSAD. We do have a small roster change for them, though, in this matchup. So Sarange is either gone out. I don't know where he's gone. Maybe he had to go to the shops or something. But he's been swabbed out for Sting. So PSAD maybe not operating on all cylinders. I thought that Riku got spotted there, but ultimately he didn't. They let a shot go in his general direction, but ultimately must not have been the one that spotted him. As now we finally start to see a steal coming forward. PSAD are probably going to lose their box. Indeed they do. And ultimately KZ lose theirs as well. With DRG stealing in the meantime. But it's a complete flip for PSAD. Straight back onto it. 4AM has been wiped and they've managed to come back 3 strong. And they're going to walk away with their vault probably pretty soon in the near future. Shaq 50. In the hands of a gun.
Hey, yo.
It's one we haven't seen.
That's my weapon. That's my weapon right there. I still refuse to go to KS. I am so firm with the Shaq 50 because it's so good. A little bit of range damage, but mainly when you get up close and personal, it starts to shred. 2 for DRG. Just need 1 more to go as Agan is left alive. King Zero, this is not their day. Again, opening fights. They get dropped to the floor. On the other side of the map, PSAD will be able to defend their cash out. It looks like they were not pressured by 4 Angry Men at all. DRG, can they go back-to-back final rounds here?
I mean, they were doing something at the start. I mean, 4AM had a good start. They almost wiped PSAD. It was just Riku that was left alive, waiting on the coins, and then they came back 3 strong and just pumped competition. I mean, clearly something in the team play, something in the water this morning, but they're sitting pretty. First vault, as we said, they scale, so it's not the end of the world. Teams can still make things happen. And ultimately, we got a little bit of a mix-up in the middle of the map here. Banal has 1 main channel, and everyone seems to be trying to use it right now. 4AM being punished the most, though. DRG, hungry, they want something, and they're going to find it. The team wipe for them, Dim with 1, Schwei with another. But now, PSAD have come. They want to get involved. They're going to try and find something, but the only thing they're going to find is a swift slug to the face. 4 does find the first. PSAD lose 1. Sting's running this box. He's being hunted and harassed, but he's ultimately going to get that plug. Mine's down as well. So PSAD is sitting pretty on another cash out. But KZ, they've pulled something out of the hat. And they're also looking at 1.
PSAD needs to be careful, though. They have to wait just 4 more seconds before they can do anything. So they may allow the steal to go through, not contest it at all. But all that going on, look how much util has been used. Immediately dropped down. Sting left alone and has to dip and go, yeah, maybe that drop down wasn't the greatest idea. Nearly got himself caught in a rock and a hard place, but finally he has reinforcements. He's aggressing in solo. That's not the fight you want to do. Thankfully, a trade can come through. And PSAD looking, able to take back, but look at the third party comes in. 4 Angry Men here, lurking, waiting for the opportunity to strike, and Brave from a yet an off angle. Not a Shui, a Yuchi angle, sorry. But it is an off angle at some.
Almost getting DRG knocked out there. Yeah, just a couple extra shots would have caused some problems, but ultimately nothing concrete lands. And fortunately for DRG, they are now sitting in a pretty good position. Same with KZ, with a cash out coming their way as PSAD have lost theirs in the interim, but doing their best to get it back. They're down a light at the moment, waiting on a coin. They have the ability to do so. 4AM are going to try their luck. DRG don't want to let them have it just yet. BSAD also looking to get involved. The chase to come for DRG as they try and find as many kills as they can. 4AM losing people left, right, and center. Some great damage onto Shuai, and PSAD could capitalize here off the back of some mistakes by both sides. Sick finds one. DRG only have a single member left. They need to deny if they can. The kick's going to get him off. It's not enough. PSAD will manage to wipe DRG here, but can they go for the steal? No, Braves come in from out of nowhere. They're going to dive on in. Can they get it themselves? They want it. PSAD's got to kind of let them have it. It's ultimately not going to be enough time, though. And that's going to be a DRG cash out. It's quick, but it isn't what they wanted.
Whew. DRG are wiping their brows, watching that in spectator mode. Probably lost a few nails after biting them off. But PSAD, an opportunity that was there, just couldn't spot Brave. And thankfully, in the timing that is almost too perfect to say, Sick and Ghost able to come up after Brave was lost to then defend the rest of the cash out. Nearly a steal that would have been the dream, but this little fight going back and forth, it goes in favor of Hulu Rice. And we reset and rinse it all again. PSAD hasn't coined. Sorry, I just noticed. They have not coined.
No, which may be a connection issue. It is their last coin. Maybe they want to save it for the final fight and they go for a soft reset. I think Sting just got revived. Indeed he did. So yeah, they're trying to save their last coins. And I can't really blame them. You want to have at least one going into that final vault because they're currently staring at 4th place. But if they get this next plug, or any team, mind you, gets this next plug, or we have the opportunity of a double, which a lot of teams have been doing. PSAD look like they want to try and make their way to B. They are going to get cut off. They've been found and caught by KZ with their pants down, as well as a member of DRG up on the roof above, trying to maybe find and deny one, as the movement is now becoming evident. But that box seems to be gatewayed off. Gate kept off. And they've opted to just pivot. They want to go straight towards 4AM, so they can take it from them. They're going to swap bottom spots.
They so desperately need something out the bag. PSAD would love another opportunity to qualify through, but it's a tall order, a big ask. As the jump comes in, been spotted left, right, and center because all of 400 men are on different buildings, but that's an opening start. Sting able to get one. Dome shields down, but no steal coming through, so no full utilization of the defense. Thankfully, there is something called a mesh shield that's able to do good work of defense. Steal has been successful.
Nice.
Now King Zero starts to come in. They've had so much bad luck in these recent times that they would love a steal of their own. Steal starts to go through. They're able to surf it. Still successful. Yes, it is. King Zero now have it. So PSAD has to do all the work once again.
Is it going to be doable, though? They don't have much time. DRG want to have a go. KZ can't really hold on to it. There's everything going on right now, and there's only 5 seconds left in play. If you don't get on it now, you don't really get it. PSAD want to go. They're trying to be helped. Can it be done? 4AM have actually found it in the end, but no. KZ from nowhere, finally, today are going to walk away with a victory under their belts. But at what cost? It only took them till now to find their footing.
Fwa is the word to use, but King Zero finally in the seat to get it done.
In the mix.
DRG second time round, but then it brings up a lot of history between these two teams. Of course, both Chinese rosters have faced against each other in the Chinese leagues, so they have gone against each other God knows how many times. But present with the Cycle Major. Just the start. Let's just take Cycle 2, top 16. On the 4th match. Well, the first match of the head-to-head, King Zero DRG. Guess who won that? DRG was able to make their way through. On top of that, go to then Cycle 1. And the top 8, the very, very final match. It was DRG versus King Zero. It went King Zero's way. And I'm sure there's a load more dotted around within these cycles, but it is neck and neck between these two teams.
It's very close. Ultimately, maybe a little bit closer than anybody is comfortable with. King Zero and DRG, you've got PSAD knocking on the door. You've got 4AM knocking on the door. You've got a lot of teams that we wouldn't necessarily have assumed to be knocking on that door. PSAD, 4AM, and Hanabi will find themselves a spot in the upper bracket 4 round. But ultimately, KZ and DRG is going to be our next focus. This best of one will find themselves a position in the list of finale teams. And that will be our first China representation for the day. It took longer than maybe expected. But I think it's sort of the way we might have maybe also expected it to go. 777RS have done it before. They did it in Cycle 1. They did it previously. They qualified very quickly to that top spot. And they've done it here again. Not surprised. Haibu, though, shaking up the mix a little bit. No China until Team 3, which is rough. But then that begs the question, who's going to be Team 4? We've got KZ and DRG here. Do we see the top dogs go for it once more? KZ? Maybe. But then after that, when KZ are out of the mix, you've got PSAD, you've got 4AM. Pretty much any of those teams could qualify.
The question is, does KZ qualify? It's a question mark within itself because of how much struggles they had on the very first cash out. We dropped to that lowers. Thankfully, they were able to make their way back up. But off the rip, for the winners bracket 2, dead last again. So it feels like this up and down mentality that King Zero is bringing to the table that leaves me with a load of question marks. And if I'm going to put a prediction in, I'm leaning towards DRG. For they're more consistent. They're a lot well versed as a roster. Okay, yeah, you could argue going third in the winners bracket 1 for the second cash out isn't going to be the greatest feeling. But 4 Angry Men was coming off hot when they had a perfect start to their T16. So it makes sense that they would go against 777RS at the first run. I'm still leaning towards DRG. Look at the average KD here. Yeah, King Zero has higher numbers, and I think this is spread across the entirety of the of the cycles. I'm still leaning on DRG.
I think I agree with you. I think DRG here probably walk away with it purely. You've got to remember based off the fact as well that KZ have had a really bad day. You know, they're only finding their first shot at the finals 3 rounds into it. Usually they'd be second, you know, first even in some instances. And here we are. You know, not what we expected at all, if I'm being completely honest from them, considering they are our first team. And don't mind that they could still very much go all the way through to the finals and just walk it and take, you know, first again. There's no doubt about that at all. But the fact that we've got to the point where we've stretched them to their thinnest before we even actually then make that play, that's pretty difficult for KZ to maybe stomach at this point in time.
Yeah. Hard to say. Let's talk individually. Yuchi, we talk about him quite a bit and how fantastic he is as a light. He's been unstoppable in terms of angles, and I feel like he is the backbone that is keeping King Zero alive going into these fights. His rotation, his positioning, and the information he feeds is so critical. But, and this is the major but, sometimes he does over-aggress. Sometimes he will find himself in such sticky situations because he is known to go so far away from the rest of his team. He isolates his 2 heavies when he carries the tool that can heal them up quickly.
The thing is you don't need to heal your teammates if everyone that you're going up against is dead. So I guess there's that that you sort of need to take into consideration as well. Some good damage early on.
You make it sound so easy.
You do, yeah, but when you Yuchi, it is. He's dropping headshots and body shots, killing lights like it's nothing. This is his bread and butter. And look at him go. I mean, he's doing it right now. Great damage on 4. awesome damage on Shuai, and it's just that LH1 in the back lines doing great bits of damage. And he's just going untouched right now.
Banal, as a town, not loving what's happening right now. KS is flying left, right, and center, damaging the buildings. You have cover, not anymore. Look at the entire building. I can promise you there was a wall before. There was one there, but it's been eliminated. Map position-wise here, King Zero, they have control of the vault. So in some sense, you could say, yeah, they've got the upper hand here. They're fantastic. They can do what they want. However, DRG control the map. They can choose where King Zero go and how they rotate. However, this is clever. Are they going to bridge this vault? Which is a possibility where you just throw the vault over to your teammates who have rotated towards A. And that's what they are going to do. Start that little bit of movement. It will be red, but it can be thrown to the next players.
Ultimately, not much happening at all on Banal right now. Attempt at a cut-off here. They want to try and lock in A. Make it difficult for KZ. You can't really blame them, but they might opt to just do the opposite. Let's go towards B. Let's make them hit a double pivot and try and chase us here, which is probably a really good choice and one that's going to pay them very big dividends. B is a slightly better spot to be in. It is suspended structures, so you do have a slight struggle when it comes to playing in those structures, especially with that close range. Teams have not traditionally been very fond of fighting in those suspended structures because it does make things difficult, especially when they drop, or especially if you drop the cash out down and then go to push on it, because they have the height. It makes it very, very difficult.
Yuchi read that. Yeah, I was going to say, is Yuchi read that?
He's read this like a book. He's going to be in the best position in the world. Glitches as well. I mean, wait until they walk out. He just has to let his teammates kite them out for him to do damage, but it doesn't matter. He's just going to dive on in. One, probably more to come. Thank you very much, DRG. Ouch.
Take the wipe, get the quicker reset than trying to heal up the rest of your team through a soft reset. And back again. Our gargoyle will sit on top of its respected building. Well, great opening, King Zero. Again, Yuchi reading it like a book, understood exactly the play that DRG was presenting them. Unfortunately for DRG, they need to. This is a hard site to attack because it unlike Fortune, where you have a gap and a physical gap that you have to jump over, it's an open street. So very easily you can spot those rotations that come through. And especially when the height is phenomenal. It's one of the few places that is, I'll probably say it's one of the tallest places in the finals in general. As the drop down and the steal starts to come through, this might be a helpful opportunity. Steal has not been successful, has to back away, but Aegon dropped down. Hooli Rice down to 1 HP. This might be an opportunity as Yuchi is left alive. Steal could come through, but you know it could be a thorn in the rear end. Mesh Shield is able to defend, but he has to step off point. Only 2 bars left for Shui. Yuchi still could do a bit more damage. He dives in. The steal comes through. DRG opens up the first, and just like last time, against Haibu. Great timing in their favor.
Valiant effort. You do have to give Yuchi credit where it's due. He tried until the very end and ultimately didn't die. You do have to remember that as well. He played that perfectly. Gatewayed away. Yes, he got his kill, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. 2 denied. The mesh shield, he didn't really have anything to deal with it, and given his position, he had to dive in. He got the kill that was low, but he just couldn't really do much else with it, unfortunately, which is a shame. But nonetheless, there are still 2 more vaults to play with, possibly. There might only be 1. Depends whether or not DRG can keep up the momentum they just gained from Vault 1. They are, on paper, very similar teams. And I will say that we're seeing that reflected in the gameplay here. That was really close. And I think that there's not really much left to be desired by both sides. There are a lot of good things and a lot of bad things happening, mind you. Mistakes being made by both covers of the book, but is it enough to justify a loss? Who knows? KZ still have plenty of opportunity, especially having opened Vault 2.
Shui dropped as well early in that fight. King Zero is going to start to get hungry, start to apply the pressure in. I think Huli Rice has spotted them as well. How about you split them up as well? That's not what they wanted. 2 heavies. We've seen this from DRG before. When they lose them, they rotate. They quickly bunch the heavies together to add extra firepower, add extra squishiness, I'd like to say. But Dim, able to coin back in, not going to be worth too much. Has to drop down. Shui left alive, and King Zero would love a wipe here. But at the same time, they can take this vault and run with it, and that would be okay as well.
Look, it's not the worst outcome in the world. A wipe, as you said, would have been preferable, but ultimately, KZ are looking pretty comfortable with where they're sitting. They've got the box in tow. They're making their way over. They're going to send Yuchi forward, which is a great idea. And I think that, again, given the position that he has played on this team time and time again, is ultimately one of lurking and finding those opening kills, providing that information. He's told his entire team where everybody is right now. They've taken Mega up. They're just going to dive straight into the fight. Yuchi's going to be late to arrive, but does it really matter? KZ lose 1. They found one of their own. They make it 2, and now it's just 4. Last alive. They've spotted him. They can go for the revive. H-Infuse is there, but does he choose to chase? They know they're reviving. 4's going to get Shui back up, and it's 2 heavies now in the fray against KZ. Spotted, punished early, some good damage. 1 taken out, and it's now just Shui left alone. KS isn't enough.
It's best to take the wipe now. Problem is, this is and excuse my language, it's a bitch of a site to get onto. And it's the only word to describe it, because it is so hard. As soon as you destroy that bounce pad, the mega bounce pad in the middle, I say destroy, you put a goo barrel over the top of it. It stops you from jumping. You destroy the zip lines from either side. There is no way of getting on without using bounce pad or a zip line or wasting your gateway. And guess what? They only have gateways left, so this is going to be ridiculously difficult. Somehow they've made that work. How have they done that?
Yes, but if you noticed there in the small moment that we saw on the off-screen, Yuchi has spotted the gateway and is in a position to hit one of the craziest flanks we've seen in a while. But no, he's forfeited their gateway. He's come to join his team, and he's still going to hit that flank. He's right behind everybody. Great damage. Finds himself 1, but if you look at the screen, DRG have lost their own as well. Yuchi last alive, opts to go for the revive quickly, and that is the smart play. Now they can go for a full reset. They can go for a steal here. Yuchi's last alive, and he hasn't opted to go for a revive just yet. He's trying to play slow. He's got plenty of time, but he forgets to mention that DRG only need 1 more orb. He can get in, but can he deny enough? Body blocks there. They've got the steal, and that's all she wrote. DRG have thwarted King Zero. There's no way they've got time to get in. They can maybe make it back, but I don't see them getting a steal here. They've given up. They're not even moving. As I said, it's all over.
DRG. Wow. I was writing it as getting onto that suspended structure. Absolutely not going to happen. It was never going to happen. First of all, they made it onto the suspended structure. Second of all, they were spotted. They were read like a book, and yet they still won the fight. That shouldn't have gone through. King Zero completely dropped the ball in that fight, and that's, again, the only way to describe it. Absolute shambles for King Zero. Look at the eliminations for DRG.
You got to be in the bin here a little bit. Again, even reflecting that scoreline, yes, DRG, 6 kills amongst them. I mean, KZ are just hitting fight after fight after fight and hitting win after win after win. 7 kills, 6 kills. Julie Rice, 2. I mean, yeah, okay. Yuchi, 7-1. And you're still losing. And not a single vault, mind you. This wasn't a 2-1. This was a 2-0. Very close. I will give them that. DRG are going to qualify into the final. But we are staring at the possibility, Hyper, that we don't see KZ make the top 4.
Ooh.
That's a scary spectacle, considering that they are our top dogs. And we said it at the start. You read the script. Cycle 1, KZ 1. Cycle 2, if you look towards Cycle 2, we didn't have KZ win, but they got second. We're now staring at a possible 4th place downfall. That is the worst. If they win this game, if they lose this game, it could be even worse. It could be less than 4th. It could be 5th, 6th, so 4th. That's not great. If you're a King Zero fan, considering they're our big dogs. I mean, what's happened?
Taking account, let's add it more insult to injury. Of course, they're sitting on top of this championship. If they don't qualify, if they don't get to the head-to-head at least, if they get to head-to-head, 20 points. If they don't even get to that, 15 to 10 points. That is a huge eat at the heart. If they can make it through, they find 4th, 30, 50, 75, 100, going up in those increments. It's a massive eat away at that lead. I don't want to be in King Zero's position where this pressure is adding on to them, especially when you know that Haibu is at 130, they're at 175, DRG 125. It doesn't take a lot to change this lead here.
It does not, but we will find out momentarily. Our next set of cash outs will determine who goes home, as well as our next head-to-head as well. We've got the next 3 teams eliminated, plus our final member to join the other 3 teams in that top 4. But for now, we're going to have a quick break. We'll get back to the action in just a moment.
What's up next?
Next up, we have the Alpha Acta Modular Tactical Mace.
Ooh, we're going classic.
It's modular head. Lets you switch out its spikes from...
But how dependable is it?
It never jams. It's always on, and it's near silent. It is exactly what every family needs. Ultimate reliability.
You heard the man. No reloads, no recoil, no downtime. And the nursery stays perfectly calm. Let's see this bad boy in action. Wow, that is clever.
Yeah. Modular head with interchangeable spikes, from expanding splitters to poison-tipped injectors, so they, won't feel encouraged to return later that evening. And it also disassembles easily to fit in your dishwasher.
This, folks, is a golden opportunity to safeguard your home against low-standard individuals with our zero downtime close-quarters solutions. Buy now and receive an incredible 85% discount on our exclusive Family Fortress Upgrade Kit, including our hello and goodbye mats, the 360 inflatable moat, and preheated barrels of oil.
We know you feel alone, but trust us, you're really not alone. Let Ngimo bring the world a little closer, one element at a time. Breeze through and sign our completely straightforward user agreement about data sharing and join our global community of friends. Ngimo, beyond boundaries, within reach.
June, I feel the need for us booze.
Well, here they are, bringing you our top 3 plays.
Warhead busts open the top 3 by securing a steal, but they're on their own.
That's right, Scotty, and they're low on health too. This is going to be a tough cash-out defense.
The rubber is about to meet the road. They're cautious. Holy holograms! I don't believe what I'm seeing.
What a mighty solo effort from Warhead.
Fizz dives right into the cash-out action for our second place play. And that's an early elimination under their belt. They're looking hungry with that M11 in their hands.
And clearly not afraid to hunt for their next opportunity.
Let's watch the action unfold. Happy to avoid that heavy. And that one got away, but they're not deterred.
That's elimination number 2.
And 3, and 4, and looking for more. They can't run and they can't hide from Ziz.
They're certainly doing their best to hide.
Number 6 and 7 are sent off. 8 out the gate.
And 9 will be fine.
For the first time ever, folks, we're seeing a contestant appear twice in the same episode of Top 10 Highlights, with YN Onzo taking both the 6th and top spots.
That's 2 eliminations, but now they're a teammate down. Make that 2 teammates down, Scotty.
That grenade did the damage. As did the M26 matter in YN Onzo's hands.
Absolutely. And that goo grenade provides a little respite from the action, but this solo cash-out defense isn't done and dusted yet.
More goo stops the steal. And it's a quick health recharge before charging back to the action. Another steal stopped.
That secures the cash-out.
What a way to wrap up the top spot. Congratulations.
Keep sending in those exquisite plays, people, and we'll be back here with another episode very soon. Now Volpe brings you our top 3 plays.
In 3rd place is Absolute Arthur with more point break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I don't think we were going anywhere, Hyper, but you know what? We have got 3 teams that will be going somewhere in just a moment if they don't pull their fingers out. We are staring down the barrel of the remaining of the bottom side of our leaderboard, and KZ are on the chopping block. First time we've said that one, and I don't know how I feel about it, considering that they have been so great. They've been amazing in our first 2 cycles, but today just is not their day.
You said great with so much oomph that it felt very underwhelming. King Zero, yeah, on the chopping block, but their performance reflects it. I don't feel this is the King Zero that we've been seeing from Cycle 1 and Cycle 2. This is almost the B team stepping up. It isn't. This is still the same roster from Cycle 1. They have not changed anything. But maybe that's the downfall. Maybe the change is what they need. Maybe they need some fresh faces, fresh legs, or just something to go against these other teams. Of course, 4 Angry Men. Can't rule them out. Right now, they haven't had the best of runs with Cycle 1 and Cycle 2. They currently sit 5th with only 25 points. The lowest in all 3 regions. Taking account, KCP currently sits 75. Boba Slurpers, now Alliance, with 60 points. All in that 5th spot. So major difference between our top 5s here. Proto, this should be quite interesting. The fact we're going to Fortune as well.
I was about to say, our first Fortune of the day, thank God. It's not another Sizz, as much as I love Sizz, don't get me wrong. Sizz is the Oregon of the finals. It is, unfortunately, it's just that's what it is. It's the, you can't really say much, but we used to have a saying for OCE Siege, it was the Oregon Chalet League, because that's all we used to see was Oregon and Chalet. But the finals is a little bit more entertaining. There's a little bit more going on half the time, so I will give it that. Fortune Stadium, though, is a great map, and I'm really glad we get to see it. No surprise, KZ ban out Sizz, and I think that makes sense considering they have really struggled on it today. They've played it twice, and I don't think they've had a single win on it, Hyper, or at least one that is notable and wasn't close, because they've just, I don't know, they have not been hitting on all cylinders at all this afternoon / evening. But we're going to dive on in to this matchup. 4 big names, 2 of which will go home now, another which will go home in the head-to-head after this. So you do not want to be on the bottom at all in this matchup, and we're going to see who doesn't make the cut.
It'd be a very disappointing if that is your team. We're going to see K0 versus 4 Angry Men go against each other. Immediately low damage. Aegon drops down. 4 Angry Men have the upper hand, but they do drop 2 very quickly. Sick left alive, but he's able to keep the work going. He's keeping himself alive. It's a battle of the KS, and they're all low on ammo, but it will be King Zero of Holy Rice to open things up. On the other side, our Japanese favorites, led by Mame, able to get themselves their opening fights against Pisad. And I feel with Pisad that the opening fight in every single game they've played has been poor. And then progressively, as the game goes on, they've gotten better.
Yeah. And I don't want to put this out there, but I feel like they performed a little bit better with the sub. I feel like Sting is doing a little bit better in terms of what they had before. And I don't know if that's just maybe he was the main roster. I don't know the exact formation of their roster, unfortunately. It's not information that we have right now. But it could be the case. Hanabi have been struggling all day. A self-RPG will take YTR out of the equation. I didn't quite catch if we had another flamethrower on the board, but I don't think we will, considering that this is where the axe comes down. If you're not careful, you will lose your head here. Pisad sitting pretty right now. They are going to look to possibly go for a steal. Hanabi will find one. They are actively on the cash out right now, but with only 2 members left, we do indeed have that flamethrower back into the mix once more. Some good shots from Midstar, but not enough to connect, unfortunately. Good damage. Can he lock it out for his team? Needs to find one. Sting in a 1v1. He's going to lock it down, but opts to go for the revive first over the steal, and I can't really blame him. Get everybody up. You've got the time. 5 seconds isn't the end of the world.
Pisad are going to be happy with that fight. Going to be happy with the fact that they have something on the board, and just proves my point. It just takes one fight before them to get good. On the other side of the map, nothing really has been happening. Sick gets a little bit of damage. Well, I say that. Now something's happening. Of course, we cut to the damage and all the chaos that comes through. 4 Angry Men dropped low, able to get their self-heals coming in. But you need to be careful. Yuchi just found the ultimate height. Look down upon you. Put a bit of shady judgment, like a Shiba, giving a side-eye towards you. Trust me, that is not the greatest feeling when they look at you into your soul. 4 Angry Men drop to the floor.
Yeah, but look at this. Hanabi have pivoted. They don't want to fight Pisad anymore. They came over late, and ultimately the cash out has already happened. So, unfortunately, not invited to the party means don't attend, especially if you're going to attend late. And they opt to go for the cross now as well, but Yuchi's there. He's going to find one. Ultimately, they're probably going to chase down the remaining members. I don't really blame them. Take the extra cash where you can get it, especially when it's handed to you on a silver plate. Ano goes down. Mame is removed from the equation. YTR now the last alive. Not for long. Holy Rice and a gun. The KS has finished that off. Yuchi sort of just watches in the back line. He doesn't need to get involved. Gateway 4 Vault 3 for Pisad. They're going to plug it. But now they've got to deal with KZ. They want to come and have a go.
Yeah, that's not an easy fight. But it is also number 1 and number 2 in this lobby having a go at each other. Won't say no to that battle, cause a bit of upset. It also means come the 3rd round of cash outs, it just keeps the door open for every team. No third parties just yet, but we might see them start to rotate over because an offset's becoming more apparent Both teams continue to destroy the stairwell, unable to get clear shots on each other, but PSAD starting to run low with health. Sting is the first one to drop, but thankfully the self-heals come back through, but Riku is just in the wrong place, wrong time as Midstar able to keep himself going. Coin's going to be used. Surprising here.
Coins have to be used, unfortunately. You've got half left on your cash out, and now you've got the full force of KZ chasing you down. Not that that has been very scary today, but it still is something you have to worry about. They will lose Midstar in the process, unfortunately. Isn't the greatest start. Dome shields come out early for KZ. Both glitched away, but they've now got 2 here. Plenty of util on the actual cash out itself to deny a steal for a slight extended period. But KZ, they back off a little bit. They want to go for a heal, reposition, find an opening, let Yuchi do his thing. They will get the revive as well. So now again a 3v3 as all the util starts to pop on C. Can KZ do it?
We'll quickly flip the other direction. In the feed, King Zero able to get some damage down. Riku left alive in the feed, but we stay with 4 Angry Men and their attempt on the steal. Now we also get to see the steal of King Zero as well. That's going to be a last second, and PSAD wiped as well. Will not be able to do anything. So King Zero control the game and guarantees themselves to go into the final round. They have saved themselves from humiliation of the bottom. It's not, though, done just yet. That lock bolt dangling one of the 4 Angry Men players, and they're trying their best to stay alive. 4 Angry Men down to low health and keep themselves alive. Wow. Steal comes through with plenty of time.
Hanabi pushed down into the bottom side of the bracket with PSAD, and unfortunately, it's not looking good for either of these two, considering that that is it. Light dash action there, I think I just saw from Brave, which is the first one for today. Gateway out with Bolt 5. Opt to turn and face. They did hear one follow them through, but they don't exactly know exactly where they're at right now as 4AM look to hunt down PSAD. They want to get these kills, but they lose Brave early. Probably choose to disengage for now, and you can't really blame them too much. Will clear the ceiling. They're going to drop that cash out down, get it plugged, on the way. They are looking at locking in first here. Now, if you're PSAD, you just play for the time. You have to. This is the last vault. There is nothing else after this. You don't get another attempt. You sort of just need to make something happen. But with 4AM finding an opener, and Riku low, as well as Midstar now being hunted on the staircase, it's going to have to be a re-steal for them, unless Riku can do something pretty crazy.
Gonna be the craziest ever. Oh, the goo that was in sightline for Riku also blocks it off. So even if there was anything, it wasn't gonna happen. But 4 Angry Men completely aped PSAD and made sure there was no way out. Are we gonna get a double? Are we gonna get this happening? Yes, double jeopardy is coming through. This will invite everybody to come and attack. It doesn't make a difference. Even if the steal has come through. Oh, this changes everything. This changes Hanabi. The entire Hanabi in a great position. King Zero will defend Hanabi. They want Hanabi through as well.
There's no reason for them to grief them out here. You get rid of a really big player in this game, and it makes your head-to-head a whole lot easier, especially considering they've been running Flamethrower all day. If you're King Zero, this is perfect. You've got to let this happen, but PSAD and 4AM do not want this to go forward. PSAD currently on the steal. They're getting aped on. Can they get it to go through? They're really close. They have! PSAD have it! Hanabi now in the bad position. PSAD still have 2 strong as well. A steal now from 4 Angry Men. They're trying to make it happen. H-Infuser's there. It's not enough to keep them in it. They're pushed off it as well. KZ are quite happy letting this go through. They'll fight PSAD any day of the week. It's Hanabi. An attempt from them. They don't want to stop it. They don't need to. A dive in from PSAD. This is going to be a re-steal. Hanabi go to first. It's going to be a knockout. KZ take them all the way through. What a turnaround on a double jeopardy.
Hanabi, who have been waiting in the sidelines for the majority of this tournament, will get one shot to go against the #1 team of King Zero. And they're bringing out the flamethrower, and I tell you what, it's great fun to watch, but it's working. It's working so well in cash out. I don't think they will bring it into a Fortune head-to-head. I don't think that's going to happen, but...
I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. I don't think the flamethrower's working. I think they just had that handed to them on a silver plate by King Zero. I don't blame them, to be completely honest. I wouldn't want to go up against PSAD, considering that they have lost fights with them all day. They have been struggling against that team. Why would you let them through? Let through the team that has been on the bottom all day and have the easiest 3v3 of your life. I've got a strong feeling that that's what happened there. I don't think Hanabe flamethrower strats are paying dividends.
Hey. No.
It did work technically in that game. Working. They did win. So we could give them pretend credit to the flamethrower.
Spin the truth. What are people going to know? They're not going to look back on that clip and
I think they watched the same game.
Oh, damn it. Anyways, flamethrower strats.
PSAD gone. 4M gone.
This leaves us with a bit of a fun situation. PSAD, of course, gone. 4 Angry Men, seeded #1, will end up 7th. They will not close that gap towards the top. So with 7th, of course, that only gives you 10 points. So they go from 25 to 35. Here's the crazy thing. Habane, aka Mame, already have 10. Thank you. English is my second language. Mame have 10 points already. No matter what happens here, if we get into 6th, all right, that is where we're going to be ending up. Into 6th, that's 15 points on, sorry, 5th, that's 20 points on the board. They will be tied with 4 Angry Men. No matter the outcome, it will be tied. If they jump through into the top 4, holy cow, this gets even more interesting.
Interesting is the name of the game today, considering that we've seen pretty much anything can happen, will happen. The laws of relativity. Hanabe and KZ going at it in a head-to-head. Not a best of 3, just a BO1 for this one. But if I had to put my money anywhere, I definitely would put it on KZ for this one. Yes, okay, the flamethrower is cool and we can pretend that it made a difference, but I really think that KZ were in the driving seat of that decision. I don't think it was off the back of Hanabe's amazing gameplay. And that's not because they're a bad team. Mame, traditionally, as a Japanese roster, in the first cycle that we saw them qualify, were arguably up for contention as one of the best. Unfortunately, their rosters couldn't continue. They had to rebuild from the ground up, and we are here with what we have today. And I do have to give it to them. They qualified. They got to top 8. And right now, they are staring at the worst possible outcome of a 5th spot finish over teams like 4AM, which is a really good outcome with a brand new roster. We do have to highlight that for them. This has been an amazing showing. Yes, they're playing Flamethrower. Okay, bit weird. But there are teams playing a lot weirder things. If you look towards the Americas and EU, we've got teams running Sword actively on Light. Like, there are weirder things happening in the world right now. So, you know, credit where credit's due. They're finding themselves in good positions. They're currently looking at a possible top 4 if they can beat KZ here. Mame on the flamethrower himself with
Titan.
YTR on BFR. We're not even going to see a KS from them. The big hitter right now in the meta not being bought. Will that come back to haunt them? I've got a very strong feeling the answer to that question is possibly yes.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me. Like, that is the most outlandish strat. And then to add insult to injury, Anno running M11, so it's not even the XP that is the more dominant light weapon at the
LH.
moment. Yeah, or LH1, yeah. It's the M11. This is crazy. Genuinely, this is crazy. Also to note, YTR got the 2025 TGM skin. He was at the major. You could only get those when you're at the major.
There you go.
How have we not bumped into each other?
YTR is also too busy sticking his head over the side of the building that he needs to keep himself alive on, and taking a lot of damage. Saying that, though, it has forced a little bit of overzealousness from KZ. They've dived on up and taken a lot of damage. Yuchi has been hurt to the point where he's had to disengage. Everyone else has joined him. Agan's gone down. Vault yet to be tapped because they just want to play the height. As soon as you tap this, you're in a rough situation because they know where you are. They're going to dive on you. But for Yuchi, it's business as usual. Right around, have a bit of a look, see what information you can gather. This is why the invisibility has been so strong. RPG comes out, but that flamethrower pushes away Huli Rice. It's actually going to collect him there with the burn after he goes down to a gun. So a 1-for-1 trade heavies-wise. We've still got 2 lights in play. Make that one. Anno goes down. YTR. BFR to the front of the skull, and it's a 1v1. Shaq 50, though. A little bit more DPS. We're finally going to get a tap.
Finally we get the tap, but how much damage has King Zero taken? AKA, they've taken all of it. Are they even going to get the res in time? Yeah, they are going to get the reses in, but they'll only be able to get them up as they spawn in. Matter of fact, Mame's roster is going to get in before King Zero got all their players up. That's crazy to say.
It's a weird one, but mind you, they have managed to walk away with that box somehow. And, well, I say somehow, without getting punished in the meantime. They did have Hanabi hot on their toes. We keep having seen Mame pop up. I'm not sure why, but I do apologise for the confusion. It's getting us as much as it's getting you guys as well. Yuchi goes down earlier. Gone. Now left in the fray. Mame low. YTR low. Their healing orb has been taken away, and they just can't quite get through this shield. They've spotted the first. Passive healing on the other, but it's not enough. Ultimately, Agan's Pyro Mine will be what finishes it off, and KZ. That's another team fight in the books.
Hard site to push. Not as hard as going to hospital, but it is on the same level. Again, open space that if you just situate, which Yuchi is going to demonstrate to us really well, situate yourself up here. You have sightline over the gaps, and then of course you've got to cross over those gaps, which involves you jumping and being vulnerable in the air. So this is going to be a stall, knowing that Yuchi has range with the LH1. The KS has got some good range as well as a shotgun. And if we had Cthulhu back here, he would explain exactly why that gun has so much range. But he's not here. He's watching on the sidelines. We love you, Cthulhu. Nonetheless, yay, we got the name. Oh, I'm Blue Panda, yeah. Can't forget him. Shout out him. Shout out him.
Shout out OFL, man. All the guys. Always have to give them some love. They're watching in the VC right now. I can see them sitting in there. But they are top 16 gamers. We do really appreciate their efforts. Mind you, we've also got to appreciate Hanabi's efforts right now. They're trying their best with the flamethrower, but it isn't quite getting them where they need to be. Lockbolt connects, and the flames come up through the roof. A lot of damage onto Yuchi, but ultimately no kill. This attempted steal being made now. Mame does find one. Yuli Rice really low. Agan as well is looking pretty hurt, but it doesn't matter. Time is not on their side. They almost get that full white. Agan has been hit. They can't quite see him at the moment, but they will find him in the end. Anno locks it in, and ultimately, Hanabi, they finally win a team fight. You've got to give them that, but at what cost? They did not get Vault 1.
Hanabi, yeah, they win the fight once they got to that. Once they got CQB, which is what their whole setup is designed for. They were brilliant. Fantastic. The flamethrower doing truckload of damage, and it is essentially spray damage that comes from it. So they need to create situations that benefit that flamethrower, because it's, as much as we joke around and say, oh, it's a flamethrower, Habani's bringing out a flamethrower, it's so funny, there is some strategy that can be used from it. You just have to force King Zero to walk into these traps, to walk into CQB environments, which would be brilliant if they can put them towards the officers. They can push them in that direction. It would be a godsend.
It would be, but they need to be in the driving seat for one of these vaults. Not only do they have to pop it, they then have to run it. And in doing so, They need to avoid a team fight with KZ, but the way that they have themselves set up right now, they want to opt for that team fight. They either want to get them to go to box so they can kill them on the way as they jump over, or they want to find them early here and take them out before they have the chance to do so. Sonar comes forward. RPG doesn't hit previously, which is bad. A little bit of damage, and I literally mean a tiny bit of damage with the flamethrower and lockbolt. Not much at all. In fact, I think it was only the lockbolt that actually did damage. Mame takes more than he deals. And ultimately, both teams disengage for now. It's going to be another back to the drawing board moment. No one wants to get too overzealous. This is coming down to the strategy side of the playbook now. They're not going to give too much away if they don't have to.
Sonar grenade revealing positions. Now they know that the Japanese roster wants to stay hidden inside the crevice. CQB is going to be the lifeline that they have to bring forward. And King Zero are aware of that, hence why they're playing height. Bit of map control, map presence, but at the same time not falling into that flamethrower, which has been catching them off guard more than we respectfully give. King Zero, they're both teams really just playing time. They don't have to push. This is going to be a long game, Proto.
It is. Well, all of the 12 minutes and 45 seconds that are left. But it ultimately is going to come down to who makes the first mistake. We've seen this on multiple occasions across multiple regions, Americas, EU, everything in between. The first person to go down and ultimately the team to then capitalize off that first death and or chunk of damage is the one that will come out victorious. And there you go. First mistake made. YTR found and taken out. A Garn dive straight on down. Opens the door for KZ to collapse. Do they choose to follow, though? Yuchi's in a great position. The heavies are both getting involved, but they hear that revive. They now know that it's going to be a team fight. RPG, again, not connecting for much. Ultimately, KZ throwing utility down the drain, but they know they can win the head-on gunfight, so they're opting to do just that.
I'm not surprised that no push came from it, and that's caught out in the
Hold
open.
on.
That's the trap we were talking about. The flame doing a good amount of damage, but unfortunately, Shield able to keep themselves up. Hooli Rice getting a good turn, getting YTR down, and the Yuji again gargoyling over the top, overseeing what's happening, but they need to be careful because Mame.
Oh, come on.
Can
He's
he
trying to hit the
climb
jumps.
off the side? No, Hooli Rice will find it, and there's the wipe.
Finally. It only took almost 2 minutes. 3 minutes even. But
Try 4.
at the end of the day, yeah, I was going to say closer to maybe even 4. But at the end of the day, it's not the worst outcome in the world. Again, we spoke about it. You have to wait for that mistake. In a head-to-head, time is of the essence. And what I mean by that is that the more you can do while everybody is dead, the better. They've retrieved the box, they've plugged the box. You're now counting down valuable seconds that they do not have, the other team do not have, to attack that box. We're looking at possibly 10. In a 2-minute time period, 10 or 20 seconds can be the difference between a win and a loss, especially when it comes to the final 10 or 20 seconds. Mind you, do we see that come to this matchup? Sonar goes out. Great information. It's got things on all three. They know they don't need to get in too deep right now, but they've sent one down for an early bit of information. Hooli Rice wants to hit an RPG. Once again, not connecting. Third time's the charm here for them. And has to back out quickly. Good damage, but a great position from Yuchi. He's not even been seen. That's one. Very quick kill on the Mame. Absolutely removing him from this gunfight. Looking for a second. It's going to be another and a full wipe. Hanabi's gone.
Wow. Get things done, and Dustin Hanabi really questioning what just happened, how they lost that. This is a site that benefits them. It's a site that works for them. But they have to find a new strategy, a new way. And especially as half the time's already gone. Minute left. Not even that. 45 seconds left on the clock. 45 seconds to pull the greatest steal of their life.
I think that's a bit of an understatement. They're going to have to do something pretty insane. The first RPG of the game to hit for Hooli Rice finally connects. He takes down Arno. and it really doesn't leave much to be desired here, unfortunately, for Hanabi. They've got a winch to pull it away. Explosion comes out, flamethrower to attempt to deny, and yeah, there's not really anything left to write there, unfortunately. KZ are going to lock in a spot in the finals, but at the last possible moment, to not go without note, they are your 4th member in our top 4 for today. Ultimately, in Cycle 3, that was a struggle. It was a real struggle. KZ, I was not expecting to be the last team to qualify. Maybe the 2nd or 3rd, sure, but 4th? Against a team like Hanabi as well. I mean, they pulled them in, but there were times where Hanabi did show through. They had some good team fights. They had some great early altercations. I think the flamethrower let them down. They couldn't get through that mesh. They couldn't deal enough damage to those dome shields to get rid of them consistently enough. And ultimately, it punished them in the end. They didn't have that damage output.
I think if you change the flamethrower to the KS and still kept the BFR Titan, yeah, that lineup would look good, because look at YTR.
Even a Shack.
Even a Shack, yeah. Four kills for YTR, clearly showing that the BFR Titan is still relevant. It is still a strong weapon. However, flamethrower, we joke about it. There is method to the madness. I think it's more towards these cash outs. You got to make changes. You got to change things up. But nonetheless, Hanabi, we said, will join 4 angry men at that 5th spot position guaranteed. But we look at our final 4. All you have to do is just look at our championship standings as well. It is the top 4. 777RS, Haibu, DRG, and King Zero. Not necessarily in that order in the championship, but I tell you what, it is an order and a fight that I'm excited to see.
Very much so. And ultimately, we now have our top 4. And we also, unfortunately, have our final 2 sets of games, Hyper. We've got a best of 3 head-to-head, but we do have 1 more game of cash out. However, before we do that, as per the usual, we're going to take a short break, but we will be back with the final amount of action for Cycle 3. We'll see if KZ can finally get something going on their side, or they're going to continue just on that downwards trend. We'll find out in just a moment.
For our top 3 plays, brought to you by Holto. The teams are all tied with 1 chance remaining for D-Lol Face and their teammates to make a steal for the win.
Look at them preparing to enter as a team. Let's pop the cork on this bottle. They're in with a flash and a bang. And a turret goes down.
That member of the Vogues is dancing on air and eluding elimination.
Not for long, though, June. Their moment in the limelight is over. D-Lol Face moves on to the last member of the powerhouses and shorts that circuit.
Time's running low. D-Lol Face needs to steal.
This is going to come down to the wire. What a moment. Ramalama Ding Dong.
What a team effort for the win.
Cool Name is our second placed highlight, and I'm sure they're no lightweight.
They're going to be doing this on their own, Scotty.
Boom! That's a double elimination right out of the blocks. And their M60 takes out a third. And a fourth makes a team wipe.
They completed their cash out, so this is now all for show.
I think this show is far from over.
I think you're bang on.
Whammy! There's only one opponent left.
Oh my God.
Wow, a double team wipe from Cool Name.
Massive!
And finally, congratulations to Nika, who's our #1 play in this episode. Let's all admire their skill.
Ka-ching! That's the money. And they're straight up and ready for more.
Whoa, what reactions?
This contestant is a lethal weapon.
Well, now they're lethal and invisible.
Nika's sizing up the cash-out station. Their team still needs to pull off a steal to be back in the match. But I wouldn't want to be an opponent bearing down on this location right now, Ju.
I concur.
That's number 3, and there's even time for a quick revive.
This is like the lull in the storm.
And the forecast is for a rare form of knife lightning.
Very clever, Scotty.
That's another strike right there. And number 5 gets added to the tally. Do you think Nika will steal soon?
They might fake a steal to draw in a few more victims.
There's the fake out. Nika's taken a hit, but 6 opponents have now taken Nika off their Christmas card list.
Here's a gateway attack.
Number 7, they're unstoppable.
That's 8 back-to-back attacks.
I think you mean back-to-back-to-back-to-back wait, how many was that?
All I know is that Nika truly deserves that #1 spot. Congratulations.
See you back-to-back-to-back-to-back.
Scotty?
Sorry, that was missing 4. We'll see you again soon, folks.
The life giver. The sun. Always on. The source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto. Brighter than ever. Have you lived your life in filth and sin? Fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Holto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Holto, your key to eternity.
We know you feel alone, but trust us, you're really not alone. Let Ngimo bring the world a little closer, one element at a time. Breeze through and sign our completely straightforward user agreement about data sharing and join our global community of friends. Ngimo, beyond boundaries, within reach.
One truck, one jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
Plays brought to you by Trentila. Oh, it's a highlight from the Heaven or Else limited time event. How divine!
Holy sweet mercy! That's 5 eliminations.
A glorious play from Bushworty Reed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for our final stretch. We will only have one more break between now and the penultimate of the evening. A very possible 4 games left for us tonight as we head into one more game of Cash Out. And may I highlight, our finalists have been exactly the same for every single cycle. 1, 2, and 3. These 4 teams have found themselves in the top 4 spots every single time. That is 100% success rate for these 3 teams at getting into the top 4. 777RS, obviously they were Mogwasom in Cycle 1, but DRG, KZ, and Haibu have been with them every single other finals. for every single cycle. And we're going to get to see Monaco. What's going on?
What? We're getting Monaco as well? I just want to make a point. The fact that these 4 have been in the top four every single time. But here's the kicker, Proto. And for everybody at home, only 3 of them can qualify to the Grand Major. Guys, I'm going to directly call out Embark on this. Thixie, I know you're in the chat as well. Please give us that 4th slot. Take it away from America and give it to us. All 4 of these teams, I'm sure you agree, Proto, all 4 of these teams deserve to be at this Grand Major because they keep fighting each other tooth and nail. Take away that American 7th, put it on us. Thixie, please make this happen.
I feel like it's only fair, right? Like, we've got 4 great teams, and, like, surely, you know, that works. Like, they're the same 4 teams every cycle, you know, the maths is starting to add up. Like, maybe we just give those 4 teams a spot and stop letting them fight. We just go, hey, guys, wrap it up at cycle 3. You guys clearly want it, so we'll give it to you guys. We'll just put them in. And America doesn't need... Come on, America doesn't need 7. They've got 6.
7.
They've already got 6. I mean, 6? 7? No, that's too many. But... aside from that, jokes aside, we're going to dive on into it. Our last game of cash out. Ultimately, only 2 will go through to our top end of the night, which is that final coveted best of 3 head-to-head match. But before then, we need to see who is going to be there. Is it going to be Mogwasom, 777RS and Co? Is it going to be Haibu, DRG or KZ? We don't know. But we are going to find out very, very soon.
All 4 teams will 100% go home with a little bit of dosh in their pocket. The big question is how much will go in their pocket. Will it be 1,000? Will it be 2,000? Will it be 1,000? Or will it be a split between that? But more importantly, to claim the points. King Zero are so desperately wanting to extend their lead, guarantee themselves that golden ticket. They have done it. They've been to the Grand Major once. They want to see it again. Buzel going in with the charge and slam, unable to find the full elimination, but I tell you what, he's so close. The little shake of the head telling you he ain't gonna run away with it, but he will finally get it done.
Look, a quick bit of this and that. KZ, not a great start. They've been struggling in the cash outs. Yes, their head-to-heads have been somewhat okay, but 777RS, they're also staring down the barrel of a rocky beginning, even though they've got that opening vault. They've got DRG knocking on the door. They want to find the remaining members, which indeed they will. Sirius goes down, and the steal will come for DRG. Haibu on the other side of the map are having a pretty easy, breezy set of gameplay. Uncontested right now as KZ maybe look to make their way over on the respawn, but pretty breezy.
Easy breezy. It's definitely... I was going to try to rhyme that off again, but that wasn't going to work.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. King Zero looking to put some pressure onto Haibu. I'm sorry, Haibu. And they, well, Haibu's run been more successful than they anticipated. Going in, getting that 2nd seed into this fight. Currently 2nd in this championship as well. They will not be too disappointed with how they've played. Meanwhile, King Zero, there's a lot of point they need to prove when they go for this attack. They've been questioned 10 out of 10 times every time they've attacked. As they push into Grandma's house, a bunch of cookies are definitely waiting for them right around the corner. The KS doing a lot of damage, only 1 bar of health, and there goes Buzel. Finally dropped to the floor.
Rough gig, but ultimately not over just yet. KZ still have 1 in the mix, and it won't be for much longer. Hewley Rice goes down. Haibu are going to continue the suffering of KZ. DRG off screen. They're going to win their fight as well. 777RS are on another respawn. So we've got our contenders for our first vaults at the moment, locking in their cash outs pretty comfortably, mind you. Haibu haven't really had much of a struggle. DRG, they've wiped 7RS twice now, but I wouldn't argue that that is anything to go off of right now. 777RS do heat up the more they play. I think KZ have just had a bad day, honestly, at this point. Whether or not they do anything, I don't know. I really couldn't sit here and justify yes or no, both sides of the spectrum, because they are our top team, but they haven't played like it today.
No, they definitely not played like the top team we expected, but they have shown that they are capable to get into these rounds. As talking of fights, 777RS versus DRG is starting to unfold. Dim is the first to drop as well as Sirius, so both of the lights gone. By the way, Dim running grapple hook. Not running dash, not running invis. Grapple hook, of all things. Not uncommon. Not uncommon to see.
No. Ultimately, pretty standard, I would argue. Slowing down on the pace, both sides of the spectrum here. We've got a plug for KZ, finally. The Haibu looking for their second already. Not really much going on in the terms of altercations. A little bit of poke damage here and there, which is pretty industry standard. But the sonar grenade on top to figure out whether or not push is coming through is good utility usage there for Yuchi. Does give his team a small amount of notice that he needs to possibly disappear, considering 777RS are looking to get involved. It's DRG currently being punished. Haibu there, getting active over towards this backside of the map by Grandma's house. Another one found. DRG full. And Haibu quite comfortable. They've got that cash out in the open as well. So realistically, as long as they don't fumble the bag, it should be a pretty easy second box for them.
Keyword, should be.
Should be.
Should be. Yuchi, again, playing height as he always does, but this is also another difficult site. No winches from any of the teams. So you can't move this cash box anywhere. Instead, Steel starts to go through. There is a dome shield to be able to protect them. Steel has to be stalled. And 777RS have to rethink how they approach it. Thankfully, Hooli Rice down. It's an opportunity for 777RS. But again, the LH1 really doing a lot of damage, but it doesn't come through. Sirius comes and saves the day. Mogwasum and Eshi down to 1 bar to stay alive. They have to focus on the kills and they will get it done. Hooli Rice able to coin in. Hooli Rice needs to run, get there as quickly as they can. 777RS has the point, but it's not done. There's still time to steal. It would be a mad dash, a mad opportunity. Is there enough time left for them to get themselves onto point and the steal to come through as time dwindles away? It has been struck away. 777RS in the prime seat. They were 3rd on the first cycle, 4th on the second cycle. They are finding themselves in the prime position to make it into the top 2.
As long as they don't fumble it now, KZ are staring down the barrel of not a great outcome. 4th isn't terrible, but it is not great considering their finishes in 2nd and 1st, respectively. However, 777RS, this is the turnaround they've been waiting for. They've had great qualifications in the first opening moments of the previous cycles. They've gone straight to the finals pretty much majority of the time, where we see them now, but they just can't convert it into a win. As you've said, we've seen 3rds, we've seen 4ths. They've got decent points between them, but they haven't locked in a win. And today could be that day if Hebrew let them have it, if anyone lets them have it. It's still anybody's game, mind you. They're hungry, though. They're looking. KZ seem to be their targets. Mogwasum finds another Agan, now the last alive. They just want to keep them on a constant respawn cycle if they can. Because why not? Get rid of them now, even if you don't go through, as long as they don't. Deny their points, makes your job easier in Cycle 4 if you can lock it in.
DRG also is able to get themselves ahead, so is 777RS. Both of these two have not had a cycle win. If these two go through, it would be a dream scenario, but a steal coming through. Is it being contested? The answer, it is slightly, but they've got the steal coming through. Haibu able to take it out of the open, but they will lose Busel. Now they've got to be mindful because they know that 000 will have damage coming from the side. SJ getting it done. 777RS retain the lead, retain the power to get through to the top 2.
Problem is, though, they're a player down, and here comes KZ. They've been doing well so far in this matchup, but it hasn't been enough. Sirius is on a 2-second coin wait. He's going to pop it straight away, but with Yuchi close, they're now scared of what's going to happen. Mogwasom playing the high ropes, trying to keep himself alive. Indeed, is wasting a lot of time, but that's perfect. Sirius is back. They've managed to get the H-Infuser on, but this is the thing. Yuchi's now set up. Another steal from Haibu. They need to deny, and indeed they will. They'll shut it down for now. Sirius is alive still, but there's 30 seconds left, and KZ haven't done a great deal. Is it going to be enough? Are we going to see anything different from what we see right now? Mogwasom falls. This is not good as KZ now go for a steal.
DRG having the time of their life, but no contesting. But right now, the contest is starting to come through. KZ will be able to get the steal on them, but it's not enough to jump themselves to the top. So the question they ask themselves: is it worth it? Is it worth continuing this steal, or do we assist to make our lives easier? Do we assist to stop some of the top dogs from going through? That's the question they start to ask, and the time starts to go even lower. 12 seconds left. And on the clock, DRG is going to get themselves through, but it's a matter of moments. 777RS will be down the grave, but it's Haibu and DRG for the second time face each other in this Cycle 3 finale.
Let's highlight 777RS were on the top of the leaderboard side of things for a majority of that game, and unfortunately just didn't pick the right cash out, or at least they didn't have the right utility to deny it. It seems that they just kept losing it. They kept having to re-steal. They kept having to overextend, and that was the problem. They got caught in the open, and teams just came out of nowhere. And I do have to respect KZ for going in at the end there and making that steal. It came down to a kill race, which maybe they weren't anticipating for third or fourth, but in that position, you have to play for points. Anything more than fourth is better. So that's where they're going. They're like, well, why not? Let's do it. They jump on in. They can take it. Third isn't the end of the world. It's not great. It's not first or second. But for Team 777RS, it unfortunately is a little bit like a broken record. They've found themselves in that third, fourth place 3 cycles in a row, which isn't the worst. They are yet to find their own win, but look, Cycle 4 still exists, and it's not like they're at the bottom of the leaderboard.
No, they're not at the bottom. That's going to be great for the overall championship and trying to get themselves that golden ticket to go through to the Grand Major, which, of course, come to Cycle 4, that is going to be the talk of the tale walking into it. DRG, Haibu, we've had this fight before. Haibu was the one to win out on it. DRG falling short 2 maps to 0 last time round. What'd you do differently? Yeah. What'd you do differently, Proto?
Big question. I mean, DRG, I think on paper, as we've said, Haibu, they fight a lot better. Their team fight is a lot better compared. Realistically speaking, I don't know. We've already seen it once today. 50,000 for Haibu. I think it does come down to that team fight ability. I think it's probably going to be Haibu that get it, but we don't know. We can sit here and speculate, but what we are going to do is we're going to chuck it to a small break. We'll get the map sorted out, and then we're going to dive on in to our final best of 3 head-to-head for the night. We're going to find out who our Cycle 3 champion is going to be. Don't go anywhere, because it's about to kick off.
In third place is Absolute Arthur with more Point Break action. There's an attack from behind.
Ha! What a cheeky way to block that minigun.
Absolute Arthur's about to run out of ammo. Boom!
Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around.
Taking the number 2 spot and dodging our orbital lasers event is Purge, who's lurking like a shark looking for lunch.
There's a poor chum.
Chump, this shark is hungry. But that fish looks like they might just be the one that got away.
Wait, I think this might be one clever shark.
Zap!
No one expected sharks with laser beams, Scotty.
Indeed.
And it's Gold Jester 44908. That's our #1 play in this episode.
They're about to defend a cash out on their own, folks. Incoming.
Wow, that's 2 opponents sent packing.
Here comes the steal. Yikes. But that's a team wipe, and the cash out made safe.
What a decisively dominant display to take this episode's top spot. Congratulations.
Keep those powerful plays coming in, folks, and we'll see you back here for another episode very soon.
One truck, one jump, and 1 million gallons of Ospews. Our driver, Truck McJohnson, is revving up his engine for the ultimate display of daredevilry. And away he goes!
The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your loved ones be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Holto's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Holto, we got your back.
We know you feel alone, but trust us, you're really not alone. Let Ngimo bring the world a little closer, one element at a time. Breeze through and sign our completely straightforward user agreement about data sharing and join our global community of friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at what is possibly going to be one of the most interesting finals we have seen in a while. We've been doing some maths off stream, and it's the only reason we did it is because we weren't on camera. But now that we have the numbers, we can provide them. I say we, Hyper can provide them to you for our top 8 Cycle 3. We're looking at an interesting finish.
Yeah, top 4 is what I've done the maths on. Of course, 777 RS are now starting to become out of the question of this fight. They'll end up with 110, meaning that golden ticket opportunity is guaranteed to be gone. That is not going to happen because guess what? King Zero at 225. Guaranteed at this point. But here comes the fun. With DRG and Haibu. If Haibu wins, they take the lead by 5 points. However, if DRG wins, we tie the top with Haibu being only 15 points behind. The top 3 has just got even closer than before, and it is a coin toss between these two teams, Proto. I don't think I could choose between the two rosters.
No, it is going to be very, very, very close. We've already seen it once today. Haibu won. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably going to be in their court. But again, it is just too difficult to tell. Mind you, something of note that I would like to point out is DRG were running grapple hook in that last game on their light. They weren't running invis. They weren't running dash. They weren't running anything like that. They had grapple hook. So whether or not that's some weird choice that they have, I don't know. Whether or not that's going to benefit them in a head-to-head if they choose to run it back with that same pick, I don't know. You haven't seen them do it yet. But they very well could. Is that going to be a mistake or not? I don't know. But Haibu, so far on paper, for today's Playday, have been the team to favourite.
Yeah, I would lean towards Haibu going into this, seeing how they were playing when they were faced off against each other. I think it was on Banal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And DRG just looked, in the politest way, shockingly bad when it came to the firefights. However, their timing was perfect, hence why we saw them go at a 2-1 victory in favor of Haibu. That one came from a perfect timed steal and then just stalling just long enough that Haibu couldn't get that fight to come back. That in itself screams a lot. But this is a best of 3. Of course, we will be seeing the previous map from before. That will be coming forward. And then a pick from DRG as they qualified higher. I've already forgotten who qualified higher. It was DRG. So DRG will get the first pick, and then Haibu will get the second.
We're going to find out. The maps are going to be a big point of contention. Obviously, we've seen a lot today. We have seen a lot of Sizz. We've seen some Fortune. We've seen everything in and out of it. We've seen Banal. But minus those facts, whether or not we see any weird maps, I don't know. I feel like both teams are going to want to play it relatively safe. I'd imagine his is going to be on the Sizz is going to be on the cards. But anything outside of that, in terms of being weird, I'm not too sure. We'll find out. It's very... Yeah, there you go. Sizz is going to be there. Skyway is an interesting one. But that's a DRG pick. So you can only imagine something scary is going to happen there.
Oh my god. Taking account the conversation is around Skyway of, is it supposed to be in this scene? Is it even viable as a map? The dislike I've given on stream about Skyway, and the devs have been caught in the crossfire for me saying it, but to be picked by DRG shows that they've got something that they want to pull out. Like, DRG in Monaco is confident. They know what they're doing. They controlled the entirety of Monaco through that cash out. So it makes sense you pick a map that is so similar to the one that you comfortably won on. And of course, Haibu picking the map that they beat. Well, they've beaten Haibu on previous, beaten DRG on previous occasion. It was Banal, they beat DRG previously in today's cycle. Very tactical indeed.
It is. It definitely is. But if they're picking it, I mean, as you've said, it's tactical. They're going to have some weird strategy that they're going to bust out, I can only imagine. But we're going to find out momentarily. It is going to come down to whether or not they've got something in their sleeves that they want to get out. We are going to see Monaco first, and then ultimately we'll move on to another map after this. Hopefully we get all three. I'd love to see a full 3 series purely just based on the map picks, but regardless of that fact, we are not going to see Grapple Hook again, unfortunately, as I was told off stream by a dear friend that it is a Monaco specific thing. However, doesn't appear to be the case. They want to opt for more gargoyling. They want to play for that damage. Look at that though. Point in case. 000's out.
000 playing it stupidly aggressively as he pushed right up to DRG, unfortunately. A little bit too far. Latte left alive. Trying to do what he can, but I think taking the L at this point might be quicker and easier for the team. And Baibu, not going to happen this time round.
Yeah, rough gig. Unfortunately there, rough gig. And not a great start for Haibu. The team that we have said is consistently better at team fighting wasn't better at team fighting. They, as you said, I think just got a little bit too aggro. 000 losing his life way too quickly. Just removes healing from the equation. Leaves Busel and Latte up to trying to do their best to pick up the pieces, but it's not enough. Ultimately now we'll rotate from DRG. They want to go for a plug, possibly even some kind of shenanigans, but we'll find out. We've got Haibu hiding away in the forest, waiting to jump the plug personnel, and that is going to be the case. They've put the Vault up as well. 4 takes a lot of damage. It's going to draw out the H-Infuser utility early, and we see the Lurk being played by 000 here, trying to spot one out of position. Indeed he will. Dim goes down, the light removed, and now the heavies can focus on the slugfest that is taking on the other heavies as the plug now comes out for Haibu.
In it goes. Fight still continues on. Dim down on the floor, can't really do anything from it. 4 and Shui recognize that this disadvantage is not going to help them. It's better to back away, not engage in this fight, and find a new way to attack. But a lot of this fighting will happen on these roofs. It will happen on the street rather than the forest. It's just too unpredictable inside the forest as 000's dropped down to a slither of health. great barricade to stop the shells flying through. And, well, we're not playing any height at the moment. It's going to be a straight-up gunfest. And a slug round goes into each of the players. Who's the first to drop? It's going to be in favor of Haibu. And a complete wipe for DRG. Rolls a reverse here, Proto. And Haibu re-attain that control.
I feel like that is more of the Haibu that we expected. They played that pretty much perfectly to a T. They set up. They wait for the push. They pretty much did exactly the same thing that any other team in that position would have done, and that's wait for the pick. They have to come to you. They're not going to pivot over to go to the other side. They're not going to want to go to A because it's in a terrible spot. You look here now. It's just a gargoyle off on the roof. No, but you need to reload your gun. XP54 doesn't have infinite ammo, and unfortunately that might cost them here. Very much so. But Denial comes out, forces the dome shields. Great minds as well. They back up and provide cover with the barricades, putting themselves in great spots. Remove that healing factor as well. 000 does have utility to throw in from the roofs, but it's Busel to go down first. Dim and 4, both on low HP. KS has to come out. Dim goes down, but it's just 000. 2 heavies to get through. Does get one. It's now a steal, and this is going to be a lock-in for Haibu. Death or not, DRG lose the first box.
Haibu had control no matter what happened. 000 backed away correctly, understood that the fight was not going correctly, but he saw the time. Play the clock, play it slow, play it efficiently. Aerial denial was perfect. But here, just play time. Don't be over-aggressive and pick your moment.
You have to. But you have to do it in such a specific way, going up against the best teams, where if you make that single mistake, you lose instantly. You don't get that. You get nothing. No kind of benefit whatsoever. You're just punished from the get-go, and that's what we saw there, unfortunately, for DRG. But Haibu, look, it's still 2 more vaults possibly to go, as well as a whole nother possible 2 games, depending on how this match ends out. It is Monaco. There is a lot reliant on these rooftop poking fights, which is exactly what's happening right now. Tap comes out, and a lot quicker on this first vault. On the second vault than it was on the first vault.
Love a pace increase. Changing of the tempo. God, I haven't spoken about tempo for a good while and how important it is. I'll save that lecture for another day, nonetheless. DRG, though, looking down the barrel of the first map, going away. A map that they initially kicked off this finale, winning with confidence. But again, it all stems back to these 3v3s, and we've spoken about the Chinese rosters and their struggle with 3v3s. Off the rip, looking like the same story tale, the fairy tale that continues to run out. And it begs the question, what does DRG need to do? What do you have to do to change it up? Because Haibu not only have an angle, they got their number.
They've also got the height. Mind you, they're doing their best to try and take it back from them. They have pushed all the way up onto the top of the church here after getting the plug. So A is currently active, and we do see Haibu being 2 short now after losing 000 as well, which puts a very large stagger on that coin ability for Haibu. They've got one off. Busel comes back, but it's 20 seconds until they have 000 back on the board for that healing factor, for that invisibility. Is it going to be too little too late? Obviously, there is plenty left to go. We do still have a whole nother vault after this if DRG is successful at locking it down, but they have height. They have the top of the church, which is the power position for Monaco. And Haibu are not running anything that lets them get up there quick other than a gateway, unless they can maybe crumble it down. They don't have enough utility to do so. It's going to have to be they need to find a kill, and 000 is in a great spot to do so.
You say about crumbling it down, that building is precariously standing tall at the moment. I don't even know how long that will last. Shui, the RPG, is going to add extra damage to the cathedral. Going to land perfectly, but now you have to back away. Haibu really running low, down to 000. Can he do any form of clutch to save this game, to get that win instantaneously? Answer's no, has to back away, and they'll probably concede Haibu. Understand that this cash out, not theirs. Tip their hats and say thank you for the fight.
They sort of have to, unfortunately. They don't really get another chance at this. And even if they did, well, they definitely don't get another chance at this, but even if they did, I don't think it goes in their favor. DRG just so much better on height in that fight. They were in great positions. They had everything set up for them and ultimately just didn't give it up. They didn't over-aggress. They let them come to them, and ultimately Haibu just overextended. I mean, 000, there was so much to be desired there. If you got one of those flanks, I mean, he attempted to do one 3 times there. Would that have been different? But we see now, this is where Dim is shining with the Gargoyle. It is just a light v light. He comes on through, finally spotted. This is what we needed from 000 in the previous fight, as well as Busel to kick in for himself. A very quick wipe. DRG, I don't even think they know what hit them. There, on the wipe screen now.
Yeah, that was almost like a baseball bat coming to the rear of your head. You did not see that thing swinging, and Haibu is swinging their way through this. They are on fire, coming back from a, well, questionable loss. I say questionable. A loss that is understandable. When you're playing on top of the Cathedral, it is one of the hardest to retake. However, move over to the buildings, and this should be a lot easier to understand. That being said, both teams don't want to make that early pug. It will give their position away. Talking of position, how about a sonar? All of them sat above. The drop is going to be critical, and now comes the pressure as 000 again gets the first damage. So quick and rapid to get out of there. But he is dropped low. Dim, Shui, also low on health, and that's going to bring it down to Shui as Latte is able to find one. Full team back, and this is just a Christmas present for them. Get the plug, get it done. Can they get the last 2, 4 and Shui? That would be the icing on the cake.
Well, they're going to find one. And Shui has to disengage. They're going to opt for a coin and a full reset here, considering that we haven't had a plug just until a moment ago, which gives them plenty of time to play with. They've got coins as well. You might as well use them. It's final vault. You're holding on to them. You don't have to. 15 seconds is going to elapse, and DRG are going to collect their senses, get ready to go once more towards the goal. 000 has fired up on the light, though. He's starting to hit these flanks. He's playing really well on getting those kills in the back. But mind you, spotted and dropped by Dim. Height now goes into the favor of DRG, and it's going to have to be a very quick revive here if they want to stay in it. 4's down on half, but Haibu are looking a little worse for wear. Busel falls. Latte the last alive. He's trying to get away with the jump tech down on into the bottom of the building, but opts to go for a wipe. There's no point trying to fight it. DRG can now go for the steal. They're going to finally get it. And Haibu, they're going to have one chance, but that's it.
Map manipulation has got to be the top priority for DRG. How far away can you force Haibu to spawn? It is a Christmas tree of different stall methods on that cash box. Speed is of essence. Already the gateway's been used. No other way. Well, sorry, I say that. Yes, it has been used. You can't get through it anymore, so you're going to have to climb and manually get your way up to the top. Time is running low. About 20 seconds left on that clock. Still starts to go through the stall. Starts to get activated. A lot of health has been brought down. 4 is dropped by DRG. And now there's still 4 up. 3 up for Haibu. Busel dropped. Latte dropped. 000 dropped. It's DRG. Opens it up and says thank you. Thank you indeed.
That was way too close. An amazing effort in terms of the final team fight, but ultimately it wasn't going to connect regardless because there wasn't enough time to play with. That is 1-0 for DRG in the bank. It's not quite a win just yet, but it is a step in the right direction. Obviously, a best of 3 consists of 3 games. They need to win 1 more. But saying that, we do have the possibility that Haibu possibly walk away with game 2, and we see a game 3. 000 10-5. Huge for him. Dim, the lights, putting in the work that match. doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but unfortunately not a win for Haibu. DRG, well played. You got to give them that.
Absolutely incredible from DRG. Walking into this, yeah, we threw a bit of shade onto DRG and their performance in 3v3s and how it's not been going well for them. However, this was a map we walked in and said Monaco works well for them. Now they're walking into another map that favors them a lot. Skyway, DRG's pick. Remember, they seeded number 1. We have to play the previous map. That is map 1. Map 2 is whoever gets seeded number 1, and DRG was that team. So Skyway, a strong map, similar layout to what we see on Monaco. And I'm sure they'd love to pull the same strats again to push Haibu into the ground and claim their first win in the cycles.
Yes, you can't really leave much up to the imagination here, but I am very interested on how this is going to go. Do we see Haibu come back and fight? Or is that the final nail in the coffin? Is this where they draw the line? They beat them earlier today, mind you. Same fashion, 2-1. Sizz though, different map. Is it doable? I feel definitely. Haibu are a team that have proved on multiple times that they are a team that is very good at team fighting. Whether or not that is going to then translate onto paper, not too sure. But there's still a possible 2 matches that we have left for Haibu here to make their jump. Will they do it? Yes or no? We talked about the maths at the start. There is a lot riding on this for that first and second place, considering the points. Unless we turn around and we change how the regions work. If we get an extra spot, please and thank you. But outside of that, I don't know. I don't know really where to put my money. I would have thought Haibu would have won that first one.
It definitely stirs things up, and there, a lot of people, a lot of the Chinese fans are going to be screaming for DRG, but we know that the Korean fans are going to be screaming for Haibu. It really has become back to a coin toss, but I feel it's going to be weighted towards DRG purely based off what we see, because you can only judge a team from how they performed in the last game. Last game, DRG was the point. They were the team. So I would put my money on DRG winning. Skyway, similar map, similar setup. Yeah, you got to lean that direction.
Look, ultimately, we don't know. It is going to be a very hit or miss situation. It's still going to be HHL. There's going to be no changes there. We know that. Ultimately, do we have a pick? I'm not too sure. Is it going to be Sizz? If it's Sizz, I can imagine that we get to see possible Haibu come back. If we go to Skyway, though, there's a reason DRG have picked it. I don't know if Haibu are ready for it. Depends if they scrimmed it or not. I'm not sure. They very well may not have. But considering it is such a weird map, I can seriously see them struggling if they go there. But we're going to find out. We're going to Skyway. So is it going to be the nail in the coffin? We say it, we know it, but is it the truth? We'll find out in just a moment. The Kings have their crown, but is it going to be enough to lock in a 2-0 victory, or do we go the full distance?
If only we could name this section the Throne. That is reserved for the Grand Major, the brilliant format that APAC created. Oh god, we should do Cycle 4 as the Throne. Just saying, put top 5 teams in, do it like that. Would be an interesting way. Nonetheless, immediate aggression pushing up and close to each other, and already Triple O gargoyling right in front of DRG's face. He's just looking for a free opportunity, free picks that come from it, but the freeness comes in favor of DRG. They found 2 already, and they just need 1 more to finish it off, and they do. DRG hitting hard to kick things off. This is their map pick. I sure hope so.
Oh, it's going to be big. They've got strategies. It's very evident that they know what they're doing and they want to do it in such a way that means Haibu don't really have a chance. If it's anything to go off of in that first team fight, I've got a strong feeling this is going to be a very quick 2-0. But we can't sit here and be biased. We need to remain impartial. And he's picked up the wrong yellow thing. Close, but not quite what you're looking for there.
It's useful, though. You could definitely use that in the same area.
100%.
Just wasted a second or two. And that second two could make the difference between the entire game, not adding that extra pressure at all. Clearly. Nonetheless, sonar the grenade will be helpful. Get that information. Know the site's relatively clear as the whole of DRG steps away. They don't want to give their position away all too well. A couple of slugs land into each other's chest and both sides back away. While this happens, time continues to tick. And DRG are going to be thankful for the slow pace that Haibu is bringing.
They want to be sure before they push. They don't want to have any loose ends. When they go for this steal, they're going to set up some, I can only assume, crazy stuff downstairs to go for it. And here we go. Start comes out. C4 doesn't connect, but that gas isn't even going to go deep enough. That's a free steal. Haibu walked away with it without much question. Both dome shields have been used in the aggression on down, and they're going to go for an immediate steal. 000 is here, does have those glitch grenades to deny any other utility. Gas now to come, burned away instantly. Good RPG, some great damage there for Busel, but he's stuck in a corner. His team have come to help, but it's COS. Get out of jail free. One connects. He takes down Dim. We see Schwei fall, and there goes 4. That's everybody. And DRG, their map pick, but Haibu aren't finished.
Early mistake from not getting that gas to land correctly. Oh, that's
Big
a jump in itself. Big jump. Big celebrations. Haibu then capitalized on having control of sites. They then pushed out, found that height, and then DRG had to make that rash play. Rush in, and it came chaotic. DRG's singular mistake. That might have just cost them and forced this map to go all the way. Or it's just a little blemish on the record.
We don't know at this point, but ultimately all I can say is Haibu are in the lead. They're staring down the barrel of a possible third map. But with 000 in a great position like this, Snow just loses his footing. They do still manage to get the kill on Dim, though. Busel lands that final shot with a KS, helping on out. 000 is also spotted, but look at the rest of his team. They are quite low as well. Regen does come through passively, allowing them to return to the fight. Busel some great damage onto Schwei, ultimately being taken out by Latte, and it's now just 4 who very slowly but surely is picked off by 000. And the tap for Haibu. DRG's map pick doesn't seem to be going in their favor, Hyper. They do seem to be struggling a little bit, and whether or not that's what Haibu were hoping for, well, you can imagine that's what they were hoping for, but whether or not they planned for it, different question.
We're off to the mansion we go. Wouldn't say it's the hardest to defend, but it's not also the easiest one as well. You have some great sight lines. You'll see that...
Oh.
That wasn't meant to happen.
Not a good throw.
No, not a good throw. Good start throw, bad second throw. Much like the Australian cricket team.
Well,
anyway.
they weren't throwing; they were using sandpaper. But anyway, at the end of the day, DRG have already lost 1. 4 goes down quickly. Schwei, he's also in the blender right now. He's found himself a pyro mine, but Busel is the one to finish it off, and Dim opts to go for a rotate. Why not? Use a coin, get away. You sort of have to. Shots come forward, but not much lands, and Busel takes some damage off screen, I can only imagine, to his own pyro mine. But aside from that, DRG are going to get another attempt at this in about 11 seconds when Schwei gets back in off a coin. They've got 3, as we said before. You might as well use them. Very quick fight there for DRG. You see on the above cam, just absolutely thwarted, falling into that pyro mine. Busel there to collect the kill. The KS doing so much damage. Just gives the opening.
A lot of that was just being the fall that happened from Haibu. It just favored them, and DRG lost so much height from the building collapsing on itself, so that doesn't help. Talking of what doesn't help, 000, first one to go down. That light, that person who could really capture a lot of damage, disappearing within a matter of seconds. Now you have to recover with a man down. Latte is taking the most of the brunt. They're being aped. He's being aped. He's being targeted. Busel left alive. Now he has to play for stall. Has to play for stall. Fire's all in the area. But he's got the angle. Steel starts to go through again. He will have to sacrifice himself at some point.
COS moves. No, he hit the roof. That could have been big with that pyro mine as well. That could have been game-changing, but it's not the end. It's not the worst outcome, but Busel was literally pixels away from denying with that charge and slam there. He would have hit that pyro mine too, which would have set it off. Might have been enough time for 000 to get back and cause some issues, but it's not the worst outcome. You've got one more vault. However, you are staring down the barrel of a 1-0. You aren't in the lead. You needed that, Hebu, to go forward to match 3. But right now, DRG have another chance to send you home in second right here, right now.
Is this the day that DRG claims a cycle? Meaning we go 3 cycles and 3 different winners, or are we going to have the first back-to-back winner of Haibu? That's a question mark we are so tentatively waiting for. Nonetheless, fight over the vault will start to come through. Just information right now, but Busel got a great amount of visuals. RPG, pretty wasted, not much coming from it. However, 000 dropped down to 1 bar once again.
I would have just personally held the RPG there. I'm not too sure why we opted to go straight for that shot, considering that you didn't actually even really see anybody. Sort of just let it go. But I mean, hey, you're going to get it on recharge, so it's not the worst loss in the world. 000 in a great spot here. However, spotted by Dim is going to be dealt with relatively quickly. I can only imagine DRG now will choose to go for a plug. Haibu have to regain their teammate. But no, it's going to be a team fight here. A little bit of the old Asian 8 fest. And there you go. Haibu wiped. DRG, you'll take it. Gives yourself a little bit extra time. You'll get that plug and maybe a few seconds to play with it. But ultimately, in saying that, bit of parkour tech here for you. Excuse me. Yeah, parkour. Haibu struggling. Really, really struggling.
DRG. You're in the hot seat now. I'm not going to curse anything. I'm not going to say if this is yours, but let me just tell you the stakes that are on here. Your first cycle win. DRG, you can tie at the top of this championship, the top of the leaderboard. If a defense works out exactly the way they hope to, it would be a battle of the top 3. All within 15 points if DRG wins here. But Haibu have other plans. Haibu so desperately want to bring it to their map, Cis Horizon. Right now, their biggest problem is crossing that gap. The impossible gap of getting across. You could take the long way around, which 000 has done, or you go direct and use up a lot of your shield. But finally, they cross the bridge.
It took them a lot of time, but they got there in the end, and now it's just a matter of whether or not they can make something happen. You've got 3 players here, but look at the positioning for DRG. They're set up top. They've got the gargoyle set. Some huge damage onto Schwei, but H-Infuser there is instantly putting him back into the mix. XP 54, great damage onto Dim, but Schwei's fallen fast. 4 also now in the sight lines. He's gone down, but Schwei's found 2. 4 with one of his own. A quick little res here for 000 gives them the ability to go forward too strong. They see the totem on the roof, but they need to go for a steal. They don't have the time, but all DRG need to do is deny. Can you surf this down enough to get the steal in time or not? Not really. DRG, they've got 3. Shields come out. Hang on a minute. This is doable for Haibu. Can they make it? Yes! It's pink! DRG! They've lost it They haven't got enough, and we're going to get map 3.
We are going the distance. When it could have been closed out, when it could have been done and dusted at the last second, the steal was perfect. Again, 000 standing poised in the invis position in the middle of the fight. Able to get an easy pick, able to produce damage that was not recognized until it was too late. Proto, we're going the distance. This is a crazy way to end.
Yeah, this was not what I expected. I mean, don't get me wrong. I really wanted Haibu to take us to that third map, and I'm so glad they have. Thank you. But I was expecting it to be 2-0. Honestly, I was not expecting all 3. And to be honest with you, I'm sort of surprised. Don't get me wrong. Great effort. However, I was expecting it to be a bit quicker. Regardless of that, we've got the outcome. It doesn't matter. We've got map 3, essentially, just becomes a best of 1. We haven't played the first 2 games. They don't exist. The winner of this is your Cycle 3 champion, 100 SP, and at 2,000 US dollars. Sis Horizon, bread and butter. Haibu picked it. They've already beat DRG here today once. Will they continue this storyline, or is this where it ends? Does the book close here for Haibu, or do they go 2-time?
It is down to this. It really is. Wow. What do they need to do differently? What needs to change? Well, if you're DRG, you need to stop losing that early picks. And when they do lose the early picks, you've got to find a way to quickly get your teammate up, be able to escape the fight, get them back up, and then reaggress quickly. Because once they lose one, everything comes to a snail's pace. They waste more than 20 seconds from getting back into this fight. These quick, fast-paced decisions are just not coming there. Haibu, on the other hand, responsive. They're being dynamic. They've found their rhythm in Skyway. But we're talking, like, I say that while I'm talking of the nitty-gritty. The nitty-gritty of each other. Both sides have made fair mistakes. Both sides have capitalized on them. I genuinely, I'm back to a coin flip with no weighted side, Proto. I don't know who's got it.
I'd love to mirror that, but I feel that considering Haibu have already won Sis today, 2-1, I think they can do it again. A great boost to morale off the back of a win as well. I mean, and the fact that you've got the adrenaline pumping. This is the final. You got to remember, this isn't quals. This isn't anything else. This is where people start to get worked up. They get fired up for this. And I can only imagine that it helps being in the position of, okay, boys, this is it. Like, we got to lock in. And teams often do. You often see them do it. As we've said, Haibu have already done it today. I can imagine they do it again, but we're going to find out. We're only moments away, 10 seconds that we're loading in. We're going to get all 3, the full Monty for Cycle 3, and I don't think there's any better way to close it out for TGM26 APAC Cycle 3. We are going into our final game of the night. It's Haibu taking on DRG. Do we get the repeat, or are there some top dogs that are new to the block?
It would be a dream for DRG. It would be a celebration beyond anything from Haibu. But this is only Cycle 3. There's still one more cycle to go. This has decided we're going to have a close fight in Cycle 4. And much like this fight, Shui will get that opener. Haibu drops down to 000 left alive. A start that Haibu does not want to remember, but a great pick. Unfortunately, no great clutch. Right, so this already feels like a grudge fest to kick things off.
Yeah, DRG definitely flexing their muscles a little bit there. Haibu, look, off the rip, a little bit aggressive. Both heavies going down without much support. Unfortunate, but 000. He came up the rear. You got to give him that. He got his one. You know, it's not the worst outcome. You are going to go into the respawn. You're already back. They haven't even run the vault yet. Like, there's plenty of time to play with. They haven't got a plug. You are going to be able to catch them before they get there. In fact, you almost did catch them before they even got onto the Mega. But A's going to go in. They've set up the denial as well, and Haibu now have to play a little bit of catch-up. But Dim's on that rotate. If Haibu go now and they can take these kills, we could see a very quick turnaround here, and it looks like it's not going to be the case. As Busel falls again early. 4's very low, but that H infuser does come out from range. A lot of it misses, though. So that's not great. Shuai taking a lot of damage. Instantly traded by Dim, and it's now 000. Does have low HP on 4, so if you can find one, that'd be great. But instead, opts to go for a pickup, and that's not the worst play in the playbook, but here come the gang.
Yeah. And you get 8.
Oh, hang on.
Absolutely targeted. Wait a
got
second.
one. He's still alive as well. Hold on. Hold on. DRG crumble under the pressure. Pressure makes diamonds. Haibu. 000. You've got one left to find.
How have you pulled that off? How have you pulled yourself into a situation where you should have lost? Haibu takes pressure and eats it for dinner.
Full revive.
All 3 back after only able to bring 1. Latte was targeted. They aped on him. They put all their members onto him, but Latte said, no, I am not going to back down, and now the steal's going to come through. A denial could come from it. It has. And Haibu still has to continue to work as all 3 of DRG are back.
But they don't have Bleach.
It's all back to square. Haibu have control.
And they're gone. They got out in the gateway, but great RPG. Busel and Latte both low. Shuai finds 1, but 4's low as well. H Infuser's not keeping him in long enough. 000 goes down. It's now all up to Busel, but look at the time. There's not much left to steal. If he can deny, no, the RPG's missed. That's not enough. The fire grenade's not going to die quick enough. They've managed to get him off. Isn't enough time. It is. Haibu, how have you done it? Off some cinema gameplay installing. DRG, you've got to be kicking yourself.
How you pull that off is incredible. Pure clutch mentality, pure determination that I will not give in, I will not falter, I will stand my guard and protect what comes first. Haibu, in control. But only just, Proto. Only just in control. 1 point away from a back-to-back cycle win. DRG needs to reverse sweep this entire situation to take their first.
That is way too close for comfort if you are DRG. I mean, you've got to be upset. Haibu now, you've got great positioning. 000 being an absolute menace with that XP. If they can find another one here, Haibu have pretty much got this one in the bank. And it seems to be the case. Revive as well. Unless they can find 4 here for a full wipe, that would be ideal. They've got 10 seconds to do it, and I think they will. But no, hang on! A great shot. 000 does go down, but it's a coin from Busel. 3 strong again. 20 seconds to run 2 here. It's plenty of time to get some ground on the board before DRG come back. But Haibu, they're firing on all cylinders. Finally, a team has picked up where Haibu left off at the end of Cycle 2.
All the way to B. Thankfully, spawns will favor Haibu. They will be able to get this plug in. And if you had a winch, you'd be chucking this out into the open. Make this a completely difficult site to defend, but no winches. Only a charge and slam and mesh for Haibu. 2 meshes for DRG. It's not impossible to steal.
No, it's not difficult. It's in a good position. Busel with the COS does make things a little bit more interesting, considering that they are in a very, very, very breakable area right now. But DRG slowly progress forward. They want to try and push Haibu out. Latte takes a bit of damage. They drop a floor, which they have the ability to do. But look at this. 000. Great position. Good spot. But don't give yourself away too early. You can go for a flank, and indeed that seems to be the case. Good utility usage of the throwables in the arena around them, but 000 needs to come and help. They've got no healing here. They're going for the passive. They've managed to get away. Busel's actually got one on the retreat, mind you, with support from 000 as well. They found a second. They're looking for the third now for, again, the last alive as his team is left, but they're just wasting time. They don't need to kill him at this current moment. They just need to make sure they don't lose sight of him. Charge and slam to follow. He's going to go for a self-kill. Busel almost yanks that barrel away from him, but a full wipe with 20 seconds. Hyper. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Time is running low. It's going to be a mad dash, and you've got to commit to the steal, but look how much stall defense is there. Prepped, waiting.
Red barrel as well. It's cinema.
Oh, even worse. The push starts to go. Is there time is the question you ask yourself. You have to go Hail Mary to the ultimate way. Last, what would be 15 seconds. They've got themselves to point. They're able to push themselves up, but immediately a goo will stop it. It looks to be good. It looks to be goal and still starts to go through, but immediately going to get pushed off. Cycle 3 and the Cycle 2 champions. It's Haibu who will take it.
B2B. My God, Haibu off the back of, I will highlight, and I'm going to be the first person to say this, some rubbish gameplay today. It has ultimately come to a repeat. Now, I mean, hey, Cycle 4, we're looking at a three-peat if they can do it, but that is insane. By themselves, Hyper, 200 SP and 4,000 USD just from the qualifiers alone. That's not TGM26. That's nothing else. That's just the qualifiers. I would personally be happy with 4,000 USD. I don't know about you. I mean, yes, it's split between 3 people, but my God, that's a huge chunk of change. Not to mention the coveted SP points. 200 for Haibu. What a way to do it as well. With a full sweep, you lose game 1 and it looks like you're going to lose game 2 to come back off a photo finish steal to then go to Sizz with more photo finish everything. I don't think you could have written that script any differently. We almost called it. KZ didn't end as far down the leaderboard as we maybe predicted at the start, but Haibu, I don't think we predicted they were going to walk away with a W on the repeat.
No, I don't think that was on the cards. I don't think it wasn't fully off the cards either. I think it was more kind of, it was in the deck, but no one drew it until now. So, but what that does to the board is incredible. Haibu are now your leaders by 5 points ahead of King Zero. Wow. We will also put DRG at 205. All 3 of them still fighting for the golden ticket. Unfortunately, 777 RS is now out of the question. They are no way of winning the golden ticket to the Grand Major. Cycle 4. Can we just rename Cycle 4 to the golden ticket round? Because that is what's become. Top 3. There you are.
It's literally anybody's game. We could have pretty much anybody in the top 3. KZ win it, they go. Haibu win it, they go. DRG win it, they go. Like, realistically, it could be anybody. We don't know. We got 3 teams in contention. Unfortunately for 777, look, 4th isn't the worst. We could have a huge flop, though. We could see 777 win it and go to 2nd. We could see it go to 3rd. Seeding isn't the worst thing in the world, mind you, by the way. So, yep. Yes, you get a golden ticket. That's great. But at the end of the day, I mean, we look at the points. 100 points is difference between 3rd and 4th right now, with 75 being the difference between 4th and 5th. So 4AM would have to get a minimum of 2nd. And then 777RS would literally have to either win to go up to, 2nd, depending on where KZ seats. I don't think they sit any less than 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, which realistically we've seen them do consistently throughout the multiple cycles, including today. But out of DRG, KZ, and Haibu, literally any single one of them could go to the major on that golden ticket. Minus if Haibu gets 2nd. Say if DRG get 1st and Haibu gets 2nd, Haibu will still go by 5. But it depends. We don't know. There is a lot of maths that happens. that we're not going to do right now because there's no point. But let's just say that Cycle 4, I will probably lose my voice because it is going to be that close. It's anybody's game. And today, we saw it, Hyper. Teams can go out. They cannot make it. We saw 4am go so quickly. Same with Hanabi, same with Pisa. We saw so many teams disappear off the face of the earth. KZ almost didn't even make it to the finals. If they hadn't have bought through Hanabi, you know?
It's anyone's game, and you have to remember, of course, 2nd to 5th gets a direct invite to the closed qualifiers. So no matter where, that's going to be a battle, which right now, 4 Angry Men, Hanabi, Pisard, Weekend at Bernie's, Altec, Mir, Ace Skirmishers, and AWF, and anybody else on the outside still has a shot at getting a ticket into the closed qualifiers, a direct invite, and not have to do the dreaded gauntlet that it is. Of course, the remainder up to 9th gets a little bye into that open qualifier, which still is great nonetheless, but you don't want to be doing extra work where you don't have to. It is still a question mark across the board of this APAC region, Proto. It could go anywhere.
Speaking of not doing any extra work, we're going to hit the nail on the head. It's getting late, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I don't have anything else to give you. I can sit here and waffle for as long as I want, but realistically, there's no more games. All the players have gone home. They've won. They don't care anymore. They're going to go do literally anything else with their lives. And ultimately, as much as we'd love to sit here and do finals, we could do 1v1s, but Hyper would just lose for hours on end. So regardless of those facts, we are going to say thank you very much for joining us this evening. Shout out to the guys at production. Love to shout out, obviously, everybody behind the scenes as well. The top 16 guys over at the OFL. Hyper, like to shout you out. And everyone at Embark, obviously, for not only making the game, but providing us with this opportunity. Oscar, Luke, etc. Everybody in the back end of things, we thank you so much for giving us not only this great game, but this great show that we love to produce for you guys at home. But aside from that, it's been an absolute movie for Cycle 3. And as we head towards Cycle 4, I'm sure we'll get to see more great gameplay. But for now, that's all, folks. We'll see you next time. Have a good one.